Welcome everyone. We are absolutely thrilled to have you here on our second annual Women's Life Summit. So congratulations for saying yes to you. It is just going to be an absolute amazing couple days. And for those of you that have had VIP, it'll be amazing in 3 days. And if it's not too late to upgrade to VIP, for those of you that are like, I want that extra session on the at the evening. So at the end of the day, we'll have an extra hour of Q&A that you get to come on, have some hot seats, ask private questions to Heidi and I, and then you get extra bonus sessions on Friday as well. And then, of course, if you can't be here to watch all the recordings will go inside the Facebook group. So if you haven't joined the Facebook group, please join. Later on today, I'll make sure I'm dropping the link to the Facebook group now and then, just so you guys, if you haven't joined it, because there were just a little bit of like glitches for some people trying to join. So I'm actually going to throw it in now. So in case any of you have to go, you can join there. But then you can see the recordings. But after Sunday, as of Sunday night, those recordings will go away. So if you want them for life and to have them for forever, then you can upgrade to the VIP. You'll have them for forever. So those of you that want it, then you'll have it. So we're going to kick this off. I am going to really just say again, thank you for saying yes to yourselves. Dr. Heidi and I have been working together for almost 5 years now. And we're really thinking, as we help serve women in our own practices, how can we come together? Because what we're learning is building longevity is really building community. And so Heidi and I know that we have expertise, but we also have friends and colleagues that are experts in so many fields. So we want to have a forum to bring that in, to pour into you guys, to say yes to yourself. And so that's what the next couple days is all about. It's sharing all of our gifts to all of you to really elevate. And the ultimate goal is to empower each and every one of us to become the CEO of our health. So I'll do a little bigger introduction of me for those people that don't know me right away, but I'm going to pass it over to Heidi to just introduce and welcome, herself to our beautiful summit.
Yeah, I just appreciate everyone because we know time is precious. And I love that you've given yourself this time to join us. I love this community. Kellie and I, that's what we want to create is a community where there's good discussion, good encouragement, inspiration, aha moments. And so we really want to generate that for people, just be a vehicle. It's not about us, it's about you, it's about what we can do together. And in improving our health and wellness all at the same time. Health, wellness, mind, body, mindset, et cetera, et cetera. So we're really so excited to have these speakers. As each one agreed to do the talks with us, we were just like, they said yes. They said yes. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to hear it because we've heard them speak. We know them and we just want to share their greatness, their wonderfulness with the rest of the world and as many people as we can because it's so fun to do so. And I'm Heidi Iratcabal, for those of you who don't know me. I'm a naturopath. I've been practicing for about 30 years. Um, I come into health and wellness from an athletic background, always looking for the best diet, the best resources, etc., to improve my performance. So it's not all about train, train, train. It's about recovery, recovery, recovery to be able to do it day after day and stronger and better. And so I found these ways. And when I moved to Europe, I found all these different modalities, more functionally minded, right? How you eat, how much protein do you need, how much rest do you need, what are good supplements, what are needed, what are not. And really sifting through that information made my performance so much better. And I just felt great. So I wanted, when I retired from bike racing, start my next career as a functional medicine practitioner. That's what I wanted to bring to people so they can feel this vitality. They can feel like themselves again. We all have that feeling of ourselves, like I should be better than this. I shouldn't have this brain fog right now. I should feel better. I'm doing all the things and it should be better than this. So I wanted to bring that to the masses because it is as simple as diet and lifestyle changes. This is what we have to ignite, to activate the things inside of us already innate, ready to go. How do we turn those things on? And these are ways that we can do it. And that's what I wanted to do as a naturopath and a functional medicine practitioner.
Oh my gosh, Heidi, it's always whenever you're speaking, I think everybody's ears perk like, oh my gosh, tell me more, tell me more. And you're gonna get a lot of this, everybody, all throughout today, all throughout tomorrow. And again, if you're with us also on Friday. And so we honor you. And so drop a one over in the chat. If you're at a place that you can at least just go over in the chat, drop a one in the chat. If you're like, I love functional medicine, I want to become the best version of me, and I want to actually feel like myself again. That's really the thing. Like, do you want to feel like yourself again? And Heidi, I love that you said that because just yesterday, a client that we've been just putting her on a brand new gut protocol, she was like, this is the first time in I don't know how long, because I didn't know I didn't feel like myself until I feel like myself. She goes, I honestly think it's been years since I felt this good. I'm like, wow. And we know the gut connection, and we'll be talking more about that later. But I think we're all like, oh my gosh, do we have another level? And that's where I said on my journey, like, do I have another level? And what I'm amazed at, as soon as you think you've gotten like to like, oh yeah, I feel great, the vibrancy, then something else happens or you do a small shift and it's like, I have a whole nother level. Like, yes, let's go. So it's really, really exciting. Heidi, before I kick into me and kind of do a deeper dive in my introduction, anything that you want to say to everybody here as we kind of set the scene for the next few days?
Yeah, I mean, beyond that, the people we have for this summit is really targeted. Kellie and I really thought through what we want to say and where are gaps in sort of the conversation out there for health and wellness for women. And we want to fill those gaps so that we have seamless health and wellness. We have such a vast awareness, not another to-do list, but an awareness how to improve all these little details as we go. And these speakers that we have chosen and have graciously said yes, I think will be great gap fillers for that search for finding ourselves, finding our strength, finding better sleep, finding better even hormone balance, all the things we're looking for. We hope to have those answers for you here. And then really if in the VIP, if we want to sift those out even more detail, more minutia, that's what the VIP is for, and we can do that. So I just encourage everyone to really, even if it's a topic you think, trust me, you won't go at the end. You'll go, oh, okay, well, that's different. That's new, but important. So enjoy. I really just want everyone to enjoy their time here and to have questions in the chat, really engage with us. It's not just sit and listen and absorb, but give us feedback. Let us know if you have any questions, any concerns, and so that we can get a conversation going. That's what we love.
Ah, I love that. And if there is topics that you're loving or there's something that you're curious about, definitely drop it in the chat over the next couple days because if you don't follow Heidi and I on the podcast, it's called Thriving in Midlife. Go on over to Apple Music or Spotify, wherever you listen, and start to follow. And we take feedback from the women in our groups and our memberships and everything that we're a part of what do you want to know more of? And then we can do some deep dives on some of the podcasts. So we hope you follow along. We have a lot of fun over there, building a great community too. So hopefully all of that together, it does get sometimes overwhelming to sift and sort or where to look. So we hope to provide you with facts that are fun and that are applicable and will really move the needle forward for your overall health and wellness. So let me introduce myself. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Kellie Lupsha. I've been in the health and wellness field for over 30 years. I started out as a physical therapist and I ran hospitals, and eventually my husband and I had our own private practice. And my specialty was helping people recover from very traumatic illnesses and injuries like stroke, traumatic brain injury, neurological disorders, brain disorders. And I absolutely love what I did. But what I found was I was doing everything in my power to help people after they were so sick get better. And I realized that the body is so beautiful. And yes, it can heal and repair. But the time, the energy, the resources, the devastation after you're sick to get your health back again is daunting and overwhelming. And I feel like I have such a gift that I was able to help people in that journey. But what then I really wanted to do is, can I help people before they're sick? Can I help women thrive in this life? Because as I was going through my 40s to 50s, I saw so many friends and people around me and my kids' parents just not feel well and start to have not only just like sleep issues and aches and pains and, gaining weight, but also things like autoimmune pop up and cancer pop up and getting very sick. And I thought, you know what? I have learned in my health journey and everything I was pouring my, energy and effort into learning and implementing, I wanted to do the same because as Heidi say over and over again, it may be common that people talk about having these symptoms or issues or, whatever's going on with you because people talk about it a lot. But even though it's common, it is not normal. Our bodies were not designed this way. They're overloaded, right? In the stressors and the go, go, go of life and the busyness and the toxins, pollutants, our food, our water, everything, you guys. But the good news is even with that, we can take back control. And that's what really this whole 2 days is about, empowering you to take back control of your health. So now I have left the, true physical therapy realm. I have a few clients here and there, but now I just run programs for women in longevity, and whether it's some health and life coaching, or most of my time is in the membership with Dr. Heidi and our podcast. It's really great to really be helping people more and more around the world reclaim their health back. And like Heidi was saying, sift and sort through things, especially with the whole world of supplementations and food and diet, of how do I really get the most bang for my buck in what I'm doing to move the needle in our health. So it's just a privilege to be here, and I'm so honored. And Heidi, before I share slides and kick off our first presentation, any last opening remarks?
No, just I love what you said about everything that you said and what you realized in your practice, that you were, wait a minute, I'm just treating people who are already sick, and how can I prevent them from getting here, from needing to see me then? And that's very much the same thing. Oftentimes people will come into functional medicine as a Hail Mary pass, if you will, because they've been to the doctor has said, oh, your blood work's normal, you're fine, do you want an antidepressant? They're like, no, I feel awful. I
Yeah.
don't feel like myself. And so they find their way to a functional medicine practitioner because there's got to be a different way. There's not a lot of answers in the standard health field. So I love that you mentioned that, and that once you recognize that, you completely flipped how you went about supporting people, supporting women in their health and their life. And this is the fruition of it, which is the Women's Summit. And it's an honor to be with you, to work with you. So thank you very much for all you do.
Oh my gosh, Heidi. All right, you guys, we are going to kick this off. So I'm going to share screens. And I know some of you are out walking, enjoying some beautiful sunshine and movement, and I absolutely love that. Those of you that can watch, watch. Those of you that are just tuning in, just tune in the best that you can. We just really appreciate the fact that you're here. I'm going to make this just a little bit bigger so you guys can get a clearer picture here. And then Heidi, if you can just give me a thumbs up that we can see the screen A-okay. Okay, fabulous, you guys, fabulous. I'm going to back up one slide. I just jumped ahead. Okay, here we are. So as we're starting, I just thought, you know what a better, this would be the best topic to kick us off and really set our mind right for why we're here. As I have helped coach women after women, realizing that even if they're having the best movement program and the best activated supplements and the best, eating program for them, if we can't help build our mind around how we have our energy, our self-esteem, and our confidence to live an extraordinary life, we can do all the external things and even put in some of the good things. But what we set our mind to become this extraordinary version of us, to become the seat of our health, is really very, very important. And I think oftentimes that aspect of it is set aside. And it's just like, but are you doing the macros? Are you walking with your weighted vest? Are you doing, like, we get into that and we forget about this bigger picture. So I'm just really feel so much privileged to open up this summit with you guys today in talking about that. And as I just briefly share a little story about myself as we jump in on this topic of how energy and esteem and confidence can create the extraordinary life, what I will tell you is around my early 40s, I found myself exhausted, feeling that every single day I was on the hamster wheel, that it was get up in the morning, rush, 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 make sure the kids have what they need, get myself to work so I can see all of my clients, give what they need, fly home from work, off to cart the kids here or there, who's got, a game, a practice, who's got papers to sign, did dinner get made, and and could I even take a breath and could I even get my workout in? And around that same time, we brought my in-laws in to live with us and taking care of them. I was, not to say the least, I was very exhausted. And I also was thinking, is this what life is supposed to feel like? Is this what I'm supposed to be like? And if this is the best that it is, what do I have to look forward to in the future? Right? It was just a point for me of, I was surprised that I didn't have this kind of, zest for life that I maybe once did. So in that, I thought, you know what? If if I don't take control of my life, right, if it's going to be, it's up to me. Because not, I was going to the doctor at the time, and of course, what did the doctors tell us most of the time throughout our 40s and 50s and 60s is you're fine. And that became my mantra of my four-letter word because I found myself saying it all the time to my kids. I'm fine. To my husband, I'm fine. I never wanted to ask for help. I never wanted to reach out. I never wanted like, maybe somebody else knows the answers. Like, Kellie, let someone help you. Don't like sift and sort through this alone. So I started reaching out to people that were experts. Like, how can I help improve my health? But I really realized that if it was going to be, it was up to me. It wasn't the medical community. It wasn't a book I was going to read, although books and podcasts and all of this are great. It really was going to be me. And I also knew at that time, again, just running around trying to take care of my household and take care of businesses and take care of our finances, I was running on everybody else's time. It was everybody else's agenda. It wasn't my agenda, right? And so I'm giving you permission over the next couple days to put yourself first. This is your permission slip to come home to yourself, to start really meeting other women in here and collaborating and remembering that you can imagine, we stop dreaming, right? And imagine a life feeling alive and vibrant. And so when someone asks, how are you doing? The word fine doesn't want to come out of your mouth, which I know is so easy, wants to pop out of each of us is, I feel really great today. Thanks for asking. I feel fabulous today. Thanks for asking. And I would bet to say that most of the time, those aren't the current words that are coming first to mind out of your mouth most of the time. And for you, by the end of this weekend, I want it to be. I want you to be able to say that because as I've done this for me, I went from, I'll say, about 41 to now 53, 12 years of digging deep, getting better, getting better. And it really became very, very apparent to me that it was accumulation of two things. Me saying yes to myself over and over and over again, and not, oh, I'll put my thing aside and go take care of you because you need me to, right? Whether it's a family down the street that needs food, whether it's my kid that needs me for that second is I became a better version of me as a mom by putting me first, and then I could fill my cup for everybody else, right? When my cup was full, I could pour back into everybody else. And the second thing is I really decided that I didn't want to be stranded on a desert island doing this myself. I wanted to be with women that want to live an elevated life because I was seeing way too many conversations of, oh yeah, I have this. Oh yeah, I have that. Oh yeah. And I'm like, I don't want to be a part of that conversation because that goes back to what's common, right? We hear commonality all the time. And I stress to women over and over and over again. Like I started to say to you guys, it may be common, it is not normal. But we're the ones in those conversations that have to step up to say, actually, that's not normal that you're feeling that way. Actually, gaining 10 pounds around the middle doesn't have to be normal. Actually, waking up at 3 a.m. every morning doesn't have to be normal. But if we just jump into those conversations and act as if it is, we're not raising that consciousness and raising the level in community to tell women you can have a kick-ass life. You can feel fabulous. So let's take a look at what you're doing. And it starts with our mindset. So you guys, I just thank you so much for being here as we pour into you. So this is really the wake up call that I was telling you about. And I hope it is a wake up call for you guys is we live in a culture that teaches women to be exhausted. And we call that normal. That was me at 41. I thought literally that was just going to be my life. And it was going from not only having little kids to then raising kids, families, then taking care of the aging parents, right? In that sandwich generation. And then when would I ever put me first? And seeing people so sick in my physical therapy practice, I knew I couldn't wait to live my life one day. I couldn't wait until I'm retired to finally get control of my life and feel great. Because what we're doing today is what's showing up in 10 and 20 and 30 years. But we've all been programmed to be everything for everyone else. And we call that love. And I thought it was. But that's not love, that's conditioning. And again, I did not want to teach my kids that that was normal. So we can't live extraordinary lives from ordinary energy. So really, I'm going to spend time helping you guys figure out how do I create this energy? How do I live in this energy? And how do I make sure that every single day I'm showing up as that version of myself? So what I like to start with is energy is leadership. And when I got my energy back, my pep in my step, I always like to say, and I think most people that meet me, and a lot of you on know me, but a lot of you don't, that when I walk into a room or when people meet me, that's what they say. Oh my God, Kellie, I love your energy. Because I know that then whether I'm around my mom as she's aging and she still needs to show up like this in her life, whether it's for my children and I'm role modeling for one day when they're going to role model for their families and them in their work environments, whether I'm role modeling for my communities, like right here. Energy is leadership. And I couldn't wait to feel good. You don't wait till you feel good to take action. You take action to feel good. And this is what leadership is all about. And instead of the leadership of, well, I'll take care of everything for everyone, right? Leadership is, I take care of myself. Therefore, I can help take care of everyone. I won't take care of everyone. I will help take care of everyone. But it starts with us. And so as we look at this, really asking people, right? Are you these slides, you guys are really jumping. I'm going to go back. There we go. I have a lot to go back. I'm like, how did they jump to almost the end? So let me go back. I think Canva or the universe is like having some, there we go, is this has been happening for the past couple days with every single presentation. So it's all good. It's the energy. So here's the energy equation I want all of us to think about. When we're looking at this energy equation, energy flows, right? Everything that you want, whether it's better health, whether it's more money, whether it's stronger relationships, it requires energy. And this is something that I've been sharing a lot with the membership that Heidi and I have been in is that energy flows, but in order to have something flow, it's got to move in and out and in and out. You look at the ocean, we look at rivers, we look at the wind, we look at trees, like things come and go and come and go. So, in order for you to have the energy to pour out, you need to bring in energy. And energy isn't found. That's what a lot of people think. They're like, I'm just not an energetic person. Or I don't feel energized today. Energy is generated. So before we move on to that third phrase there, I want to talk about generating energy. One of my mentors that I spent a year with in a mastermind is Brendan Burchard. If anybody knows Brendan Burchard, put a 2 over in the chat. He talks a lot about this is the power plant. We are the power plant. We have to plug ourselves in to generate this energy. So how do we generate energy? Through movement, through nutrition, through foundation, through setting our routines up, which we're going to talk about, and is are you setting up your morning? Are you setting up your evening in a way to either drain you or fill you back up. So even today, before I came on for you guys, I take 5 or 10 minutes to generate my energy, right? I do a little breath work. I do some squats. I move around. I create the energy for me to pour into you. So don't wait or think that tomorrow you'll just have more energy. You generate that energy. Now, I will say, if you're eating like crap, it's harder to generate the energy. If you're hanging around people that are kind of negative and sour, it's harder to generate energy. So, yes, we need to make sure we are doing the things of eating clean, not putting junk in our bodies, that we're moving our bodies, we're hanging around with positive people. But every day, you have a decision to make. And I make the decision in the morning that I create my own energy. So when my day is happening, instead of it happening to me, it's happening for me. I create it, right? So when you align through that with that energy, when you align, then your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions make you become magnetic. Magnetic to your children, magnetic in the workplace, magnetic maybe in a volunteer position, magnetic because you're building, I don't know, maybe a nonprofit that things start coming to you. You have to be ready to receive. And this part of this energy equation is the energy of flow versus most of us, and I will speak 100% for myself. I thought the harder I worked, the more achievements I had on my shirt. I thought I wore the badge of honor of the busyness badge of honor, that made me more I don't know, powerful because I was so busy. Anybody else feel that way? You have the badge of busyness, right? Well, the badge of busyness literally took me to exhaustion, and that was Groundhog's Day. And that was when I really had my aha moment one day on the side of my bed in my bedroom, bawling my brains out. My husband's like, "What do you need? What can I do?" And I'm like, "Nothing." Nothing. One of our kids had made a bad decision in something in life, and I was telling myself, I'm such a poor mom and I'm not there for them. And oh my, right? Everything came to a head. And that's the moment I realized, yeah, I've been letting me do everything for everybody else. And I've been letting life happen to me, and no longer that I really needed to take control. And by me being able to set the stage, regain my energy, become more aligned with my thoughts and emotions and my actions, I realized, oh, the household can run better. Oh, my business is operating smoother. Oh, people are much happier. This is interesting. And that's what I'm going to ask each and every one of you is, where are you in that stage of your life, right? Are you still in the just busyness grind? Because if you are, you're not even thinking about generating energy. You're not even thinking about aligning with your thoughts and emotions and actions. What do I want? Because really, I think we've just lost the love of dreaming, if we see ourselves 20 years from now, what do we want that version of ourselves to be? Heidi and I got to spend some time with the ladies in the membership thinking about that question. And I'm asking you guys right now, are the actions and the behaviors that you're doing today going to get you to that beautiful person that you're going to become in 20 and 30 years from now? And the answer for a lot of people is, oh, I'm not sure. And so we'll take a little measurement of that. But here's the other thing. I came from a kid somehow a pretty high self-esteem. My mom had me in camps and stuff of leadership from me being young. And I found myself being the captain of this and, in student government in high school and president of my sorority, because I just didn't have that self-esteem block or limiting beliefs as far as what I was capable of. However, when I became an adult and I started feeling like I needed to fit into the box of the world, I lost myself a little bit. And this young girl that had all the self-confidence and self-esteem in the world suddenly was questioning that. It really hit me hard as I went through a divorce. and my self-esteem took a big plummet again. Today, you're like, there's no way, Kellie. I promise you. On the outside, it may not have looked like that. On the inside, I was shattered. And even though it was my decision to even leave at the time, I still felt like I failed. I failed society. I'm another statistic. What will happen to my children? Right? Like you go down this. So, our self esteem, your permission, the permission to believe you're worthy of more. I had to tell myself, I am worthy of having a relationship that somebody loves me, unconditional, and is going to pour into me and raise me up and not tear me down. I had to believe I was worthy for more, and that even though I was running a hospital thinking like, oh, that's the pinnacle of your career, Kellie, it was awful, right? There was no happiness and joy. Everything was like chaos. The corporation was like, we're not making the money, budget cut. It wasn't even about patient care then. I'm like, no, I'm worthy for more. I can do more. I can leave what society thought because it was like, oh, you're going to be the youngest CEO of this hospital. Yeah, that wasn't the path I wanted for me, even though society said that's what you should be. But it took a lot of self-esteem for me to say, I don't want to be the CEO of a hospital. People would have thought that's crazy to be able to walk away from that opportunity. And this is what I really want you guys to understand about self-esteem. Self-esteem is an ego, but it's remembering your inherent value. And I thought if I had this confidence, then like it was more egotistical. And sometimes when we're relating male energy versus female energy, or think of the role of a man versus a woman, we've maybe seen gentlemen have this big ego and have this, big self-esteem, but they're really riding on their ego. But I want you ladies to understand it's letting go of the ego, right? It's completely letting go of what others think, believe, what we want to look like from the outside, and really remembering it is our inherent value. But confidence is built on self-trust, and self-trust grows from keeping the promises to yourself. Heidi and I were, I don't know, it was maybe a month or two ago that we were just chatting because another person that we follow, if you guys love this gentleman, his name is Ed Milet, and he had a segment that he was talking about on keeping the promises to yourself. Because how many of you guys, right? Throw it in the chat for me. I don't know. Say yes if you've ever said, okay, this week I'm going to start working out every day or 5 days a week. This week I'm getting in my 10,000 steps every day. And then you didn't do it. Drop it in the chat. Has that ever happened to you? Yeah. And then let me ask you this. When you don't do that, then you're like, do you feel better or worse about yourself? We feel worse. Like, oh my God, I said I was going to do it. I didn't do it. Ugh. Oh my gosh, I said I was going to send out these emails and I didn't do it. Every time you break a promise from yourself, a little bit of your self-confidence and your self-trust goes down. But when you keep your promises and say, I'm going to do my morning routine, I'm going to be hydrated and drink every day because that's what a healthy person does. When you keep your promises, you build that self-trust, you build that self-confidence, and you're gaining permission like, oh my gosh, I am worthy. I believe in myself. I am capable. And I want you to just say from now on, right, that when you stop asking, who am I to do this? People have always thought I was the girl that was chubby. People always thought I was the one that wasn't as smart. People always thought, no, 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 no. And start asking, who am I not to? When you can take that, who am I to do this, and replace it with who am I not to, everything changes. When I left my physical therapy job, I was like, who am I to all of a sudden be some online health and wellness coach and life coach? Like, well, who am I not to? I have gifts to give. Every single one of you right now has something inside of you with beautiful gifts to give. And maybe it's just a word of health to share with your friends. Maybe it's something that you've been sitting on of an idea that you want to do. Maybe you just haven't gone to your boss to say, I've got this really great idea. Because you keep thinking, well, who am I? I don't know. No one in my family ever succeeded. Nobody was an entrepreneur. I always was in middle class. I always had averaged health. So I'll just stay here versus changing that question, giving yourself permission to believe and saying, who am I not to? Like, hell yeah, I can do this. Who am I not to? And that's for each and every one of you guys will absolutely shine. And with this, I want you to say, I have the confidence, the courage to take aligned action. And when I say you've got the confidence and courage to take aligned action, let me give some examples before I even read you those quotes. You might be going out to lunch with girlfriends and you're going to a restaurant that you know might not have the best food choices. So before you go, you say, I have the confidence that I'm a healthy person and I just make the best choices I can with what I have. So instead of going there and just saying, like, well, I'm out to lunch with my girlfriends, they're all eating this, I'll eat it too. It's you've already made the choice in your confidence and you're going to take aligned action to eat that right food. Maybe the confidence is you're at your kid's sporting event and there's like, I don't know, right? The kids seem to have to be there like an hour before the game's going to start, 2 hours before the game's going to start. Believe me, I know, how many times you drive back and forth and back and forth. And you could say like, oh, I didn't get my workout in. I didn't get my steps in. I didn't get my walk in. I didn't get my little, push for the day because I just had a carpool all day long. Or you could say, you know what? I'm going to just stay put and ask somebody else to bring my other kid over to the field for me or take them home for an hour so I can just stay put. And during that time on the field, I'm going to get my steps in. I'm going to do my little routine that I do of 15, 20 minutes. Because you have the confidence and the courage to take aligned action, which means maybe you're asking for other people for support. Maybe you're telling your kid they're just going to have to sit and watch the next game and wait for you for a half an hour. Heaven forbid a kid waits for you, right? Or maybe you're going to have to tell your mom, hey, mom, I only have 5 minutes on the phone today, not 30 minutes. That was a big one for me. My dad is now past almost 17 years, actually, just now 17 years. And I, to this day, 17 years later, talk to my mom almost every single day. And in the beginning, I talked to my mom maybe twice a day and sometimes for a long time on the phone. And then I would feel mad and I'd be a little bit pissed or like, oh God, she took up all my time. Now I can't do this. And then I realized I didn't have the confidence just to tell my mom, I see you. I love you, mom. I've got 5 minutes because I really need to get to this, whether it was cook dinner, whether it was to go work out, whether it was just to read my book. Like I needed to take aligned action and have the courage to do so. So I want you women to say, I am confident, right? I have the courage to take aligned action. Maybe it's a difficult conversation with your spouse. These are things that we need to say, can I raise my confidence? Because by raising your confidence, you're going to raise your energy and you're going to raise your leadership, right? So confidence is not building in the knowing. It's building in the doing. And that's when I realized, oh, I need to have those hard conversations with my husband. Oh, I need to tell this to my mom. You can't think your way into a new identity. You need to act your way into a new identity. So every morning, generating that energy, and we're going to talk about those routines here. Clarity doesn't come before action. Clarity is the result of action. And ladies, I know because I was you. I just kept thinking, well, eventually I will. Well, if I do it long enough, I'll become. It just won't be for me. I'll always be this way. It's just not my life. And I had to replace, whether it's through Dr. Joe Dispenza, whether it was my friend Lita who introduced me to this whole world, whether it's now my beautiful friend and mentor Kathy Heller. But I want to impress upon you that your energy, your confidence, your self-esteem lies in your hands that you have today. And I want you, I'm giving you the permission and the courage to take that aligned action. So let's talk about the morning routine. If you've known me for a hot minute, you know me. I say if you win the morning, you win the day. And that is like guaranteed true. Because if you don't win the morning and your morning is chaotic, you just started with coffee and you ran out of the house and you didn't like set your intention for the day. You didn't have the right mindset. You didn't generate your energy. You didn't fuel your body. Then there is slim chances you're going to win the rest of your day if you don't set yourself up for winning the day. You lead your day, we don't chase our day. Leaders are born in this flow and calm, not the chase and the grind. Don't react, instead act. Activate. When you activate yourself, you activate your body with breath. You activate your mind with goodness. You activate your cells, right, with the proper nutrition. So think about these three things. When you wake, we wake with intention. No phone, 20 minutes, maybe an hour, right? But you need to ask yourself when you're waking up in the morning, maybe even before you get out of bed, who do I want to be today? What energy do I want to show up with? Whose lives do I want to bless? Ask yourself that question and set an intention. Move your body. Now, some of you might be early morning people. This is where Heidi and I differ. Heidi is up at 4:30 a.m. and Heidi's going to be at that 5:30 yoga class. I will not be getting out of bed at 4:30 in the morning to do my yoga practice. I will do it a little bit later. But what I do when I wake up in the morning is I move my body. Even 5 minutes, the research is showing, can shift your state. Whether you pick 4 yoga stretches, whether you stand on your biplane, maybe you do some push-ups and sit-ups, whether you go for that morning walk. Get the body moving because your mind, right, and your mood and your intention gets generated through moving your body. And then the third thing is you've got to set a moment to nourish your mind. Whether you're going to do a gratitude journal, whether you're going to pray, whether you're going to do affirmations, whether you're going to meditate. The brain through neuroplasticity is constantly learning and it's constantly memorizing. It's constantly reprogramming. So you have to know that if you're accidentally saying negative thoughts, having negative actions, being constantly in a rush, you're programming your cells over and over and over. And if you don't intentionally think of new thoughts, then 95% of the thoughts that we have every day are the same thoughts we've been having every day. So you have to intentionally pour into yourself, nourish your mind of what you want. I never, ever did this, any of these three things, until I hit about probably 43. That my 41 was my crisis, and probably I finally started really changing because it was such a habit of I woke to a crying baby. I woke to somebody needed me and it was just reaction mode, right? Mom, where's my lunch? Mom, where's this? Like my, husband like, "Oh, we're late. Did you whatever it may be, it was reactionary. And my life started to change when I created the morning routine for me. And even if all of that together takes you 3 to 5 minutes, ladies, it will change your day and it will change everything else to come. So as we have a morning mantra, I just want you pick one, right? Here's one to start. So today I choose to be energized, confident, and in flow, right? So say it with me. I know I can't hear most of you, right? You're all muted, but say it out loud to yourself. And if you're somewhere where you can't say it out loud, just say it under your breath or in your mind. Ready? Here we go. Today I choose to be energized, confident, and in flow. One more time, a little louder if you can say it out loud. Ready? Today, I choose to be energized, confident, and in flow. You don't have to pick this, but you do need to have something. What is your mantra that you fall back on that is so memorized without even saying it, you say it? Not only do I have my mantra for the morning, but whenever I am starting something, I'm making a phone call, I'm going to my next event, I'm going to be presenting, I have my mantra that I say to myself to clear my mind of everything else to pour into and be present with what I'm doing. Because ladies, we've lost our presence. It doesn't mean if we have 5 minutes with somebody or 5 hours with somebody. It's the ability to find presence. So our day goes, and what happens to our day? We try to do our best. Who says yes? In the middle of the day, I'm trying to do my best. I don't know what number we're on. Maybe just drop a 4 in the chat. Like you just throughout the day, like I set my morning, I'm pretty good, and as the day unfolds, we're doing our best. But now here comes night. So this is our second big pause to take control back. It's our evening reset. In our evening reset is going to protect the asset. The asset is you. Many of us are finding ourselves, putting our head on the pillow after a long day just because we've wiped the counters, finally brushed our teeth, and we're on the pillow. Versus, did we finish things of the day by 7 o'clock? Did we choose to wind down in the next hour of what was going on in the house? Have we set the intention to whoever lives in your household? It could be a friend, it could be a parent, maybe it's still your children, maybe it's your dogs, I don't know. To say, hey, every night at this time, I'm winding down. I want you to respect that. If you need me, if there's something important, my dogs don't listen. If there's something important, like, can we have this discussion before 8 o'clock? Because after 8, I'm going to read my book. I'm going to wind down. I'm going to journal. You have to protect what's going on. And then by 9 o'clock, I'm using these times as whatever times. You guys need to put it like as a wind down for you. The lights in the house go dark. You start closing up everything. The house gets cooler. You're preparing your body for wind down. How you close your day determines how you start the next day. Because your body wants to go and hit that pillow and go, oh my God, my bed is luxurious. My pillows are amazing. Oh, I feel like a queen. I'm going to sleep so beautifully. And allow your body to get into the deepest sleep, to have the most great REM sleep so that you can repair. This is when all of your neurotransmitters are being reprogrammed and developed. Your body's cleaning out all the trash. Your brain is working overtime. But if you just hit the pillow and you didn't have that wind down, chances are you may have been in bed for 7 to 8 or 9 hours. But if you look at actually your ability to sleep, more of your sleep is going to be in light sleep, stage 1 or stage 2. You're going to be missing out on how much time is in deep and REM sleep. It's not the amount of hours you're in bed or asleep, it's the quality of deep and restorative sleep that determines if you're going to feel well rested and vibrant in the morning or not. So, setting up your morning routine and then setting up your evening routine. And what I found is I could never get an evening routine because I never told anybody in my house. So whatever time people were coming in, turning on lights, making food, it just was. And I just thought like, oh gosh, then I just won't be able to go to bed till everybody is quiet and calm. And sometimes that meant 1 in the morning. That didn't serve me. So I want you to say you have the confidence, you have the clarity to tell those people in your household, I have an evening routine and this is what I'm going to do. So as you reset yourself at night and you're kind of calming back down, ask yourself, did I live, right? We want to reflect. Did I live as the CEO of me? You are the CEO of you in your health, in your life, in everything about it. It starts with you. So if you are your own operating system and you run the show, did you act as the CEO you should have? Or did you go, God, I kind of ate crappy today, or I hardly ate today. Tomorrow, I better make sure I bring more snacks with me. Tomorrow, I better actually put my hydration out in the morning so I do a better job. Just reflect. Know without criticism or judgment, did I live as the best CEO of me? And we plan, do, act. We reassess, right? We live our life after we reassess. And then you have to release it. Breathe out. Calm yourself down. And you need to breathe out any guilt, any pressure, any perfectionism. It doesn't serve us. Like, oh, I didn't get to this. Oh, you know what? I was a little late on this. oh, I didn't show up as this. I was 5 minutes late to my kid's thing. Like we've got to let it go, ladies. You not releasing that, you holding on to this is, if you've ever read the book, the body keeps the score, you hold on to all these little tiny stressors, it becomes big stressor and your health will suffer. And then the third is, how do you create calm? I create calm because my bedroom is dark. I say that when Arthur and I moved 2 years ago, I invested in some beautiful bedding and made our bed luxurious because I want to have calm and feel good. And I say my gratitude, right? And it's I hope you've now literally, you are not on your phone the moment you go to bed. Like that should be long set aside. And even though you can't control everybody else in your household, you can control you. So reflect, release, and reset. And now you're going to have the killer sleep. You're going to wake up ready for your morning routine and saying, oh my gosh, like, I don't know, I'm just starting to feel extraordinary again. So as we move forward, right, you guys have been seeing black and white and now you're seeing color. I want you to, this is what wants, I want you back in your life. I want you to bring the color back in your life. I felt like I was living in black and white. Like if people ask me about my life, my emotion, like how I saw things on a scale of 0 to 10, I was a 4 through 6 girl. Like I wasn't really, really sad. I wasn't really, really happy. I wasn't really, really, right? Like either end I didn't have. And one day my husband was driving to San Diego from Orange County down to San Diego, and there's a point in Oceanside. You see the ocean and it's so beautiful. And he calls me and he's like, can you go out on the balcony? There's the most beautiful sunset. Can you see it? Like it's so gorgeous over the ocean. And I was like in the middle of doing something that I thought was important, like the dishes or something. And I'm like, okay, great, thanks. Click. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not living. Like, oh my gosh, pausing, taking that a moment, enjoying that sunset is so beautiful. And so, activating your life becomes the bridge between knowing and becoming. I started to know a lot of things, but I wasn't becoming them. I wasn't stopping until I slowly made my 4 to 6 range of emotions and feelings and being present and living into life into 3 to 7, into 2 to 8. And now having that whole spectrum of emotions and feelings and presence, my life is so much more vibrant. Now, when things are sad and really hard, are they even more sad and hard? They are. But feeling the feelings is so good. So I want you to say, I'm going to activate my life. I'm going to become this best version of me. I'm going to activate by being that bridge between knowing, which, ladies, I'm sure every single one of you has a lot of knowing in your brain, and you've got to make that transition into becoming, letting that untether. So, extraordinary lives require extraordinary energy. Activation is about aliveness and not more tasks. Every choice is a chance to elevate. So, I want you to be sure you are asking yourselves, am I bringing in this energy? Am I activating my aliveness? Am I putting down my to-dos? Am I putting myself first? As I'm wrapping up with you guys, I want you to have whatever affirmation suits you, right? Energy is my responsibility, and I am fully capable of creating this. So just say it with me, you guys, quickly here, right? Energy is my responsibility, and I'm fully capable of creating it, right? One more time, if you can be loud, if there's anybody in your house, be loud. I don't know. Energy is my responsibility, and I am fully capable of creating it. So you are the CEO of your energy, your health, and your life. And when you lead your energy, when you lead with this positive energy, your health and your life will truly follow. I know that my life has been transformed when I've put these principles in place, and I hope that you too will put some of this in place and transform your life as well. Oh my goodness, you guys. Thank you so much. So, again, every single one of us is going to be a little bit different about what we're bringing to the table and what we're sharing. So I thank you guys all. We are going to take a quick 3 minute break, right? We're going to have about a 5 minute break between people. I know we started with a big introduction with Dr. Heidi and I. So we're going to pause for anybody. If you want to take your cameras off for just a second, go to the bathroom, refuel yourself with something like great to drink and nourish. Maybe you're going to do like 10 jumping jacks or squats and get yourself back in flow again. And we already have Chloe with us, so she's ready. I'm gonna get her set up. So you guys can just take a couple minutes and we will be back on to get Chloe here. So Chloe, welcome.
Hi, Kelly. It's so good to see you.
Yes, Heidi, I'm gonna unremove your pin and I'm gonna pin back up Chloe. And I'm also, Chloe, gonna give you permission to share screens if you have stuff
Yes.
to share. Get that
Mhm.
all set. How are you? Have you been good?
Great. I'm good. Yeah, I'm actually dialing from Brazil. So,
Okay.
it's yeah, amazing.
Oh my God. Wait, where were you in Brazil when we talked before? No, you were somewhere else.
No, I was in Germany, so
In
now I'm in Brazil
Germany.
for
Okay.
months.
Okay. Yeah, you and Heidi. Heidi's a world traveler. She wants to be able to, she's got three little kids, and she's like, I am so ready to just homeschool them and take them around the world. Because Heidi
Oh,
lived over in, Heidi, were you in
amazing.
France most of the time over there? Oh, you're sorry, Heidi, you're muted if you want to come off quick. She's like, maybe. So I was like, where's the mute button? Where did it
I
go?
know. Just pair. Hello, hello. Yeah.
Hey, great to
I
see
was in
you.
France most of the time, London for a while, and then moved to France. Yeah.
Oh, super cool. That's awesome.
And
Where in France?
how long, I was gonna say, how long is your stint in Brazil? Are you guys there for a while?
Yeah, we're here for a while, 2.5 months. So
Okay.
my partner's Brazilian, and I actually came early because I need to learn Portuguese. So he still has to work in Germany for another month, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go early and I'm gonna take a Portuguese class and spend 2 hours, 3 hours a day learning Portuguese. And hopefully by the time he gets here, I'll be able to speak to his parents and his grandparents, or at least, you know, like say some sort of sentences and things.
That's
That's so funny. I have
amazing.
Portuguese on my Duolingo that I've been trying, and the little
Oh,
bird keep or owl keeps saying, "You need to practice your Portuguese."
yeah, same. And I do really well, and then I do like a 50-day streak, and then I fall off, and I do a 50-day streak, and I fall off. So,
I'm like, "Yeah, I got a 3 day." My sister's like, "I'm on day 450 of my French Duolingo." I'm like, "Good for you."
partner's on like day 1800.
Wow.
He's like, I'm just so deep that I can't ever stop.
Right?
He's like, I can't lose that streak now. And I'm like, yeah, that
I
makes sense.
love that. I know. I'm like, you can't quit now.
Yeah. You're too deep in
Chloe,
it.
what else do you speak?
Oh my gosh, I speak a little bit of German and a little bit of Spanish, but I'm not fluent in anything else.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
Awesome. Amazing.
Mhm.
Our youngest daughter is going to Spain for her next semester. So she'll be going in January for 4 months to Barcelona. So I'm like, sister, you got to start, she had Spanish in high school, but and then it just is gone. I said, you've got to get on the ball and start learning a little bit more. I know you'll be able to have everything in English, but you want to be able to like enjoy the people and the culture by being able to speak some, right?
Totally. It's a different experience when you can speak the language. It opens doors.
It
Yeah.
opens doors. That it
Mhm.
it opens doors. Fabulous.
And the nuance of what they're really trying to say,
Mhm.
the understanding of what they're trying to say is so much better. And yeah, it's just great to try to learn a new language and,
Mhm.
meet them where they are is terrific. I love that attitude.
Okay, I'm just gonna go over and grab your bio. I'm gonna get my slides out of the way and find you. It's one of those things today, and I had so much like up. Like, all right, which tab has all my women's bios? Okay, I got I got Chloe. Okay. I'm going to move that over. Come back to us. Okay, ladies, it's the top of the hour. We are gonna get started again. It's an absolute privilege to be able to bring to you Miss Chloe and Chloe help me with its Deutscher.
Deutscher.
Deutscher. We had the privilege of meeting a couple months ago, and literally I fell in love with her. So I just got done talking about energy, and the energy on the phone call her and I had was like 10 out of 10. I can't wait for you to really get to know her and learn from her. And I love that her background is going to be really unique and different, that you guys are like, wow, that's really so cool. Because even though today Chloe is an ADHD entrepreneur and coach that helps really bring people harness their strength of their ADHD to tap into their full potential, her mission is to elevate consciousness by teaching others how to raise their attention, regulate their nervous system, and create from an alignment, right, versus chaos. So I love what we just finished talking about. But what's fascinating is Chloe's background is her background is in biology and chemical engineering. So she didn't start as a clinician. So Chloe brings this unique science meets soul perspective to optimizing her focus, her energy, her performance through biohacking, through neuroscience, and really a holistic nervous system regulation. So I would say that for so many of us women, we just think we're just distracted, or we just think it's menopause, right? But actually, it just never was coined ADHD back in the day. And maybe you have it and maybe you don't, but I think every single one of us would say we could improve our focus and attention for sure. And so I just thought this is going to be an incredible topic to bring to you. And so, with that, without further ado, Chloe, I'm going to take myself out of the screen and I'm going to turn it all over to you. So, thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thank you so much for the intro, Kelly. I'm so excited. Like Kelly said, my mission is to really teach people how to master their attention. Because if you can focus your energy and focus your attention, that will completely change the quality of your life. Whether that's, getting more work done or we actually just pay attention to on a day-to-day basis. Because in reality, there are a million things happening at one point in time. You can be having a stomach ache while at the beach on a beautiful day. And if you focus on the stomach ache, you're going to have a horrible time, but maybe you can focus on the beautiful blue sky or the ocean. So being in control of your intention will really help you to master your entire life. So today is going to be basically a masterclass on focus and motivation and how to work with dopamine. So what I want you to know about focus and motivation is that's both a culmination of events and a learned skill. So focus really depends on your lifestyle as well, right? If you're not sleeping, if you're not eating properly, if you are incredibly stressed, it's going to be hard to focus. But what I want to teach you today is that it is actually a learned skill and you can turn it on and off.
Chloe, I don't know if you can see it, but in the middle of our slide on the right, we have like your little calendar. There's like a little picture of and then it just popped up. It says 20. Yeah. It might have been like your little Fathom person, like a little message.
Oh, my little Fathom buddy.
Yeah, it popped up. So maybe just unshare and reshare and it'll go away.
Oh yeah, I'll just click out of that. That's my Fathom. It's just recording. There we go. Okay, now we're back in action, I believe.
Perfect. Yeah, yes. Okay, great. It was just blocking part of the screen.
Okay, so first of all, I want to address the topic of dopamine. So dopamine is essentially our neurochemical for focus and motivation. So 3 points I really want to drive home today about dopamine is that it's actually released during the chase in the pursuit of what we want, not necessarily the completion. When we do get something that we want, we get a small increase in dopamine. There's a little bump, but it's not what we think it's going to be. So when we make that money, we get that following, we buy that car, there's a little bit of an excitement, but it's never as much as we think it's going to be. And so all of the dopamine usually comes in the chase. And so that's actually a really beautiful thing is that life is about the journey, and same with dopamine and motivation. Another really powerful point about dopamine I want you to know is that it actually spikes when you take action. So very often we feel unmotivated. We don't want to take action. We feel really, really low. And we really hope that that motivation comes, but a really good way for that motivation to come is just to move and take action. And that can be taking action towards the thing you want to do, or literally just taking movement. So movement, action creates more action. And then the third point, which I really want to address today is, as we are aging, changes in estrogen really affect our dopamine activity. So we need to basically guard and love and support our dopamine, because if we don't, it can lead to lower motivation, mood swings, and difficulty concentrating. So I'm going to teach you all about this today. So how do we optimize dopamine? This is my dopamine pyramid. And at the very bottom is this dopamine foundation through lifestyle. So that's the most important thing: the sleep, the diet, the exercise, making sure that you are taking care of yourself. The second piece in the middle of the pyramid is protecting your dopamine, because you can leak it in a number of ways. An example of this is too much scrolling on social media, and we'll get into all of these. And then the last little piece of the pyramid is tools to optimize dopamine. So how do you create dopamine on demand so you have more energy and dopamine on a daily basis, and also more dopamine for when you need to just actually start a task and do something. So let's talk about building the foundation first. So I mentioned that the foundation of healthy dopamine, healthy motivation levels is diet, sleep, exercise, morning light exposure, and regulating your nervous system. So feeling safe in the body. And this is a big one, because if we are constantly stressed, constantly in high alert, your body's not going to prioritize focus and committing things to memory. I work with so many women that think they have early onset dementia, have a horrible memory, and once you get their nervous system regulated and they feel safe in the body, their memory comes back online. So if your body thinks it's running away from a tiger, it's going to dedicate resources to survival, right? It's going to take blood away from your brain and put it into the muscles. It's going to stop digesting because that's a lot of effort. It's going to slow down the immune system too, because that's also energy intensive. And there's not really a need to focus or remember things when you are running away from a tiger. So that's what's happening when we are really stressed. Now, I always get asked for biohacking tips and tricks on, okay, what's going to work the best? What do I recommend? And so I would love to just give you my silver bullets. I've coached hundreds of women, and I find these specific things actually work the most, because we could literally spend a full hour on each of these buckets. There's so many different things you can do, but I just want to give you the ones that typically tend to work the best. So for diet, having protein in your diet, and omega-3, so taking an omega-3 supplement or making sure that you're getting it through fish oil, flax, that really supplements your supports your neurotransmitters. And then what we want to aim for is 30 grams of protein per meal if you can. This is going to be amazing for dopamine, because we need protein to synthesize dopamine. And if you can't hit all 3 meals, that's totally fine. Aim for breakfast. If you can do one thing, get that 30 grams in at breakfast time, because that's setting up a dopamine foundation for the day. And moving on to sleep, there are a million things you can do to sleep. And I know as our hormones are changing, it can be really difficult. I would say if you can try one thing, work with light. Usually light is the highest ROI for people. So that's dimming the lights about an hour or two before bed, using, lamp light, candlelight, make it romantic, make it a nice experience. And then really reducing that cell phone use or dropping that down to nothing before bed, because that's going to tell our mind and our body that it's time to be awake. That suppresses melatonin. So if we can just work with light. And then one other piece of this is have blackout blinds in your room. So if you can just do one thing for sleep, really lower light and have it dark, dark, dark before bed, and that will usually help and produce a really high ROI. Exercise is another big one. I would suggest just 20 minutes of movement daily. That can be anything: cardio, weights, dancing, walking. That will support dopamine. And a really big one is morning light exposure. This really sets up to have an amazing mood during the day. And over time, if you start getting morning light exposure, in about 2 weeks, you will notice a really big increase in energy and a really big increase in focus. And so you can do that by taking a 15-minute walk in the morning, drinking your coffee outside. And if you are somebody who's, busy, or you have kids running around, or you live in the north, I'm Canadian, so I fully resonate with this. We get sunlight sometimes at like 8:45 in the morning. And so that can be really hard, and -30 makes it also much harder. And so I love to use a light therapy lamp. You can get them off Amazon, those happy lamps. If you just put them a foot or two away from your face while you're doing your morning routine, maybe you have it shining on you while you're doing your makeup, or while you're making your coffee, or meditating or reading a book, that can really help you to get that like early morning light exposure and just improve your baseline level of dopamine. And the last piece for biohacking and getting more dopamine in your daily routine is nervous system regulation. So bringing your body back into calm. So I want to teach you two of my favorite activities for bringing your body back into a place of safety. What I always suggest with the women I work with is, can you just take a super simple tool like the one I'm about to show you and just use it in the morning for 1 minute? That's all, to just start regulating your nervous system. Start slow. And so if you follow along with me, I'm going to teach you the physiological side breath. And how it goes is it's 2 sharp breaths in through the nose and 1 long out the mouth. I'll demonstrate, and then we can do it all together like this. Okay, ready to do it with me? All right, 3, 2, 1. And again. And one last time. How's everyone feeling? A little bit calmer? A little bit more relaxed? So that one is really powerful for lowering your heart rate when you're feeling stressed, or if you're just somebody who naturally feels chaotic in the morning, like me. I just love doing that. That exercise probably took us 30 seconds. That can bring you back to a place of peace, and you can also use that when you're feeling anxious. Now, one of my other favorite tools is called butterfly tapping. I love doing this to also bring myself back into calm. And I also find this, if you have children that struggle with anxiety too, this is a great tool to teach them. Because I always say to kids, like, if you're having anxiety, okay, now it's time to be a butterfly. And little girls really love this. So if you just put your hands on your chest like this, this physical touch will create safety in the body. And then you're going to have your fingers just underneath your collarbones. And what we're going to do is we're going to tap, alternate sides like this, and we're just going to rock back and forth. It's super simple. If you can just take deeper breaths while you do this, it's a really beautiful way to hold yourself and to bring yourself back into a place of peace. So that's butterfly tapping. How are you feeling? Feeling a little more relaxed? Right on. Okay, and then one other piece for nervous system regulation is just asking yourself, where can I slow down? One of the biggest hacks to reducing stress levels is really just simply savoring the moment. So is there anywhere in your life that you were rushing through? Maybe you are slamming your morning coffee, or rushing through traffic, or eating breakfast really quickly. Can you just teach your body that it's safe through slowing down and savoring the moment? Can you eat a little bit slower? Can you indulge in your morning coffee? Can you just take a little bit more time? And that will teach your body that, oh, I'm safe. Rushing teaches your body that I'm unsafe, but slowing down teaches safety in the body. I get asked all the time about supplements. So as Kelly mentioned, my background's in engineering and biohacking and biology. So I spent a lot of time working in big pharma, and realized that that wasn't really the way that I wanted to help people. But I wanted to, first of all, support myself through ADHD and anxiety with supplements, and then help other people. Supplements, aren't necessarily the number one like solution, but they can really make a big difference if you are struggling with motivation. Now, if you are on medication already, or have any, challenging kind of like medical concerns, definitely consult with your doctor before you take anything. But these would be my 3 silver bullets for basically if you're struggling with focus and motivation, especially as your hormones are changing, these are going to be really supportive for you. So number 1 is L-tyrosine. This is an amino acid our body already naturally makes, and it's a precursor to dopamine. So you'll just find that you have a little bit more focus and motivation and drive throughout the day, and it's really helpful if you're already stressed. The second one is creatine. So you might have heard of creatine from exercising, because creatine helps you to put on more lean muscle mass, but it actually supports brain energy and metabolism. So you'll have a little bit more mental clarity, a little bit more mental stamina, and it can be really helpful for brain fog. And if you aren't getting good sleep, this is an amazing supplement for that. It can actually improve cognitive function by something like 30 or 40% if you had a bad sleep. So creatine's a great kind of, I guess, band-aid if you aren't sleeping well. And the last one is L-theanine. So if you find that you're someone who just naturally wakes up with anxiety, kind of constantly feels overwhelmed, this is another amino acid that our body naturally produces. And this can help to soothe the nervous system, but not in a sedating way, just in a really calming way. And this produces calm focus. And this is also really great for my coffee drinkers out there. I love caffeine. I constantly am trying to quit and getting back on it, but caffeine makes me really jittery and anxious. But when I take L-theanine with it, it tends to smooth out that anxiety a little bit. So those are the 3 supplements I would recommend. So next, let's talk about how to guard your dopamine, because our dopamine is so powerful to us, and it's a currency, right? That energy and attention, it's a currency, and we don't want to be leaking it. So first of all, what are the things that drain our dopamine the most? I call these the big 4. So chronic stress, sleep deprivation. What I want to talk to you today about is overstimulation. Social media, multitasking, constant notifications. This can really lead to burnout and really be disruptive to your nervous system as well as your dopamine system. And the last point is actually negative feedback. So the way we talk about ourselves and the way we treat ourselves really impacts our ability to focus and have motivation. This is really, really important, actually, how we are speaking to ourselves. So unfortunately, in this beautiful day and age of social media and the internet, our world is training us for distraction. When we are scrolling, when we're receiving constant notifications and multitasking, it's giving us these little dopamine spikes, but it's crashing us. And what it is doing is actually training our brain to get dopamine from novelty instead of completion. And so I have so many women come to me and say, oh my gosh, I can't finish tasks to save my life. And I go, okay, like what's your cell phone consumption looking like? And they're like, oh my gosh, I'm addicted to scrolling. And once we get that under control, and you don't have to quit it, but once you're more intentional about it, it's pretty impressive how much your focus can come back online. So as I mentioned, the goal isn't to completely eliminate your cell phone. I am very pro social media. I think it's an excellent tool. I just want to bring awareness and intention on how to use it. And so here are some suggestions on how to prevent overstimulation and take back your power. So what I like to do is block social media during my work hours, and I post at the end of the day. So if you're on social media, I like saving my posts at the end of the day. Then if I catch myself scrolling or whatever, it's not a big deal because I've already won my day. It's already gone great. Amazing. And there's an amazing app for this. If you have iPhone, I don't know if it's on Android, but it's called Opal. And you can set it up on your phone and it will block you out of social media for as long as you tell it to. So I just set mine up from like 9 to 4 p.m. and blocked out of social media. And then at 4 p.m. I'm allowed back on and I can do my thing. And you can have it block you out whenever. It's just an amazing tool. And it really helps myself with ADHD, who loves to just like scroll when I get bored. It really helps me to be more mindful. Another tool is batching, checking your notifications and emails, because this constant checking and this constant task switching is really difficult for our brain and our nervous system. So can you just batch check your notifications, emails? Maybe you get up in the morning, start your workday, check them for 30 minutes. You do a solid work block for a few hours and you check again. This will really help you to get into flow states. Another thing that's really helpful is taking a daily walk without screens. All it takes is like 10 to 15 minutes, just getting outside, regulating your nervous system, and microdosing boredom. I don't really like to use the word boredom, but romanticizing the present moment. Can you just create a pocket of just safety and joy and beauty in the here and now in your day? And this will also teach you to focus better as well. You'll have so much more mental clarity, and it'll give you this beautiful opportunity to calm down. So if you do some of these, you'll notice a massive shift in your focus, clarity, and drive. So how do we get more dopamine on a daily basis and healthy dopamine? Now, I'm going to show you basically a menu on how to get healthy dopamine. You don't need to do all of these. What I would suggest is like find one or two that deeply resonates with you and implement it in your life. So we get dopamine from novelty, urgency, and excitement. So we can gamify tasks, make a game out of it. We can use checklists. We get dopamine when we check things off. You can also change environments. So going to a new coffee shop, a new gym, a new Pilates class, that will create more dopamine that's available for you. We can create urgency with deadlines, or I really like having an accountability buddy. And a really important piece of this is just passion. So can you lean into what you love? And if you don't love it, can you make it enjoyable? So something I do that has been life-changing for me is, as someone with ADHD, I used to dread doing my taxes. Like literally it was the bane of my existence. But now what I've done is I've made tax day like this incredibly fun day. I find the nicest cafe. I go for an amazing lunch. I plan a really fun time after. I listen to good music. I make it an event. And so even if it's something you don't want to do, can you make it exciting? We also get dopamine from tools. So this is what I was talking about earlier, that you can literally use things like music to boost dopamine. Any song that's like exciting to you before you have to do a task will boost dopamine. And then while you're doing a task, can use something like binaural beats. Cold exposure is really good for boosting dopamine. It can increase our dopamine like 250% above baseline. There's a little bit of a caveat with cold showers. This is not to be used when your body is super stressed, when you low on sleep, or you're sick, because it's going to add more stress to your body. So we want to be really careful. And also during the last 2 weeks of your cycle. And there's breath work that you can actually do to boost dopamine. So I'm going to do a live demo of this at the end to show you how to boost dopamine with your breath. And we also get dopamine from emotional and social experiences. So connection, being in a safe, supportive environment releases oxytocin, which increases dopamine. Just being a part of community, doing things like this, really boosts dopamine, feeling connected. And another thing that really boosts dopamine in a beautiful way is acts of kindness. And something I tell a lot of my coaching clients is, can you just give out one compliment a day to a stranger at the coffee shop, or, picking up kids from the school, what have you? That little compliment, that little acts of kindness every day will compound and increase your level of baseline dopamine. It's actually really beautiful. And the last point is your self-talk and your mindset is so, so important for your dopamine levels and your ability to focus and have drive and motivation. So instead of seeing, setbacks, can you reframe these challenges as growth opportunities? Even just reframing boosts dopamine. Can you celebrate your wins? And the biggest thing is compassion reduces cortisol. So the more that we can show ourselves compassion, the less we will feel stressed. And actually, cortisol, our stress hormone, blocks dopamine. So even just being compassionate and kind to yourself will increase dopamine. Now, I want to go through basically what's happening when we're feeling resistance to doing a task. So when you want to do anything little or even like really big things, like going after big goals and dreams in life, you're going to feel resistance. It's natural, it's part of it. I wish it always felt flowy and easy. But resistance happens and it's okay. So how do you do the damn thing when you don't feel like it or when you're having anxiety about it? So I want to go through that process with you today and make it easier for you. So I want to reframe resistance with you. When we feel resistance, all that it means is that it just requires energy and safety. That's it. So think of a task as something that's behind a door, and that door is resistance. So now to open that door, we first of all have to feel safe opening the door, right? If we're terrified of the door, we're not even going to touch it. The second piece is we need energy to get through the door, right? If you have no energy, you're not going to be able to push the door open. That's dopamine. That's our energy. And then the third piece is actually very often we need to tell ourselves a better story about what's behind the door. Because when we're starting something new and we have to do a big thing, we literally often think that there's going to be this massive monster behind the door and we're afraid of it. So can we make the monster a golden retriever puppy? Can we tell ourselves a better story about what's behind the door? Even something as simple as doing a report. Very often, this is a great example from one of my coaching clients recently, and she was just terrified of doing this report because it just felt so huge to her. And so how could we tell ourselves a different story with the report, or how do we shrink the task? We worked on just starting like, okay, what's the easiest first thing you can do? Create the report, open the Google Doc, title it, write down things, and then brainstorm what you want in the report. And just even chunking it down to little tasks takes it from this like monster to a puppy. And then reframing that of, oh, this is going to be hell, because she thought this was going to be a little nightmare. And we worked on, oh, what if it could be fun? Like just what if? It's probably it might seem boring to you, but just what if it could be fun? What if it could be easy? What if you could make it nice, like my taxes, right? Like, what if? And just changing the narrative around what's behind the door. So next time you feel resistance, I want you to ask yourself, number one, am I resisting because I'm stressed, overwhelmed, and I feel unsafe? Then regulate the nervous system first. Bring yourself back into peace and it'll feel a lot easier. Use those two tools we use, the butterfly tapping or the physiological sigh. Am I feeling unmotivated, just like low, slow, I don't want to do it? We're going to boost dopamine, and I'll show you how. Or am I telling myself a bad story about it? Am I making a monster out of a golden retriever puppy? And can I tell myself a better one? So how do we bust the door down? We boost energy and dopamine first. So see, these are some of my favorite tools to bust the door down. Because when we see the task, we almost just need that little extra energy. And so if we create a little energy before that, maybe it's answering an email or folding laundry, what have you, that first movement will give us the energy to get over that little hump so that we can do the task. So if you can blast energizing music, maybe you just have a really good song you do before you start work or do the laundry. Maybe you jump up and down, dance. I like having like a matcha tea to give me a little energy. Another thing you can do is just do a really easy task first. It can be related, but it doesn't have to be. Sometimes when I'm feeling really low and motivated, maybe I have to, create a presentation. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know where to get started. But sometimes I'll just answer emails for 5 minutes first because that'll give me a little dopamine hit and start the ball rolling. And then I have enough energy to start the presentation. Breath work and visualization, very powerful tool. As I said, we're going to do a breath work and visualization tool at the end of this. So we'll teach you how to do that. And another thing is sunlight. Just getting a little bit of sun can really help us get the energy to bust the door down. So one of my, I guess, specializations or expertise is teaching people how to tap into hyperfocus or ultra focus and flow states. And I want to teach you how to do that today. So it's really important to note that our brains and our nervous system, they really thrive on routine. And routine can help trigger your brain into focus. It basically builds something your brain can recognize as like, oh, when I do this, it means that. When I go into this, it means, oh, it's time for me to focus. It's time for me to turn on. And also by having a routine, our body becomes familiar with it. It reduces stress, creates calm. And a routine is actually doing little micro tasks. So you've already gained that little dopamine hit because you've already done something like movement-wise. So you already have a little bit more energy naturally to tackle the task that you need to do. And it also reduces decision fatigue. So you can create a routine that looks something like this. So first of all, you want to create a focus environment. So can you make the experience of focusing nice? A good example of this is when it's time for me to hyperfocus, I clean my desk. It's my body's kind of way of, okay, she's cleaning her desk. It's time to get going. I make a tea, and that kind of signals to my brain, okay, it's time to go. It's time to focus. And then number two, I like to get really clear on what I have to do that day. If you want a method to get clear, I have this method called the 3M 1M. It's from the book Get Organized Tomorrow Today. And so I was like, it's not my method, actually. It's just the method I use. I didn't invent this. But basically, to get clear on your tasks, you can look at your task list and just choose 3 of the most important tasks that you have to do that day. And of those 3, what's the one most important thing you can get done? So 1 must, and your 3 most important. And that should really help you to get clarity. And I find what really helps too is to know what season of life you're in. And so above my 3M 1Ms, and I do this daily, I write what season I'm in. So, and I have a one thing for that season. Like, what is my number 1 priority this season? Just an example of this right now is I'm coaching a women's program and a women's group program. And that's my one thing right now. So that always gets prioritized. So I know how to do my 3M 1M. Because that clarity will also help us focus. If we don't have clarity, it's going to be really hard to focus because we just don't know what to focus on. And so once we have that clarity, we're going to just take a look at the door, look at that 3M 1M. Okay, is there anything blocking me? Do I need to regulate? Do I need to boost energy? Or do I need to tell myself a better story? And then regardless of the energy piece, I always tell people boost dopamine anyways, because we're going to just be so much more effective. And then go. So can you listen to music beforehand? Or another question I get all the time is there an on and off switch for focus? And the answer is kind of, yes. It's with your eyes. So something I want to show you today is how to tap into ultra focus states using your eyes and how to get out of it. So our brain actually dedicates about 40 to 50% of its neural resources to our vision, either indirectly or directly. So what you see, what you are looking at, and what you are doing with your eyes really impacts your physiology. It's pretty incredible. And so if you want to focus on with your eyes, what you can do is this tool or technique called the fixed gaze. And so all you have to do is actually stare at a dot in the middle of your computer screen. And what you'll do is you'll stare at that dot and you can blink, but without moving your eyes. You're just going to take deep breaths and literally stare at this dot for about 30 seconds. And this narrowing of the gaze actually causes your brain to increase acetylcholine, which is a very powerful neurotransmitter. Oh, acetylcholine, which is a very powerful neurotransmitter for learning and memory. Actually, Olympic sprinters and runners do this. What they do is when they see the finish line, they fix their gaze on a single point and they're able to run a lot faster and it generates a lot of focus. So that's on. So fixed gaze, stare at one dot on. And if you can do this for about 30 seconds, you're going to start to get better and better at it. So as you get better at owning that focus, increase it to about 60 seconds. I will do this before I start my work and just to boost dopamine. So that's fixed gaze. And then when you want to come out of it, what you can do is just stare forward and relax your gaze. So instead of staring at a point, we're going to stare forward and just almost imagine widening our view to the back of our head. This will actually drop the shoulders and calm down. And so a really great way to do this also to turn focus off and to produce a relaxed state in the body, just go for a walk outside. If you look at a horizon, it will naturally give you panoramic vision. It'll widen your gaze. And so that's a really incredible way you can turn on and turn off your focus. So how to stay in flow also. So now that you've turned focus on, how do you keep it? So in my opinion, breath is one of the best ways to stay focused. It directly influences your nervous system by activating the vagus nerve. So when you are drifting away, whether that's in work, in conversation, can you just use your breath as an anchor? And so when I'm working and I feel my brain going somewhere else, thinking about lunch, or I'm in Portuguese classes right now, and my gosh, does my brain ever want to go somewhere else sometimes? And so I just bring myself back with breath. Okay, deep breath in, deep breath out, anchor into the moment. And so when you're working, just use that breath to bring you back. And that will also help with reducing cortisol, improving heart rate variability, your ability to basically handle and come back from stressful states, and will increase basically activity in the prefrontal cortex. So by having this calm, steady breath and coming back to this calm, steady breath, you'll be able to make better decisions and continue to focus better. So now I would love to teach you a beautiful exercise called dopamine breath and visualization. So we're going to do this all together. And the breath is kind of similar to the physiological side. So the physiological side that we learned earlier, the is calm down. Now this breath is speed up. So it's going to go like this. 3 sharp inhales through the nose and 1 short exhale out the mouth, like this. Okay, ready to do it with me? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Last one. How are you feeling? Feel a little bit energized? Sometimes I get a little tingly. I'm like, woo! So that is the dopamine breath. You can use that anytime you need to energize yourself, and you can use the physiological side when you need to calm down. Now, I'm going to run you through a visualization that you can pair with the breath or you can do on your own. But this is really helpful to do before you want to accomplish a goal, or honestly, if you want to just start your day and feel amazing. Our brain actually doesn't really know the difference between real and imagined. And so if you can connect to a beautiful state in visualization, it's basically like training your brain to create that and make that a reality. So I invite you all to close down your eyes right now, get a little comfy, and take a deep breath in and a deep breath out, and a deep breath in and a deep breath out. Now, I want you to imagine a highest self version of you. She's confident, calm, focused, magnetic. Whatever resonates with you, what does that highest version of yourself look like? Can you connect to that? Now, whatever feelings you're feeling about her, maybe she's more focused, maybe she's more calm, can you connect to this in the body? Where do you feel this energy, this high self energy? Maybe you have tingling in the arms. Maybe you feel a little bit hotter, maybe colder. Okay, once you've connected to this energy, this powerful energy, this loving, bright energy, and you're feeling it in your body, wherever it is, can you turn it up? Can you make the energy a little louder? Now, can you turn it up even higher? Maybe you're starting to tingle a little bit, vibrate. You're feeling really, really powerful and energized and alive. can you turn it up even more so that every cell in your body is vibrating with this powerful energy? And now can you turn it up as high as you possibly can? You're literally shaking and exploding with this powerful energy. All right, now deep breath in, downloading this feeling, deep breath out. Okay, you've just learned how to connect to and turn up your personal power. So come back to the room, maybe wiggle your arms and your legs. All right, everyone, that's everything from me. Thank you so much for giving me your time and energy. And now I will open it up for questions.
Chloe, that was amazing. I already my feet are still in a little bit of the tingling. And funny, Vicky, I started in my chest first, and then as she said turn it up, all of a sudden my feet went whoosh, whoosh. Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. So, you guys, please unmute. That was absolutely so delightful. Everything about it, Chloe, and your calm energy is just magnetizing. Please, you guys, if you can't actually unmute, drop anything you want over in the chat. This was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, this was lovely. I'm going to pop in and just say that, what really stood out is have a better story about what's behind the door.
Mhm.
I think that's so important and not really talked about enough. So I'm thrilled you brought it up, and even as a great reminder for myself, like, am I catastrophizing this this next step, or what is behind the door? And that's a really great reminder, and such an important part of just remaining calm and open the door.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember that everything in life is neutral.
Yeah,
Everything, right? And we are the
yeah,
ones that give things meaning. And you can make something mean like whatever you want.
that's so great. Thank you.
That's a great, I'm going to keep that word for people that everything in life is really neutral. We are the ones that assign a meaning to it, right? Like, no, just make it neutral and like, oh, okay, great.
Yeah, like you can make that, if you, for example, getting fired, right? I know so many people that have gotten fired and then gone on to create incredible companies and now look back on that and they say, thank God I got fired. And at the time you're like, this is the worst possible thing that could ever happen to me. And you just don't know.
Exactly, exactly. Chloe, if you want to unshare screens for a second, and then we can just see you big a little bit more as people are kind of thinking of questions. And
Yeah,
you
I'm
guys,
gonna
as
share
you're thinking of
it.
questions, Chloe, maybe I know in the beginning we obviously gave a little bio of you, but maybe you can
Yeah.
give them a little backstory on you and your ADHD and kind of like how you got here. Because I think it's actually very, very cool that you left your industry
Mm.
to completely pivot. And so many of us women here are in a time in of life of a pivot, whatever that may be. And I just think like, oh my God, like that's was incredible.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'd love to share my life journey. So I like to actually really start far back. So my journey really became with some childhood trauma, as many people experience. So I lost my father at an early age. I had some other things happen around that, and so I experienced a lot of grief first of all, but I also experienced like a ton of anxiety from that event. But on the same side of things, I was an athlete. So I was going through this experience of like grief and anxiety, but also playing volleyball at a high level. And so I became really passionate about and curious, like, how do you overcome like pain and grief and not just like overcome it and heal through it? How do you go like a step farther and like optimize it and like, tap into like your actual true potential? And so those were the questions I started asking like at a really young age. And so now I can look back on that and be really grateful for that experience. And so I initially wanted to be a doctor. That was my dream. But it changed a little bit. I got curious about engineering, so I was like, oh, maybe I'll invent something to help people. And so I went to engineering. I thought maybe I'll, design drugs for like cancer or something like that. So I worked in big pharma. And then I ended up working a lot in like neuroscience startups. I actually worked in like a menopause startup. So I spent a lot of time in biotech. And as I was going through this process, I was still having like severe ADHD symptoms. Like I'd healed through a lot of anxiety, but my ADHD was just driving me crazy. And so I really went deep into um, everything to heal ADHD on my own. Supplements, nervous system regulation, psychedelics, like you name it all, I did it all. And I started sharing about my journey through healing ADHD and anxiety on social media, and it really took off. And then people just started asking like, "Hey, do you offer coaching?" And I was like, "I'm an engineer." Like no. And then I just I got asked so many times that I was like, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna start doing coaching certifications and just like see if it's something I like. I ended up absolutely loving it. And now I've been coaching for about 3 years and I've been full-time coaching for about a year and a half.
You guys, so I mean, you can literally like choose to do something different. And you know, there was a moment in there of the story that Chloe didn't share is when she was really deciding like I'm gonna do something totally different, and she just traveled, like kind of like took off, right? I
Mhm.
think you're saying your family thought you were a little bit crazy. Um,
Oh,
allow the time. I think that's what I love is that sometimes we don't give ourselves the time or the space to create, to like decide, right? And I think I can't remember how long you like took your journey for.
yeah, I mean, so I traveled for 5 months last year in South America. And then I'm kind of technically, I guess, traveling again. Um, but my family really thought I was crazy when I chose to leave engineering. They're like, Chloe, you can make so much money as a chemical engineer. Like you have it made. And they're like, you should, stay in Canada. And I just like knew, I just like had this inner kind of calling, like, I feel like I need to travel the world, learn more about healing. I really like working with indigenous communities and learning about how they're using the plants, how they're using plant medicine. And I just had this calling to go. And finally, just in the last couple months, my family's really come around and be like, okay, we understand now like what you want to do, and then now it's like really really working out for you. But at first, oh my gosh, they thought I was crazy. They're like, you need to come home and go back to engineering.
But what a journey. Thank you for being vulnerable and everything. And I think it teaches all of us, right? We're never crazy. When people say that, usually they're just thinking you're not following the common path, right? Not the normal, but what's common for everybody. But what we as women have to say, like what is for me? And get rid of all that extra noise. So thank you for sharing that. You guys, any other last questions that you want to ask Chloe while we have her here in this last minute or two?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to make a comment, Chloe, that uh, in our lives, like, we get caught up in, there's, it's just me. There's something wrong with me. I'm lazy, all the negative talk. So it's interesting that, it's like instead of looking at the bigger picture, it's like we're just looking at the dopamine aspect, and it's like, oh wow, okay, I don't know, for me it almost simplifies it. It's like, okay, I can do that, I can do this little piece of it instead of getting overwhelmed with something much larger. And because everything you talked about, it's like yes, 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 oh my gosh, yes. So it's like, oh, okay, it's not me losing my grip. It's just my dopamine. So it's like something I can hold on to and feel like it's attainable. It's like, I can do this. I can make these changes. So thank you very much for the information.
You're so welcome.
Oh my gosh, Chloe, you are amazing. Thank you so much for your time, energy, and effort pouring into all of these ladies. I'll be sure you guys in follow-up emails, you'll know how to find Chloe, follow Chloe, whatever you want for the future. But anything just for now, Chloe, you want to leave of like the best place for people to find you?
Yeah, on social media and on YouTube, it's just at Chloe Goes Inward.
Perfect, you guys. Perfect.
Mhm.
Well, thank you so much, you guys. So we are gonna just take a little pause for those of you who have about 9 8 8 9 minutes. I'll let you guys go to the restroom. Maybe if you need a little get a snack, move your body a little bit. and we will be come right back on the top of the hour with our next speaker. So, Chloe, thank you so much. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, everybody, do whatever you need. You can take yourself off camera. I saw that Jill is already here, so I'm gonna, whoops, nope. My pictures are moving. I was trying to get you up, Jill, to spotlight you. I'm like, wrong person. Hold on. I'm gonna pin you. And I'll also, I'm gonna, for the moment, pin Heidi. And I'm gonna also give you, Jill, do you have slides to share? Okay, so let me give you permission, co-host, to share as well. That's all done.
Yeah, you don't want me going rogue. We're going to have a little outline with the slides. You know.
Oh, let her go rogue. We'll get bad jokes.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
I want
gosh.
to make friends. I'm not looking to offend anybody today. So we're gonna...
Oh, I dare you. Come on, try it.
This seems like a friendly group. I probably could make friends the more offensive I am, right?
Right.
Oh my gosh. Perfect. You guys can just chat away if you want a couple minutes, whatever you need. We will start
I'm
like
gonna run and spend a
half an hour.
penny, and I'll be right back.
I'm gonna go do the same too. So I'm just gonna take myself off camera and I will be also right back, Jill.
Great. I'm going to make sure I can share my slides if that's okay.
Yep, you can absolutely. Everything's good. Jill, were you able to share or you haven't tried yet?
I am. I just had to change my privacy.
Okay. Okay, good.
Am I sharing now?
Yep, you are.
Okay, great. Can you see me too? There we go.
And Jill, when you're back, if you want to keep it here, you can, or if you want to unshare just for a second, and then Heidi can introduce you so we can see both of your beautiful faces, would be great.
Yes, let me just figure out, oops, how to stop share. There we go.
Perfect. And we'll let I don't want to start early. We'll start right at the top of the hour so that everybody's make sure they're back. And I took Chloe's advice and got my little nootropic with L-theanine and caffeine and all my beautiful stuff in it.
She was fantastic. I love her energy.
I love her energy.
I know, tough act to follow.
She's very wise beyond her years because she's in her 30s. It makes me feel really old. But no, she was amazing. Yes. Very good. I'm so excited, Jill, as Heidi and I talked for so long. I actually have your book on my shelf. Heidi gave me one of your books.
Oh, thank you. Well,
yeah. Good. Super fun. All right, I'm just double checking anything else in the chat people need. Somebody needed the schedule for the day, so I just posted today's schedule. I'll post tomorrow's schedule closer to the end of the day, everybody. If anybody needs anything, I'm watching the chat, so go ahead and put anything you need over there, and I'll take care of you guys. And it is the top of the hour, so I'm going to quiet myself. And Heidi, after you introduce Jill, I'll unpin you, so it's just Jill and her presentation, but I'm going to let you two take it away.
All right, it's 1 o'clock. It's time for Dr. Jill Ombrello. I'm going to introduce Dr. Jill. We call her Dr. Jill because she has the same problem I do. Everyone just calls me Dr. Heidi because no one can pronounce our last names. But she is an amazing, would be considered biological dentist, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. And I would say a functional dentist. So I'm into functional medicine. She's who I send everyone to because she thinks differently about dentistry. And her story is pretty amazing. She is also comes into health and wellness from an athlete. She was a Division I field hockey player. And if any of you are familiar with that, it is a tough sport. But she had some heart issues and some health issues. And after a couple of heart surgeries, was no longer able to play, but shifted her focus and her attention to the wellness through dentistry. And she comes by it honestly because the whole family's into dentistry. But Jill took a different approach and combines empathy, honesty, and exceptional care in her clinic. And as she says, bad jokes to all her clients. I used to tease her because she always comes in and gives a joke when you can't laugh, when there's stools in here, when there's a light in there, and she'll say, "Hey, how you doing?" Ask all these questions. You're like, ah, ha, 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 ha. And so it's hilarious, but it is an environment of, it's like walking into a family. Everyone there is kind, they focus, they're considerate. It's just an incredible practice. And I know when I send a client there that they're going to have the care and empathy that I would expect to have. Jill is also an author of a fabulous book called Moms in the Trenches. Really helpful guide to just living and focusing on health and wellness without making it a chore or a big job. So with no more delay, I'm going to introduce Dr. Jill Ombrello and take it away. I'm so excited for all of you to meet her.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try to share my screen here with you all. Thank you so much, Dr. Heidi, for inviting me on this. I would literally walk off a cliff if Dr. Heidi asked me to do it. It's what she is doing in this space and how she's educating patients is just so wonderful and inspiring. I'm so honored to be here. So thank you very much. I am going to talk about dentistry and thank you, Dr. Heidi told my history very well. It almost seems unreal, even though it's 25 years later that was my reality for a long time. But I was a super healthy kid growing up and ran marathons and and played Division I field hockey, played if there was a ball and a sport, I played it. And I just thought it was normal to have dizzy spells and pass out and have what I found out were to be mini strokes, little TIAs. After getting diagnosed with a congenital birth defect, I was told with confidence and authority that the only solution to prevent me from having a bigger stroke was to have an open heart surgery. So, of course, sign me up. I want to be as healthy as possible. What I learned from that situation, by the way, the first surgery didn't go well. So I had the privilege of having a second open heart surgery while I was in dental school. What created a lot of anger inside of me for a very long time has now developed into a sense of gratitude. I'm so grateful for that experience because I never want anyone to be treated the way I was treated as a patient. I never want someone to tell me with authority and confidence that this is the only way you can do it. We know on our health journeys that there are so many options. And a lot of times there's more information that we can think through if someone is willing to sit with us and think outside the box. And so that's what I pride myself the most here at Central Dentist is thinking outside the box and creating potentially alternative solutions to problems that patients didn't even know existed. And with that empowerment, with that additional information, they can then make a choice that's right for them. And if it's to go have open heart surgery, fantastic. But if it's not, if it's to manage in a more conservative, less invasive way, that's even better. So I'm going to talk to you about some of those issues in dentistry that maybe you haven't heard of or maybe haven't been presented in this way. So that perhaps this empowers you to make a different decision. So like Dr. Heidi said, I'm a holistic and a biological dentist. Well, what does that mean exactly? A holistic dentist is obsessed with materials. So I want to make sure that anything that goes into your mouth is going to be biocompatible and non-reactive for the whole body. And so we are really looking at, of course, mercury fillings and root canals, and I'll go into that in more detail. A biological dentist is also looking at how signs and symptoms in the mouth, of course, are occurring in the mouth, but may be a signal of something else going on in the body. So I'm so grateful for a partnership with Dr. Heidi because when I recognize something in the mouth, of course, we want to eliminate and stabilize it, but making that referral to Dr. Heidi is super important. So I'm a dentist. I have advanced training in the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology and the International Academy of Biological Dentistry and Medicine. Those letters are there after my name. I put them there, one, to try to impress you. No, but two, if you're not in the Dallas area and you're looking for a dentist, those are two great organizations that you can search to find a dentist that's close to you. I'm going to share my email and actually my personal cell at the end of this. So you can always reach out if you're in an area or if you just need help. I'm so happy to help connect you, answer any questions you have. So we'll get to that as well. Again, goal today, just educate to empower you to make better decisions for yourself. I want to talk about what our practice is doing and how that's different than other dental practices. And then, of course, I'll have some time for questions. I do think that, biological dentistry is becoming airway dentistry and mercury removal is becoming a bit, dare I say, trendy or more well-known. And so dentists have recognized, hey, if I put this in my Google AdWord, maybe it'll come up. Or I don't even know if people are on Google anymore. I think they're on ChatGPT. But regardless, I would like to provide information to you so that you can feel really confident with the provider that you see to make sure they're doing things the right way. Here's my team. We have me on the left, Dr. Sanani in the middle, and Dr. Elizabeth on the right. They are fantastic. They have similar background as I do, and they share core values and passion and being servant-hearted to the patients. Dr. Sanani here in the middle is actually heading to Switzerland to do some advanced training in healthy removal of root canals and cavitation surgeries. We'll talk through that a little bit. He's going all the way to Switzerland. Hopefully he goes to class. I think it's really cold right now, so he'll probably go to class to do that at the Swiss Bioclinic. And then Dr. Alejandra is there on the right. She's fantastic. She's great with kiddos, and she does a lot of restorative work and a lot of biocompatibility testing, which is great. A little bit more of my background. I am a fourth generation dentist, and I see a lot of patients that my grandfather and my dad saw. We even had a mobile dental company that went to nursing homes. And I walked in one day and I took this picture and I said, there's got to be more to life than this. There has to be more than disease. We have to be more preventative. And also I love to eat. So I need to keep my teeth so that I can eat even when I'm 100. And so that really kind of drove, I know it's just after lunch, maybe I'll scroll through that quickly, but I became very frustrated very quickly because I found when people came to the dentist, it was more reactive. my tooth hurts, or they come to get their teeth cleaned. I have a cavity. I have, whatever the case may be, when we can really use some really great technology to see that happening before it comes, so we can be really proactive. When we're looking at someone that has cavities in their mouth every time they come to the dentist, that's why patients hate the dentist, because every time they come, it's something else they have to deal with. And it's, guess what, expensive and takes time and money, et cetera. So if we can take a look at their oral microbiome and see if that's contributing to the cavities, or, even more so, if they have issues with their gut and their gut microbiome is contributing to the mouth. Of course, we have to take care of the cavities, but we've got to get to that root cause so that we can maintain and optimize their health. And they don't come in and hate us every time because we're introducing a different issue. I do think there's a paradigm shift, and I think that this is absolutely the right group to talk to. If you're here on this summit, then you are looking for answers. You're looking to be proactive. Parents saying, or mom saying, well, my parent, this wasn't what was for me as a kid. It's different. Our childhoods are different. Our air quality is different. The food that we're eating is different. How we're breathing while we sleep is different. So I think that's really important that we change that conversation. Despite my dental background and education, I think what also makes me really qualified is I'm a mom. I have 4 kids. I'm also a daughter. I'm taking care of in-laws and parents, right, in that stage of life. I'm also, and I'll just throw it out there, a perimenopausal woman I turn 44 next week, looking to be absolutely as healthy as possible and as preventative as possible, because I don't want to end up in that wheelchair with dementia at the end of my life. I want to be thriving. I want to be on the floor playing with my great grandkids at Disneyland. How about that for something that I'm envisioning? So I do love that we are changing the conversation and changing what we think is acceptable for our patients. So I think that probably goes along with you guys, your line of thinking too. The Mythbuster we hear sometimes, I was born with bad teeth. Well, no, all disease is preventable, nearly all disease. So there is one very rare amelogenesis imperfecta, and that's 0.0067%. So maybe that is you and you are that exceptional. But other than that, everything else is preventable. So what's really exciting about that is you have an opportunity to make a difference. This is under your control. So I think that's really exciting, because that's not always the truth. I'm not going to go into this too much because I know other speakers are much more qualified than I to talk about diet nutrition, but there is a dentist, Dr. Weston Price, who I just absolutely idolize, and he is so smart. If you have time, read about him, follow his page on Instagram. He has passed away, but the Weston Price Foundation continues really strong. Basically, what Weston Price noticed when he went into these 4 isolated villages is that there was very little decay. There was very little malalignment. These kids had beautiful, gorgeous, straight teeth. And by the way, even their wisdom teeth were there, and they didn't have any decay. And it wasn't until, Western society introduced our, awesome candy and processed food, and, introduced different air quality, that we started seeing these jaws shrinking and getting smaller and smaller. So it would have been better if they stayed with their whole foods nutrition, right? And didn't have, they would give them nice, broad U-shaped arches. They'd be able to breathe through their nose. Fast forward here to 2025, we see lots of patients that have had traditional orthodontics, metal braces that have, because their teeth are malaligned, they don't come in straight. And that just seems kind of counterintuitive. If we're trying to put things in the right position, why do we have to use external metal forces glued to teeth to move it in the right direction? So one thing that we look at here, and I'm going to gear this towards adults, don't worry, but I want to rewind a little bit so we know where we're coming from. We do take a 3D CBCT image. It's very low dose radiation. It's the equivalent of eating 4 bananas. Well, that's a lot of bananas, but when we think about radiation, it's maybe not as scary as some of the other things. But one thing we love about this image is we're actually able to visualize the size of that airway, the tube that connects the outside world to the inside world. So when we're looking at how to be the healthiest version of ourselves, there's really kind of 5 pillars of health that we want to take a look at: clean food, clean water, clean air, clean thoughts, and clean sleep. If all of those are in line, hey, you're probably going to be the best version of yourself. If you are, eating all the right things, drinking all the right things, but you're toxic in your thoughts, that's going to throw off your health. If you are eating right and drinking right and thinking right, but you sleep poorly, again, that's going to throw you off. So one thing we talk about with patients is looking at that airway. Ideally, everybody takes an air through your nose. filters, purifies, and humidifies it and introduces it into your body. You want the right quality of air through the nose and the right quantity through the airway. That then circulates into your body and gets dispersed all over. So we think clearly, our heart pumps efficiently, we have proper hormone release through our endocrine system, we have proper elimination through our digestive system, et cetera, et cetera. If at any point the quality of air through the nose or the quantity through the airway is compromised, our perfect healthy bodies will do something to compensate. And it's typically those compensations that find our patients in our office with complaints or issues. And as soon as we kind of change the perspective and look at the root cause of how they're breathing, all of those symptoms go away. So the really cool thing is in kiddos, we have an opportunity to help promote the growth of the upper and lower jaw by using the natural pressures of their tongue and teeth to have that growth in a downward forward direction. Now, with adults, when we're fully grown and developed, that's a little bit different, but I'll get to that in a second. So here's a great image of a 3D CBCT that we took from the side. And I'm hoping my mouse is projecting here, but here on the right side, we have an adult that has a nice healthy airway. It's green and blue. So that airway is the size of a garden hose. This patient's getting lots of oxygen. Same patient on the left, just with mouth breathing. So now they're breathing through their mouth, and they turn that nice healthy airway into a very small coffee straw size airway. So this patient on the left is not getting adequate oxygenation to supply their body. So when your body doesn't get proper oxygenation, you switch from a parasympathetic rest and digest mode into a cortisol, which is that stress hormone, cortisol-induced sympathetic fight or flight. I need more air. And that transition can make you much more inflamed and much more acidic in your whole body, but specifically in your mouth. So if you have acidic saliva in your mouth all the time, of course that's going to erode the teeth. Of course that's going to cause increased cavities. So while it's so important that we brush and floss and eat a healthy diet that, of whole foods and great nutrition, even if we're doing that, if we have this underlying susceptibility of very acidic saliva, we're going to see a breakdown of those teeth. So we want to take a look at the root cause. Why are they mouth breathing? More than that, we have all of our patients fill out a sleep disorder breathing questionnaire so we can figure out how they're compensating. Anything from snoring, whether it's like, I don't need to demo that, but if it's really loud snoring, even if it's just audible snoring, even if you could just hear someone breathing, that actually counts as snoring. That is literally just the body taking in air at such a force that it's loud. If you're mouth breathing, if you have allergies, if you're breathing through your mouth and not letting the nose help purify and get that air ready for the body. If you have headaches, allergies, excessive sweating, if you talk in your sleep, if you're restless, if you have bedwetting, here's an alarming statistic. 1 out of 5 adults wet the bed at night. And I feel like no one talks about it because who wants to admit they wet the bed? They're especially not going to tell their dentist. You're just my dentist. Why would I tell you I wet the bed? But because we have this questionnaire, because I'm asking about it, it opens the doors to potentially talk about it. And what's really exciting is we have a 100% success rate of stopping bedwetting in adults when we treat their airway. So that's really fun. If we have people that grind their teeth, if they're bringing that lower jaw forward to help open their airway, bring their tongue out, there's all different kinds of things in kiddos that have ADD, ADHD symptoms, speech sounds, because if they have an anterior tongue thrust, they're bringing their tongue forward to bring it out of the airway. These are all symptoms of something going on deeper down. We can also recognize, how their teeth form together. This patient here on the lower left with the open bite, it's really hard to eat a cheeseburger. When you bite into that cheeseburger, you're leaving the lettuce every single time because we're not tearing it. So that's important. Maybe they come in complaining about not being able to eat a sandwich or a cheeseburger. We know the tongue's coming forward so they can breathe better. So we like to recognize that in our patients. Here's the really sad part. 9 out of 10 kids suffer from one or more of these symptoms. That's a big deal. This is a silent crisis among kids. I am seeing as parents, as a mom of 4 children, I'm advocating for my kids. I'm looking for more information. So parents very, very easily will identify some of these symptoms in the children. What is so important, you guys, is as moms and as adults and as women and whoever you are, we also deserve the same attention to these symptoms as children. So we see these in adults as well, especially they're our favorite patients. We call them our young, fit females, women between the ages of, 30 to 60 in there. They're taking care of everybody else besides themselves. And they're having nightmares and restless sleep and mouth breathers and crowded teeth and grinding their teeth. But, oh no, it's not so bad as my husband or my partner or my child. Well, we need to open that conversation as well, because there is a lot going on, and quite honestly, it's pretty straightforward and easy and successful to treat. So just like if you go from eating donuts and enchiladas and all of a sudden you start eating salads, the benefit you see in just that change in diet, you will see a similar benefit in going from sleeping poorly and being under-oxygenated and in a state of sympathetic fight or flight, as to going to a parasympathetic restful state that actually allows your body to heal at night from the beautiful life you live during the day. If you have these interruptions all night long, your body's actually recovering during the day for the damage that you're doing at night. So we'll jump into that a little bit more. So we like to start with our kiddos because, gosh, if we can help kids, then maybe the next generation will do better than what our generation is doing right now. That's not a political comment, maybe a little, but we'll leave that there. Here's a great little study here. I don't know who the mother was who signed her kid up for this, but I'm all for it. So the kid comes in and has a normal night's sleep. This is their MRI on the top. So this shows the brain activity. We want lots of color. We want, hey, we're thinking, we have neurons going back and forth. This kid's really thinking, this looks good. Same mother took her kid home, kept him up all night long. See, that was a weird thing that she signed up for, but brought that kiddo back and tested brain activity after missing one night's sleep. Look how minimal brain activity is present. There's like one little dot here on the lower left. Now that's with one night. If you're truly honest with yourself, think about, when is the last time you had a very restorative, wonderful night of sleep? And how many nights have you just kind of dealt with it and done the best you can? Because that would directly influence the type of brain activity you have. Now, I'll tell you, I meet the most incredible patients who are functioning at such high levels and are complete overachievers. And it's wonderful, but the effort that they have to put into to overcome brain fog, to overcome sleepiness, the caffeine, the caffeine that they're using to supplement, or gosh, I met someone that admitted he was doing cocaine to help stay awake because he was sleeping so poorly, is really incredible. So we need to be honest with ourselves on that. Lots of studies here that talk about the importance of sleep and talking about the stages of sleep. And I think the one that I'd like to highlight that kind of scares me a little bit is, in a very oversimplified way, there's different stages of sleep: alpha, beta, delta, REM. Most people know about REM sleep. That's beauty sleep. That's restorative sleep. But what's most important during REM sleep, in my opinion, is that is when the brain detoxes and flushes out. So all day long, we have all these thoughts going back and forth. They're neurons that are wrapped in beta amyloid. They go back and forth. And then at night, in REM sleep, the brain shrinks and all those beta amyloids flush out. If you have interference with that sleep cycle, those beta amyloids stay in your brain. It never fully detoxes. What's interesting is that when we're looking at patients with brains post-mortem, so after they've died, we're seeing a buildup of these beta amyloid plaques in patients that have dementia and Alzheimer's. So while we are racing for the cure, we're looking for the medication or whatever to do it, perhaps the solution or the cure for dementia and Alzheimer's is just more restful sleep, allowing that brain to heal itself. Great. Let's go through a little bit more. I'd love to jump into the adults here. Great. Anybody seen Napoleon Dynamite? This is kind of a trend. My kids, I have 3 teenagers now. We live for this movie. Napoleon is hysterical. I tried to go for this, dress as this for Halloween, but no one would go for it. But when I'm looking at Napoleon Dynamite, this poor kid suffered a lot, right? With his Uncle Rico in the movie. But even in life, if you look at him, he has a very long face, a very underdeveloped airway. He doesn't have lip patency, so he's a mouth breather, malocclusion of his teeth. We see this. Now, besides from being just an aesthetic concern, of course, we know form follows, or beauty follows form. So if things are formed correctly, they tend to be more beautiful. I love beauty. I love beautiful teeth. Don't get me wrong. I'm a dentist, but more importantly, I love proper function and I love proper form. So you can see these teeth in the top picture. They don't line up correctly, right? They're crooked. They're difficult to brush. They're plaque traps. They can trap plaque and food and all kinds of things. But what is more alarming than the cosmetic concern or even the plaque trap of cleaning their teeth is I know that those teeth are the perfect size. Those are beautiful just the way they are. What I'm concerned about is the jaw is way too small. So if the jaw is too small and the teeth don't fit, that means that pushes that tongue back into the airway. I know a patient that comes in that has beautiful, those teeth are gorgeous. They're just not lined up correctly. But because they're so crowded and they have those underdeveloped jaws, I know immediately that patient is really working hard to compensate to get enough oxygen to breathe, both at night and during the day. We see patients that have TMJ issues, referred pain for headaches. We have patients that go see the chiropractor weekly to get adjustments, especially in the posterior third and the posterior chain of the body. And that's because they have forward head posture. They're doing everything they can to get that oxygen in. So, if you were to go see another dentist, there's a whole host of appliances that can be fabricated that change the position. You can see the chiropractor for the adjustments. And here in Dallas, the new thing is a lot of dentists are doing Botox injections in the masseter muscle. So that if you come in and you're grinding your teeth, you're bringing your lower jaw forward. I think that's super smart because you're bringing your tongue out of your airway to breathe better. What a lot of dentists will do from a more traditional background is say, oh, well, the masseter muscle that helps bring it forward, we don't want you to grind your teeth. You might chip it. Agree. So what we're going to do is put Botox to freeze it. And so by paralyzing that muscle, now the patient can no longer bring their lower jaw forward to open their airway. But guess what? Oxygen, our ability to get oxygen, is that survival instinct is still stronger than anything else. Their patient will find a different way to compensate. And the devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. So now they're not grinding anymore. But now what are they doing? Are they having more disruptive sleep? Are they now have even further forward head posture? Do they have an anterior tongue thrust? Are they walking around with their tongue sticking out? Also a demo I didn't need to do. Sorry about that. What else are they doing to help correct that? And so now we're chasing our tail because you're not grinding your teeth at the dentist anymore because we paralyzed your muscles. Okay, but now who do we need to see the next symptom? So I do see a lot of patients that come in and have kind of chased their tail a little bit and haven't gotten to that root cause. Let's talk a little bit about susceptibility to cavities. I mentioned that earlier about the acidity of your saliva. I like to think about your tooth like a peanut M&M. Bear with me. I was pregnant with my fourth and I thought this made perfect sense and I just stuck with it. You have the candy-coated shell, you have the chocolate and the peanut. If you get a demineralization in that candy-coated shell, also known as enamel, if you're like a boring dentist and want to be technical, that can actually be healed. From a traditional standpoint, they really push fluoride to go into that external candy-coated shell or that enamel to strengthen it. Well, technically, fluoride is not a component of any part of the tooth structure. And so what the fluoride does is it takes that candy-coated shell and it changes the shape and the size of the crystals that make up that enamel. And it doesn't change it in a way that is advantageous to the tooth. It kind of rocks it. We can say counterclockwise, clockwise, it doesn't matter, but it rotates it in a way that the tooth can't function the way it's supposed to. So from a holistic standpoint, I like to, if that candy-coated shell is weak, I know it's made out of hydroxyapatite. Makes sense to me to put hydroxyapatite on top of it to have it absorb and strengthen it. Now, if you're super nerdy and you love talking about toothpaste and hydroxyapatite, you'll know there's some controversial things out there about hydroxyapatite, nanohydroxyapatite, what's being absorbed by the brain, what is safe. I don't think we know yet completely. The research is still out. What I know anecdotally from the patients I have a privilege of treating every day is that if you have a demineralization in your tooth in the candy-coated shell and you use hydroxyapatite, you can heal your own cavity. And that is a really fun day at work when it's healed and you don't have to do any dentistry. Is nanohydroxyapatite crossing the blood-brain barrier and potentially causing toxicity? To be determined. I don't recommend nanohydroxyapatite at this time, but I may once the papers come out. I definitely do not recommend fluoride. They've said very recently, and we've known this for a very long time, that fluoride is a neurotoxin and can cause a problem. We also know that just the science and the studies behind fluoride aren't very sound. It goes back 50 years, more than that, and it basically the pharmaceutical company who wanted fluoride in the products produced the study. So we don't like that anyway. Back to my M&M analogy, if the demineralization goes into the chocolate of the tooth, that's truly a disease process. From a traditional standpoint, they use like a handpiece, a drill, everyone's favorite sound, that right? That sounded kind of like a Halloween scary saw. But anyway, that's kind of what it sounds like. And then they put a material in there to seal it up. If the demineralization or cavity goes to the peanut, that's truly an abscess. And then we start talking about root canals, extractions, abscesses, infections. What's really super important to talk about and to think about with these teeth is that the tooth is actually a living thing and it can detox itself, right? So if we put fluoride on the teeth, like from a traditional dental office, you'll go and they'll paint the toxin on your teeth. They'll even charge you for it. Every 6 months when you get your teeth cleaned, here, pay extra and we'll put some toxins in your mouth. But when it changes the crystallization of those teeth, the teeth actually can't detox themselves as well. There's these little tubules from the peanut out to the candy coated shell that take things out. So we want to keep the tooth as natural as possible, as functioning as well as possible. So any material, so hydroxyapatite works on the outside. If we do have to get into that chocolate, I've probably taken this analogy too far. If we do get into the chocolate of that tooth, we want to make sure the material that goes into that tooth is really, really safe and biocompatible so that the fluid movements of the tooth are not interfered with. One way to do that as a biological dentist is anytime we take a disease process, take a cavity out, and we know there's all these little tubules that connect with the rest of the tooth, we're going to put a ton of ozone in those tubules. And we're going to make sure those tubules are nice and open and none of that bacteria is traveling through them. So when we place a nice biocompatible filling on top of it, that tooth is still able to be fluid and detox itself. Gosh, that went real nerdy real fast. Sorry about that. But I love talking about the M&M and I love talking about the susceptibility. I just think that's really empowering if you think about it, you know? And if you think about what you put on your teeth, if I'm going to put donuts and enchiladas, is that the second time I've mentioned that today, Dr. Heidi? That is, I didn't have that for breakfast or lunch, but it's on my mind. But if we put donuts and enchiladas on our teeth, that little sweater of biofilm is not good. The bacteria in that is just going to eat away at that candy coated shell. Versus if we put natural sugars, if we have fruit or we have whole foods, the sweater that goes on the teeth is going to be less likely to cause issues with those little tubules. So your susceptibility is much lower. I feel this. I meet this patient once a day. They come in and they say, I do everything right. I brush and I floss and I eat healthy and I have all these cavities. And my husband had Domino's and a beer and he doesn't brush his teeth and he's never had a cavity in his life. And I'm like, and you guys live in the same house, but that's a different doctor for a different day. But, we talk about that susceptibility. If your teeth cannot detox themselves, that's a big problem. And so understanding how the hydroxyapatite works on the outer level, understanding how, if you do have a cavity, how that works with the chocolate of the tooth is really super important. And then understanding the pH of your saliva is also really important. You can go on Amazon right now and buy pH strips. They're $2, $3 for like a lifetime supply. Test your saliva. I ask patients to do that when they first wake up. Do it mid-morning, do it around 2 or 3 o'clock. If you have any adrenal fatigue, that's going to be acidic. Do it at the end of the day. See when you run acidic, or maybe you're super basic. And, basic is good, not like when my 16-year-old daughter says I'm basic. Having basic saliva is really, really important. So you can go test that immediately and see where you are. If you're a mouth breather at night when you're sleeping, you're going to be acidic. If you have adrenal fatigue because you burn the candle at both ends and you have interrupted sleep at night, you're going to be more acidic. So that's a really quick, easy, inexpensive way to just see where you are. I hope you're super basic, because that would be awesome. Good. I already talked about fluoride, so I'm going to jump through this. Let's talk about a few more things that make a biological dentist different than everybody else. We have these mercury amalgam fillings. These were, when my grandfather was a dentist, these were it. This is what they did. And they didn't even wear gloves back then in the 50s and 60s, which seems crazy, but that's how they did it. So he would roll the amalgam in his hand and then put it in the tooth. That's why he died with a tremor in his hand, because he handled this toxic material. We know that every single time we provide friction on these fillings, whether it's eating something hot, drinking something cold, or brushing them, this mercury is released from the body. In a very simplistic way, the mercury goes in the body, binds the brain, binds the gut, and the body says, what in the world is this? So it kind of encapsulates it and just has it floating around in your body. Once we remove the source of that mercury, and I'll show you how we do that in a second, then the body, Dr. Heidi can help you tell the body, we don't need to store this anymore, and do a heavy metal detox. And patients sometimes can feel a little sick, a little fluish as the body is figuring that out. But Dr. Heidi has some really amazing proven ways to decrease those heavy metals once we get the mercury out. The important thing, this is a really cool video. I'm not going to play it here, but it basically shows, this is a dendrite. So it's a little part of your brain, how when the mercury comes, it eats it and it just eats it away. But that always is like a little upsetting. The SMART procedure. When you're looking for a functional dentist, they must be SMART certified, SMART. There's a website. You can search it and look in your area for someone that's SMART certified. That setup is quite different. We try to be friendly. We have a comfort menu when you walk in. We'll give you lavender. We will smile. But when we take mercury out, we are serious. And so we don't want you to take in any mercury. And by the way, I don't want your mercury either. So we wear a medical grade, or we give you medical grade oxygen on your nose. We drape you up. We have high volume suction. We use the same air filtration that they use in the operating room when they do transplants, because we want the air to be clean that much. So it doesn't look super friendly, but it's super important. I would say, without sounding too bitter, this is an area that a lot of doctors cut corners. They claim to be SMART certified, but who wants to put on all that gear, right? And so maybe they don't put the oxygen on you. Maybe they don't drape you. And what the problem is when you take the mercury out, if it clings to anything, you take it home to your family or you ingest it in your body, and it can make you really sick. I can't tell you how many patients that we see as a complimentary second opinion. They come to us and say, I had my mercury fillings removed, and I've been really sick ever since. And then we really have to work with them. And usually it's because mercury is still left in their teeth, but that's a whole other story. So please, please, please find someone who's SMART certified. Be your own advocate. If you're in the room and you don't feel like you are on Mars with the setup, question it. Did you cut any corners? Am I getting everything that the SMART procedure would require? Be your advocate. It's good to speak up and ask for that. We also know about oral galvanism. This is kind of cool. When we have metals in the mouth and we mix it with saliva, so whether that is mercury or some of the high noble metals, gold crowns were a really big deal, especially with my father and my grandfather. Now a gold crown with the price of gold would be like more than a mortgage. I mean, you could buy a house probably. It's so expensive. But what this does is it creates this electrical current in your mouth. And there are studies that show how that interferes with brain activity. So some patients that have brain fog or just exhaustion, once we've exhausted all of the resources, removing the metal from the mouth has been a great option. All right, let's talk about root canals a little bit. I mentioned the peanut of the tooth, right? So that would be the root canal. If there is an infection in that peanut, your option is you kind of have three different options. One is to do nothing. Well, anytime there's an infection, especially if it's trapped in that peanut, it can typically be painful. There can be swelling or redness. So doing nothing isn't a great option. Number two, you can do a root canal, which with a root canal, they take out the inside of the tooth. They then take something called gutta percha, and that's the gold standard of materials, even though the FDA has said that gutta percha is a carcinogenic, toxic material. We are still using it. We're still we're standing strong. This is the way to go. They remove the life of the tooth. Everyone calls it a nerve. There is a nerve, but it's more of a blood vessel. They take the life of the tooth out. They heat the gutta percha up and they shove it inside the root of the tooth. Well, one, I don't like the material of the gutta percha because we know it's carcinogenic. Two, we just talked about all these tubules that are detoxing the tooth and taking things in and out. And now we've killed the tooth and put gutta percha in it. We put a toxic material and the tooth is trying to detox itself, but it's detoxing itself with these tubules that are like toxic material. So it's not a matter of if a root canal fails, it's when. It's a very emotional decision to decide to take a tooth out, to lose a tooth, to think about, oh, my grandma lost a tooth, or whatever emotional things we have around our teeth. It's a big deal. But when we see patients, and as a functional dentist, when I see a patient that has an infection in the peanut or the root of the tooth, my very strong recommendation is to remove the source of the infection, which means taking the tooth out. The tooth is the only part of the body that we allow to die and keep within ourselves. Imagine if my finger dies, I'm not keeping it, I'm chopping it off. Imagine if a kidney fails, we don't keep it in there, we take it out. So it can be very jarring if patients are expecting they want to keep their tooth. So it takes a lot of education and thinking about, what are our options around that. But it is, as a functional dentist, my very strong recommendation to remove the source of the infection and take it out. It's impossible to get it completely clean. So if we look at this top right picture here with these little dentin tubules, those are little tubes I tried to show you with my weird little crooked fingers here. The bacteria gets trapped in there. And so what we see is patients, these young fit females are sending energy there. They're keeping this infection at bay. It's going down. But Once that toxic bucket gets full and it starts to overflow, okay, we have to steal energy from this unhealed root canal and send it over here where we're actually sick. We see that these teeth blow up. And so as patients are trying to be more proactive and more preventative, removing those old root canal teeth that are non-healed is really important. Now, if you have a root canal, am I recommending that you get them all taken out? No. There is 3D CBCT technology where we can image that in 3 different directions and make it, see every direction and say whether it is healed or non-healed. If it's non-healed, I'm recommending taking it out. If there is an infection or an abscess, I'm saying let's eliminate that infection. If it's healed, I'm saying I don't like it, but we have some time with it. These are real common images that we see. This one on the lower left, it's overfilled, these little dots at the bottom here. So that means that, carcinogenic material is just sitting in your bone and your body's trying to detox that, which can be really difficult. This picture in the upper, this picture in the upper right, here's a root canal. By the way, it's really well done. The endodontist, the specialist who did that, did a fantastic job. But here's a big infection, this gray area around this, and patients are living with that. The issues with the maxillary molars or the teeth on top, when we have infections here, Dr. Heidi, is my mouse projecting? Can you see my mouse when I'm doing? Okay, so this big infection here on the top of this tooth and this infection here on this root canal tooth, this is actually your sinus, your maxillary sinus that's right here. That directly communicates with your brain. So when we have infections here in these root canals, this patient was actually asymptomatic, did not have any issues. We found this infection just by coming. They were actually interested in teeth whitening. Cool. While you're here and we can whiten your teeth, let's also talk about the presence of this infection that, by the way, is directly communicating with your brain. The other really cool thing, and this is where I really value my relationship with Dr. Heidi, is we know if you look at Chinese medicine, the meridians of the teeth, every tooth actually has a body part that it corresponds with. So when we see a patient come in, for example, well, this happened this morning, we had a patient come in with thyroid cancer and a lot of issues with that. And they had non-healed root canals and their front teeth on the bottom. And those front teeth on the bottom, the meridian is the thyroid. We see a lot of women that have irregular mammograms or thermography, and maybe in the left breast, and that corresponds with the top tooth. So we can see patients that have failed root canals in the top tooth. It's interesting how we see a lot of patients that are doing all of the things. Sometimes we meet them down the line. They have a great functional doctor. They're eating right. They're drinking right. They're thinking right. And they're still having inflammation in their colon or inflammation in their lungs. They have this cough, whatever. And when we look at the meridian chart and see how that tooth corresponds with the rest of it, a lot of times the issue is in the tooth. And when we when we resolve the issues with the tooth, those symptoms in the body go away. By the way, the other works as well. We had a patient that came in, had a perfect tooth, but was having sensitivity. So we sent them on to get more of to get thermography to figure it out. And they have leaky gut, an issue, SIBO, all kinds of things. So now they have to work on their gut to help their tooth feel better, which sometimes can be counterintuitive. And I don't think all traditional dentists are looking at problems or pull this chart out to look at it with patients. All right. As if I haven't grossed you out with pictures yet, let's talk about cavitations here. So when we take a bone out, we just talked about taking root canal teeth out. I think back in the day, the talk and the way we looked at things was the faster the better. Look how quick I pulled your teeth, and oh, this is like pulling teeth. It's so hard. Well, what we did back then by pulling teeth so quickly is we didn't set the patient up to heal correctly. So this bone up here is where a wisdom tooth was. And so they took that wisdom tooth out really super quick. You can see it's brown, it's mushy. I'll be honest, it's kind of gross, right? This is what a nice, healthy bone's supposed to look like. It's supposed to be white. It's supposed to be uniform. That trabecular pattern, those little holes, those are supposed to be there, but it's all supposed to be the same color. What happens is if you take a tooth out and we don't set the bone up to heal correctly, it forms this little pocket. So you take the tooth out and the bone's like, all right, giddy up, let's fill in. If the bone gets confused and it's like, oh yeah, we're done, and it stops healing, it forms this cavitation, which is a pocket full of virus, mold, bacteria, inflammation, all kinds of things. And now the body has to send energy there to kind of keep it at bay and keep that infection down. But it can really wreak havoc on the rest of the body if you have this dead necrotic bone there. So what's really important is when you have a tooth removed, not only do they take their time to clear all of that existing infected bone out, but it's also really important that we then use ozone to help stimulate that bone growth all around it. And then what's even better is drawing some of your own blood. We spin it down. We use the platelet-rich fibrin, the PRF, platelet-rich PRP, same synonymous terms, and we use the stem cells and all that really good blood and components from your own body. And where the tooth comes out, we then fill it with ozone in your own blood. And then we tie a little bow on top and watch it heal, because preventing cavitations can be a really big deal. We've seen patients that have seizures, arthritis, gut issues. We had one patient that was limping, was looking to get a hip replacement, had cavitation surgery first, and then the hip pain went away. It's really wild how the mouth really is a gateway for the rest of the body. These can be evaluated again on that 3D CBCT. It is my very strong opinion that standard of care is to get a 3D CBCT as a new patient to evaluate all those issues. No one else agrees with me, which is why I'm one of the only dentists in the state of Texas that has one. But I think that's where we're moving, so that we can look at this, because you don't know what you don't know. And again, if we're going to consistently chase our tail as we introduce new symptoms, we're not really getting anywhere. And so, speaking from my own experience, where someone told me very confidently, this is the only way to fix your issue is to have this open heart surgery. The goal of that 3D image is, hey, these are other things that are going on. Of course, we have to prioritize. If we're eating donuts for breakfast and we have gut issues and a cavitation, hey, I'm thinking we're getting up the donuts before we treat the cavitation. But that cavitation is definitely part of the process to get you optimized health, which is what everybody deserves. This is just one example. We have, in dentistry right now, we have specialists that talk about TMJ and headaches, and there's TMJ clinics, and there's, all of these things. And what's really happening is, if we have some of these cavitations and they refer up and cause headaches, your TMJ is just fine. The way the top and the bottom jaw fit together, it's fine. It's this referred pain. And so that's a really fun day at work when we're able to give patients different information about that. Here's a picture of a cavitation here. This is like where the root of the tooth is. We took it out, but it looks like it's still there. That did not heal. So that's not ideal. Crooked teeth cause a lot of problems. We talked about this a little bit before. They're plaque traps. You guys are in for a treat. My hygienist, Jackie, is going to talk to you guys tomorrow. So I don't want to steal too much of her thunder, because she is fantastic and hilarious, and she's definitely going to say something inappropriate. We have a bet going who's going to offend people first. I think I'm doing pretty well so far, but we'll have to see. I'm going to leave it all for Jackie. She's like Lucille Ball. You guys are going to love her. But just in an effort to be comprehensive, I did want to mention this. We'll skip through this. This is another really cool study that I love. This poor little rat that they used. Here we have a rat on the left side. You can see how straight his backbone is. They kind of pinned him down and took the x-ray. Sorry, buddy. In the second photo, they put some tooth-colored filling on the side of his mouth and kind of messed up his bite. So his whole jaw is kind of crooked, if you can tell. By doing that, look what happened to his spine immediately. So malocclusion, which is a fancy way of saying your teeth don't fit together correctly. And maybe they don't fit together correctly because you're underdeveloped. As Weston Price said, we want fully developed jaws so we can breathe appropriately. So now we're not breathing correctly and our teeth aren't lined up. And look what happens to the rest of the body. This little rat for sure is having hip pain. Can you imagine? So we're going to recommend that he has a hip replacement. Well, guess what? The hip replacement is going to fail if we don't look at the root cause, which is the curvature of the spine. So sweet little rat, we said, okay, no more. They took the bite out, excuse me. They took the little tooth out, they evened it up, and all of a sudden his back is straight again. So we have case after case after case of patients that come in with all body aches. And as a 44-year-old perimenopausal woman, I am just learning about these body aches. I'm pretty sure I sprained my ankle sleeping last night. I don't even know how that's possible, but I understand some of these body aches that are happening and I just can't deal with them. But anyway, I can't imagine having these body aches all the time and then being able to simply use clear aligner therapy and reposition the teeth to align the jaw, align the spine to relieve that pain. Is like my favorite day at work when patients get to experience that. So look to the rat when we're thinking about that. I'll throw this in here because I know we have all age women here enjoying this. Pregnant women, you're more prone to inflammation. You're growing a child. So we want to make sure that you're getting nice regular hygiene visits, utilizing ozone. If you visit my website, centraldentist.com, in the upper bar, it says recommended products. You can visit that, see all the products that I recommend. If you like a product, click on it. You can look at all the ingredients to make sure that it's compatible with what your health goals are. Click it again, puts it in your Amazon basket. So it's a very easy way to take a look at materials or ingredient or products that we're using and get them very easy, and then have them in your Amazon basket if you want them again. I'm a huge proponent of breastfeeding. That really helps develop those jaws, like we talked about. Looking at how these kids are compensating at an early age so we can redirect it is also super important. Good. I thank you again for mentioning the book. I was really happy to write this book. It's a little bit about my personal experience, and then also some more information. I dive a little bit deeper as to what I covered here. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them here. You can reach out on my Instagram, at Central Dentist, or at Ombrello. I'm also, I mentioned that 3D CBCT so many times, and I recognize that that's not something that everybody has access to. So if that's something you're interested in, I'd be more than happy to offer complimentary CBCTs. We'll maybe cap it at 10. If you're number 11, I'll include you. But, I can't do them for 500 people. But, the first 10 people to email me at jro@centraldentist.com, I'd be so happy to bring you in, take that CBCT, go over it with you so that, again, we can empower you with different information so that as you return to your dental provider or as you're making decisions about how to prioritize your care to be the healthiest version of yourself, you have a good understanding of everything that's going on with the head and neck. So thank you so much for your attention. Again, thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Jill, thank you so much. That was fabulous. And I'm sure everyone now knows why we invited you to speak.
That's great.
It's
Thank you.
information that just isn't readily available out there, or the conversation, it's talking about Botox, it's talking about other things, it's talking about how I look and feel, but they're not talking about the mouth and the impact that it has. It is the gateway to our health. And we have to acknowledge that. And I just love all the things you brought up, that the teeth detox. Can you talk a little bit more about how that happens?
For sure. So these little tubules, you just want to see me do my little crooked weird finger
I
demo,
do. That's
don't
exactly
you?
right.
I knew it. Thank you for not asking for the snoring demo, because I got through without doing that. But
I feel a little jilted, but okay.
Jill, before you explain, do you want to unshare for people, and that way we can get the full effect, right? We can get
Sure.
loud.
Oh, now, Kelly, now you're setting me up for sure, Kelly. Now you really want to, it's like jazz hands, right? Yeah, except opposite. Yeah, so let's say that you eat something really acidic. Let's say you drink something really acidic. You have a sparkling water, okay? So that sparkling water, people think is so great because it's not soda, it's not alcohol, and it's hydrating. But the sparkle part of it makes it really acidic. So I take a big swig of that acidic sparkling water. It'd be so great if I used the straw. Sorry, turtles. But if I use a straw, that would be so good because at least it's not bathing my teeth. As soon as that sparkling water hits the mouth, the pH of the saliva, so the level that your spit is, and let's go back to high school chemistry for a second. Neutral is 7. So anything below 7 is acidic. Anything above 7 is basic. Around 5 is when the teeth start kind of demineralizing or weakening. So here I am with my sparkling water. I drink it, and immediately that changes the pH of my saliva to about a 3. And the body's like, oh gosh, I am not happy with this. So your saliva starts emitting, your submandibular glands start letting more spit out to try to neutralize it. But if your body is already acidic for other reasons, we're adding acid on acid on acid, and that starts wearing away those teeth. So if you have cavities on your posterior teeth, the teeth in the back, especially in between, hey, that's a pH problem. That's not a brushing or flossing problem whatsoever. So the teeth not only detox themselves from the saliva bathing them, right, going all over it, but also those little tubules from the inside out have a reaction and start emitting more basic, making it more basic. So you're getting it from the saliva and from the teeth. Now, if we put fluoride all over those teeth and we change the crystallization and the tubules can't work, or if we have, mercury in our teeth, or we have toxic materials in our teeth and the teeth can't work to detox themselves, we can never neutralize that saliva. So that's not to say you should never have a sparkling water, but if you're going to have it, let's chug it. Drink it in like 10 minutes, like get it down, right? Okay, now we've had it. We're acidic. let's get basic again. Either your body can do that through the teeth and the saliva, or you can brush your teeth with a very basic toothpaste. Most toothpaste is basic, except here's a good story. Procter & Gamble likes to acquire toothpaste and lower the pH of them. So Tom's, everybody loves Tom's. They, great brand recognition. Procter & Gamble bought them and lowered the pH. So now you're brushing your teeth with an acidic toothpaste. What in the world is that about? Like, that is wild to me. So making sure you're using a basic toothpaste, or even water is better than an acidic toothpaste, to help neutralize that, using ozone oil to rub it on there. That helps neutralizing it. And even just chewing a piece of xylitol, sugar-free gum, that also helps neutralize it. So I work in a dental office and I still can't brush my teeth as much as I'd like to. So I throw in a piece of sugar-free gum sometimes just to neutralize that pH, to even everything out. If you're drinking a sparkling water, let's say you drink 2 a day, and you're just all day long sipping, all day long, you're just making it acidic. Try to recover. Acidic. Try to recover. It's jarring. It's taxing. And that's why teeth can break down and you can get cavities.
Boom.
I didn't make any friends with the sparkling.
Mic.
I know. I didn't make any friends with the sparkling water, because so many women feel like they're making great decisions. Like, I'm not having my Diet Coke anymore. I'm not having my Starbucks. I'm having sparkling water. But you know what? I'd rather you go have a shot of whiskey. At least that's a little bit more basic than sparkling water. Now, I'm not promoting that in carpool, ladies. Let's keep it under control. But if you're going to do it quick and then neutralize.
Yeah, great. That was so helpful. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Wow.
Jill, there's a couple other questions. One, the big one is, if you have, I know on your website you said you have a list of brands of things, but just for today, if you could say, as far as toothpaste, some of your favorites. I know what I have, which is a hydroxyapatite one through Boca, is what I like to use.
Boca is one of my favorites, because Boca has hydroxyapatite and also a whitening. So that's good too, especially for sensitive teeth. I love Risewell. I love Wow toothpaste. I also love Zebra. So those are the ones that are in my drawer right now. Now, those all have hydroxyapatite at kind of a lower percentage. I'm just counteracting the espresso I had this morning, that type of thing. When we're trying to remineralize teeth, if we have cavities and we're trying to remineralize, then we're actually going to use a higher percentage of that hydroxyapatite. And that's something like MI paste. Now, if you have a dairy allergy, that's not consistent with you. There's also an MI paste that has fluoride, so do not get that one. But that MI paste has a higher percentage, like 35% hydroxyapatite. So that's good for remineralizing. That toothpaste is a little bit more expensive. That's like $40. So the ones that I recommended for just daily use are more like a $7 to $12 range.
Perfect. Okay, next question is, once a tooth is pulled, do you suggest an implant?
Well, great question. It depends on which tooth, and it depends on what the goals are. So if it's a front tooth, yes, I recommend both. I'll rewind. You replace teeth for aesthetics and for function. So if it's a front tooth, yes, aesthetically, we want to replace it so it looks really good. One thing I didn't dive into today, just because of the interest of time, but that I think is really important, is when we're doing implants, we want them to be ceramic. We don't want to replace titanium. We want to replace metal. So replacing with a ceramic implant would be ideal. Now, when we start talking about the very, very back teeth that you don't see when you're smiling, and maybe you don't need it when you eat, maybe we don't have to replace that. But I am a very big fan of ceramic implants. The Swiss Bioclinic, if you're looking for more information, they're kind of the best people to look to. That's who my associate's going to study with again here in the next couple of weeks. So yes, it kind of depends, not to answer it gray, but you would want to replace it for form or for aesthetics or function, and using a ceramic implant. But there's other options too. We can 3D print a tooth and have a partial that's really pretty. We can do a bridge. There's lots of options for replacement.
Love that. One more question, and it might need a little clarification, Andrea, but Andrea's asking, what are your thoughts on dental side-in liposomal?
Yeah, I'm a big fan. So, the proprietary blend of that is to remove the biofilm. And so, they make all different products, whether it's for your teeth, for your gut, for your tonsils, for your nose, it removes that biofilm. So as we're talking about, eating things and drinking things, and they cover little sweaters on your teeth, yes, that helps remove it. So I'm a big fan.
And for people that don't know what that is, can you just explain that for a second?
Yeah, so there's sorry about that. Let me just
Andrea,
jump right
Andrea's a
in.
pharmacist, so she might
Yeah.
have a little higher
Oh,
knowledge than.
well, Andrea, don't leave me to explain this. I like to simplify, and she's going to be like, that's not what's happening. I'm sure she's lovely. I'm not trying to say you're not, but yeah, you'd probably give a better explanation. But there's different products that can remove biofilm. So I actually recommend for patients that have swollen tonsils or that are mouth breathers to use that same biocidin spray on the tonsils. It just removes, oh, thanks, Andrea. That was a nice little, well, now I feel like I'm the expert. Let me explain it. It sprays on the tonsils that helps remove the biofilm so that it can work better as a lymphatic. But on the teeth, if you feel like you have a lot of gut issues, if you have a lot of acidic gut issues, gastric reflux, anything like that, a product like that would be really good to help remove the biofilm or the pellicle, which is the technical name, and then also heal and switch the microbiome. So it just speeds up that whole acidic to basic process. It makes it a lot faster. So it's not necessary for everybody, but if you feel like you do have a more involved issue that you're trying to heal. So when we see patients that have leaky gut, that's not an overnight fix, unfortunately. Or if they have SIBO or gastric reflux, or if they're pregnant, those are things that take some time to heal. That's a really great adjunct to add to it. If you're not really suffering for that, if you have a healthy gut and a pretty healthy diet, then that may be a step that you could eliminate.
And if I can just add onto that beautiful description of it, is that while it does get rid of the plaques and the negative bugs, it allows the good bacteria, the good microbiome of our mouth to survive. So that's what's really incredible about that product, is that it gets rid of the bad, but it maintains and encourages the good.
Yeah, thank you for specifying that too, because there's a lot of products out there that are prebiotic or probiotic dental products, and they're not doing that. It's a catchy thing, and they taste good, and the bottle's cute, but they're not again decreasing the bad, increasing the good, and really truly affecting that microbiome of the mouth.
Yeah.
So this wouldn't be something that everybody just needs. Would you, I mean, or do you suggest like once a quarter people use something like this? Or
Yeah,
not?
I mean, I can't think it could be more behaviorally. So there's some days where I am just the ideal person and I've just focused on my health and I got it. And then there's other days that I have an espresso and, a DoorDash. So that would be a day that I'd want to reset that microbiome. There's also days that I'm just a little bit more stressed out and the whole thing is a little compromised. That would be a really great push, but on a daily basis, it's not going to hurt you. It's just it can be a more expensive step that maybe we don't have to, not everybody has to do every day. But weekly would be great.
All right, you guys, last question because we're almost at the top of an hour, but there's such good questions. Would you use this for bad gums, or what would you use for somebody that has bad gums? And bad gums might be a blanket all statement, Vicky, if we need more clarification, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Yeah, so bad gums, that is kind of a gray area. Why are they inflamed? Are they bleeding? I'd want to look into it a little bit further. So would this product help if your gums are red and inflamed? For sure. It's only going to help it, but we want to dive into the root cause. So is it bad because we're not brushing and we're not flossing and we have buildup? Is it bad because our teeth are only supposed to touch each other when we talk and when we eat and we're grinding all night long? So that force has to go somewhere. So it goes through the teeth into the gums. There's a whole host of reasons that I want to take a look at, but to answer your question very directly, yes, it would help maintain, but it may not heal unless we address the root cause.
Awesome. We're gonna leave it with that, you guys. And Jill, wow, this was amazing.
Awesome, yay!
So amazing. And it's just such people are starting to hear about it and understanding that functional medicine is functional medicine and it's it's all connected.
Yeah.
And this is something that is so important, but often is neglected from a functional medicine standpoint. I think, I'm going to call you one of the pioneers for really getting people to start talking about it, right? Like this isn't it might not be common for dentistry, but it should be normal. I love that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So thank you again so much. And if you guys have any other questions, please reach out. I'm more than happy to share as much as I can. But this is fantastic. Thank you so much for including me.
Thank you so much. We so appreciate you.
Awesome.
Thank you, everybody.
See you
Fantastic,
soon.
you guys. So we're already at the top of the hour, everybody. So we're gonna give you like a couple minute break, right? And start at 5 after. I don't see our next speaker yet, and so I'm gonna be reaching out to her right now, giving her the link to join us. So go ahead, you guys, and just take 4 minutes and we'll start right back up at like 3:05 or whatever the top of hour plus 5 is for your time zone. Miss Heidi, I just sent you a text.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll kind of like keep 2 minutes, but we'll see.
What was she in hospital for? Can we say? Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah.
Text me. Okay, let me bring up my hey, can you go through my microbiome thing and take off all the Canva comments?
Heidi, if Elizabeth needs to help you at all, you can take yourself either off camera or off mute. I mean, or mute you if you guys need to.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. It is 5 minutes after, so I'm coming back to you just to letting you know that life is lifing. We're doing a little punting and we have a little rearranging. Our current speaker, I don't know if she thinks it's tomorrow and not today, but she's not showing up. It's all good. Heidi is coming in with some extra special talks. And then our speaker at 4, this is just how the universe works, but it's no worries because we're gonna punt through this one as well. Um, she is in the hospital and got out yesterday and had to go back in and is now right now going, oh my gosh, Kellie. Anyways, her health is takes first and foremost. So we're gonna just we've got some extra special talks that everybody actually wanted to know. Some of it was going to go in VIP. Some of it we already just have planned. So you guys are going to get to know now. So Heidi is just taking a moment, you guys, to get everything pulled up. And then maybe our speaker for now will pop back in later. I don't know. We will just see, but best laid plans, right? So just like just like Chloe was teaching us that it's the meaning is just neutral. So no big deal. I love that fact. So Heidi, whenever you um are ready, you just give us a thumbs up and we will.
Okay, I think it's ready. You know me and technology. Um, oh wait. Do I have sharing?
Since I've given it to everybody else, I probably have to re-give it back to you. Give me just 1 second. Where?
And you may need to pop over here and help me.
Hold on, I'm just removing your pin. Let me make you co-host. Confirm. And okay, now you should have all the privileges.
Uh-oh. Oh, what did I do? There we go. Present.
Perfect. It's perfect.
Can we do it?
We got it.
Boom.
Just like that. We got it.
So we're gonna pivot. Do we don't want to wait or
I have not heard anything, and so now that we're almost 10 minutes in, I say
okay.
we go for it. So, Heidi, yeah, please take it away. And you know what I love today, you guys, is how we started the day into this focus, into everything I spoke about, into Chloe spoke about, actually complemented everything Dr. Jill spoke about, and talking about the mouth, it honestly leads us right into the microbiome, Heidi. So this like is supposed to be. So thank you.
It's supposed to be, I guess. And so we're going to move this talk up to the microbiome. It is your body's magnificent ecosystem. And I love talking about the microbiome. I love even more of the information that's coming to fruition about our microbiome and the importance of it and how we can regulate it. And, our microbiome it's innate. It was given to us at birth. We start to develop it at birth. And we don't have any good bugs at birth. So our body has to be an open system. So we have leaky gut, we have leaky brain, we have leaky lung. And the body is not, that's why breastfeeding is so important to build that new ecosystem and that microbiome. And it is the segue to all our health. It does so much for us that when we go into the question of, and we'll go about this more, but into the question of supplementation, or I have to take 50 supplements for it, we have the ability to make most of our B vitamins, our neurotransmitters, all of that is already provided to us through our microbiome. So it's feeding the good bugs and starving the bad ones. So it comes down to it's not what you like to eat, but what they like to eat. So some fun facts. Our microbiome we have 38 trillion microbes all over our body, right? And they outweigh, they outnumber our cells 1.3 to 1. And our microbiome outweighs us 150 to 1, right? So our microbial genes outnumber our human genes. That is correct. 150 to 1. So when you think about that, it's huge. There's more of them than there is of us from a cellular point of view. And it is this second genome that really is the regulator and determines our immunity, how we detoxify, how we metabolize, and our neurochemistry. So it's by activating their genome. Our blueprint is important, but their genome is just as important and sometimes maybe even more powerful. So these good bugs, this microbiome hangs out predominantly in our gut. We have a large part oral microbiome, thanks to Jill explaining more of that. There's a lot in our skin, and then there's the vaginal. These are the predominant. It hangs out really everywhere, but this is a dominant level where they do hang out. And so we have to nurture all those levels. We host over 1,000 species of microbes, and this is what we're set up to do. This is what we should have, over 1,000 species. What we find in the research is that most individuals they have less than 400. So it's a vast difference from what we should have, what was intended biologically, physiologically, and to what we're having. So why are they getting destroyed? How are they getting attacked where we have so much less in our microbiome? And it's important to figure that out, because then when we have loss of species, we have loss of function. It's function being making our neurotransmitters, making short chain fatty acids, vitamin K, vitamin B synthesis. So many functions of the body are dependent on the number of species that we have. So we need to nourish them and protect them. They regulate our ecosystem. So they regulate our immune tolerance. They maintain mucosal integrity. They help ferment dietary fibers to short chain fatty acids. And you'll hear me say short chain fatty acids a lot in this talk, because they are so important to function and maintenance of our microbiome and to our overall health. They help shape hormonal and neurotransmitter signaling. So without this signaling, our hormones, we can have as many hormones as we want, but if they're not signaling to receptors, locking on, there's a problem. Same thing with neurotransmitters. If we don't get the signal from a microbiome, because most of those are all produced, the production of those things, 70%, are in our gut. So if this isn't well-performing machine and environment, we don't get those hormone signals, we don't get those neurotransmitter signals. What does that look like? That looks like anxiety, depression, weight gain, even though we might be eating a raisin a day. We just don't get no sex drive, no enjoyment of sex, focus, brain fog. These kinds of things go awry when we don't have those signalings that are in abundance and robust. The microbiome role in human health is to regulate the organs' influence on digestion, metabolism, immunity, hormone balance, detox, and cognition. So we go through that, I repeat it. I'm going to kind of feel like a broken record with this, but the importance of it is that function that the microbiome does. And over, we have to repeat it because it is that important. One of the key things that the microbiome does is it actually educates and calibrates our immune system. So our immune system is constantly learning from the microbiome's reception of food, toxins that come in, and the handling of these things, pathogens, bacteria, viruses, these kinds of things. It is constantly learning and calibrating to those inputs. Commensal bacteria, and these are bacteria that do no harm. These are the good bugs that are in our microbiome that help us, protect us, and really do most of this education and calibration. It promotes tolerance, so we don't get food allergies. We don't get horrible allergies to everything out there, right? Loss of diversity and drives chronic inflammation. So when we lose diversity of these microbes, of these good commensal bacteria, then we start to have chronic inflammation, and it can trigger on autoimmunity, because this education to our immune system is so important and promoted by the different bugs we have in there. The microbiome also maintains barrier integrity. So leaky gut, this is a microbiome issue. If we have leaky gut, things are leaking out, we're not digesting, regulating, assimilating our nutrients. They're literally leaking out, untagged, and an untagged protein molecule leaking out is one that promotes more cytokine activity that increases inflammation. And that's where we promote that chronic inflammation and possibly trigger cancers, autoimmunity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, etc. So it protects these barriers so that those tight junctions stay tight. Our gut, the barrier of our skin, the vaginal barriers, the oral barriers, all of these are made of the same structures. And the microbiome's role in keeping those structures tight and solid, letting in what should go in and letting out what needs to go out at a very nice flowy state. And it prevents microbial translocation by keeping these barriers tight. What does that mean? Microbial translocation. It's a fancy word of saying one bacteria leaking out and going and lodging onto a different tissue. A big one of this is called lipopolysaccharides. This is a gram-negative bacteria. There's an amount that should be living in our gut microbiome. But if our good bacteria starts to decrease, the lipopolysaccharides or the negative bacteria starts to increase, and it translocates. So it goes to different places. It likes our brain. It likes our joints. It likes our cardiovascular system. It likes insulin, diabetes, pancreatic functions. It likes our liver. So it likes to translocate into these places and cause other problems. It's called endotoxemia. It's very profound, really very toxic throughout our entire system. And so maintaining our gut barrier integrity is so important to prevent us from those disease or those pathogens getting out. It also maintains our mucosal lining. So if our mucosal lining breaks down, that's our second line of defense. So we have our gut barrier, and then we have wrapped around that our mucosal barrier. That mucosal barrier is where a lot of the good bacteria hang out to fight any bacteria that might come in. And that is a huge filtering system and a huge protective system. So when you look at just the microbiome and the maintenance of these barriers that are set in place, innate, ready to protect us, and this maintains that integrity of those, it's profound in our health and longevity. Our microbiome also creates metabolites. So these metabolites are certain vitamins, mostly our B vitamins. It also helps produce short-chain fatty acids, key signalers in our overall health. Bile acid, so it's secondary bile acid, so our gallbladder and liver create bile to help break down food. It's also a sterilizing mechanism, which a lot of bacteria can't survive going through that bile. And as we age, our gallbladder really doesn't work as efficiently in contracting to pull that bile. And so who do we depend on? Our microbiome to create secondary bile production. And this is really important to help with sterilization, keeping those barriers, breaking down food and pathogens. It influences our brain. Our microbiome influences our brain, our hormone balance, and neurotransmitter. Vaginal signaling for estrogen and estrogen recycling, which is really key. It also helps with regulating of our GLP-1, managing cortisol, and thyroid conversion. A lot of people get treated for these for low estrogen or for low GLP-1, which is a popular topic now, and maybe in our VIP we can go more into that. But GLP-1 is so important that we already have it innate. Our body makes GLP-1, and our microbiome is key in signaling that production of it. So we can take injections of GLP-1 and lose the weight faster. But there are natural ways of activating your GLP-1 and getting your own microbiome to do what it was designed to do and create an abundance of it. As we age, our GLP-1 production does drop, does wax and wane, right? So it's even more important to do the activities that encourage our microbiome to stay strong, nourished, and to do these processes longer and really efficiently. Thyroid conversion is another big one that isn't talked about a whole lot because people either have hypo or hyperthyroid function, or I have Hashimoto's, autoimmune thyroid. But there is this subtle awareness that not a lot of people talk about, maybe more in the functional medicine world, that TSH is normal and you're told, no, your thyroid's fine. But they don't really dial in what's my T4 and my conversion to T3. Is there a conversion issue? If there's a conversion issue where your T4 isn't turning into T3, which is the only usable part of the thyroid that locks onto the receptor and you say, oh, I have thyroid hormone, yay. If that T4 isn't converting to T3, where's the problem? What's happening? It's probably a poor microbiome. So we first want to work on the microbiome and follow that before we do any sort of thyroid medication or replacement. We want to make sure that what your body is doing is really efficient. And we can work on thyroid issues through the microbiome. We can work on any issue through the microbiome. But this is a key one that I think is ignored and not really talked about a whole lot. Our microbiome also aids detox and processing of external compounds, like I mentioned, chemicals, pathogens, etc. They make microbial enzymes that enhance our liver pathways to ease our liver from the detox burden that it already has. I mean, the poor liver does 7 different jobs where everyone else does their 1 or 2 jobs. Our poor liver does like 7 different jobs. So anything we can do to help ease that toxic burden is a key formula is through our microbiome. And oftentimes where, you know, the conversation is brought down to is we have more good bugs than bad bugs. Yes, we talk about that. But it really isn't about good versus bad because we all have to live in harmony. It's diversity that's really the key. And it's the loss of the crucial players. So there are stronger bugs in there that we need to nourish more. And if they get low, then the other bugs tend to thrive, right? So if the police go out of a city, they just go away, okay, everyone do what you want. There's mayhem, right? So we can't have that. It's more about it's about diversity and equality. Build diversity to tap the second genome and improve the performance of every microbe. So it's their genes that we are actually, with diversity, we're tapping all the different parts of that second genome to enhance our own genome. And we have better protection, better immunity, better signaling, better hormone balance, etc. So what does this mean? It means we're not defined by our gene count. Humans have about 20,000 protein coding genes, but we have fewer than an earthworm, and where we have more closer to a cockroach. Yet those 2 earthworms and cockroaches can't do the remarkable things that we can do. And how do we get to do that and they don't? Because we have the good bugs in us. It's the second genome that defines us or separates us in such a vast way to give us all these abilities to do things through diet and lifestyle. So I just want to talk a little bit more about leaky gut and other barriers. The strength of your gut barrier is the key or the door to your health. Leaky gut goes hand in hand with everything leaking. So if you have a test, for example, that says you have leaky gut. Eventually, if not simultaneously, you're also getting leaky brain, leaky bladder, leaky lung, leaky vessels. This goes all the way through because they are all the same structure. And the thing that protects those same structures goes all back to your gut microbes. They're vital caretakers of your lining. So if I repeat myself, it's because we really need to stress the importance of using that second genome and feeding those microbes because it protects all the things that protect us within our body. Here's just a quick illustration of this is all barriers look like this. So but this one is our gut lining. The normal tight junctions, these are your like little fences together, and these tight junctions do this. All the good bacteria, the food particles, etc., pharmacy, everything goes through these little villi on the top here. Good bacteria sit in between these villi, right? And when the food comes in, the good bacteria goes, they analyze what's going in. They either pop off, chew off anything that shouldn't go in, but they test it, clean it, and then, and only then, is it allowed into the cell. Once it's in the cell, we have these little fingers called dendrites. I think Jill showed some dendrites in her talk too, but there's little tubes, little lines, little octopi arms that come and they test everything. And they test it, they say good, bad, where it should go, what it should do, and they tag it. Once it is tagged, then, and only then, is it allowed into the superhighway called our bloodstream. But in our bloodstream, tagged, our immune system knows what to do with it. It recognizes it. It says, oh, okay, do this. You go here. And it's just in a magnificent symphony of immune function. When we have broken junctions, like over here, food particles don't go through this pathway. They don't go through the testing, the labeling, the tagging system. They go directly into the bloodstream. Once something in the bloodstream, untagged, unchecked, the immune system goes a little crazy and says, how did you get in here? We don't even know who you are. Quick, inflame, inflame, inflame. And it creates an inflammatory process to try to sequester this foreign entity. We have to figure out if it's friend or foe. We don't know. And it consumes a lot of energy and a lot of input for the body to manage that. And oftentimes it just creates this chronic inflammatory process while it's trying to do its job. So leaky gut and leaky brain looks like this, leaky lung looks like this, leaky blood. This is the same process. Things are just going through the linings and there's no protection and no barrier. The things that can go through are going to be pathogens, viruses, bacterias, even chemical toxicities are created this way. And that's why we can feel, oh, I feel fine until I had this one exposure. And it's probably because of over time, the leaky gut and the buildup was a thing that dropped you off the edge, right? So this is a profound picture of the importance of our microbiome and how our immune system signals. So what are the associated health impacts of a leaky gut, leaky brain, leaky all this? When the levels get out of balance, we get low short-chain fatty acids, which can lead to ulcerative colitis, colon cancer being a big one, metabolic syndrome, obesity, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which is absolutely on the rise. And we're seeing it in younger and younger people. So we're seeing more colon cancer in the younger population. So they've even moved the required, you'd have to get a colonoscopy from 50, I believe, to 40. But we're finding early 40s, late 30-year-olds with colon cancer. What can we link this to? Our diet and lifestyle, poor microbiomes, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, same kind of thing. The liver loses its protection from the microbiome, and the organ that gets the work ends up being the liver. And we have this going on in our younger and younger population. Even though alcohol consumption is down in our younger population, which is a great thing, we're having higher amounts of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And then type 2 diabetes. It will absolutely bankrupt our medical system if it keeps trajecting in the way that it's supposed to. We do now have the benefit of GLP-1s, and hopefully they'll become less expensive for people to use. But again, our body, excuse me, our microbiome makes GLP-1 for us. So if we work on our microbiome, we're not going to fall into that category and need some pharmaceutical saving. When our microbiome is low, we get low indoles, low tryptophan metabolites, which have a huge impact on our neurodegenerative disease. We'll have cognitive decline, leaky gut, inflammation, depression, anxiety, and autoimmune conditions. Low neurotransmitters from our gut if we have poor microbiome. We're going to get anxiety, depression, epilepsy is a big one, Parkinson's disease, IBS, fibromyalgia, ADHD. So these are all things that the research shows that it's related back to the microbiome, and it starts there. It can be starting 10 to 20 years. So all these diseases, most of these diseases have a 10-year run-up. And meaning it takes about 10 years to get diagnosed with this or to show up this bad. Does that make sense? So we don't want to wait till we get there. Let's start now. Let's use the information and the research we have now. We know that we were born with no reason to have Parkinson's, no reason to have fibromyalgia. It comes back to the microbiome. Work on that. Everything else should fall in line. High LPS is another one. High LPS is those lipopolysaccharides I talked about that create endotoxemia. This is a huge player in chronic inflammation and cardiovascular disease. I've had several people who struggle with cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, on 1 or 2 medications, and it really wasn't controlling it. So we have to say at that point, well, that must not be it. There's another reason, an underlying reason for high blood pressure. We can take a pill, but it doesn't change the root cause. And so we go back and say, well, let's just check for LPSs. Let's just check for root cause things, treat that. And they were able to get off their high blood pressure medications and using more natural forms for that. But it all started in the gut and the microbiome. So feed your bugs. All this to say, feed your bugs. Whole foods, healthy foods, organic. It's the chemicals on the foods. It's the GMOs that kill us because they're not recognized by the body. Fiber is a key. Eat the rainbow. Diversity in food grows diversity, diverse, powerful bugs, right? So if we eat the rainbow, make sure when you choose the foods you eat, oftentimes we get in a rut, and it's really common, guilty. We eat the same foods all the time because they're easy go-tos, they're familiar, we like them. We don't have to look at a recipe to say, I know how to do this. Really branch out. I encourage you to try fruits and veggies you haven't in ages. Pull out that cookbook, go to ChatGPT, ask them how to cook something new or different, and diversity. You want diversity in cold or hot, not only in color, but you also want temperatures. The food changes when it's cooked. So that if you're always eating cooked, you're not going to get some of the nutrients that you get when they're raw. Always eating raw is really hard to break down, and the demand for digestive enzymes becomes greater. So we really want to keep diversity in what we eat, the color, the temperature, etc. So all that to wind it down. What does a healthy gut do? It produces short-chain fatty acids to shield the linings of the body. It maintains a sturdy mucosal layer, which can help with immunity. Nurtures diverse, stable microbes. So the more diverse microbes we have, the better the ecosystem, if you will. It keeps cell junctions tight. promotes a balanced immune response. And that's quick, down and dirty on the microbiome. It's a lot of heady information, so there we are.
I love that, Heidi. Oh my gosh, you guys. And thank you all for like coming and going and coming and going and being flexible. So Heidi, I'm gonna ask a couple questions regarding that, and then I want you guys to jump in because it's some of the stuff Dr. Jill was talking about gets like, whoa, that's complicated, right? Some of this stuff, because we're like, oh my gosh, I'm not sure, it's a little complicated. So Heidi, if you could give people two or three just tips of, we now know the health of the microbiome is essential. Like that, you guys, is the 100% knockdown takeaway message. So to do so, beyond all of the basic things that we should be doing for our health, would you say that the takeaway message is eliminate processed foods and be sure you're eating the colors of the rainbow, right? And that would kind of be one potential. And two, you and I have had a lot of talk lately of all sorts of products because you cannot walk into a grocery store, a Whole Foods, anywhere and see a counter full of like, oh, these are all my kombuchas. Oh, these are all these digestive enzymes. Oh, these are all like it, and we don't know what's good and what's bad, right? Of like what to really do. So if you could say like these would be a great starting place for food, and this would be a great starting place for gut support.
It's such a good question. So food, I'm going to go food number one, right? We want diverse foods because each color gives us a whole different set of nutrients. And it gives our bugs a whole different set of fuel to make better nutrients for us. So that's why it works so well, is because they're getting different nutrients in order to produce the nutrients we need to survive and thrive. And when I say thrive, I'm just healthy, no pain, no joint inflammation, no teeth falling out, this kind of thing, and managing our blood sugar levels. So I really, the takeaway is you definitely want, why do we eat a lot of vegetables? Fiber is a big deal. Fiber is what feeds our bugs, right? But the fiber we get from veggies. So the different colors create the fiber and they feed the good bugs, right? So fiber is key, getting plenty of it. And I will say most people do not get enough fiber. We need about 30 grams a day. And even my best eaters don't get it. So you have to look at something that's clean, no chemical additives, all kind of thing that can help with fiber. And just eat more veggies. Just eat more, eat more, eat more. You'll never get fat with a plate of veggies. It's just, as long as they're organic, GMOs you will. That's one thing that's really weird. But organic vegetables, you can eat bowls of it and you're not going to get fat. You may have a little gas, but it won't get fat. And in terms of supplements,
And Heidi, let me pause you right there. This might be
sure.
a question for people because I love going to say Trader Joe's and getting the organic carrots that are the white carrots, the purple carrots, the like do the different colored carrots, even though it's a carrot. Same thing with like peppers. There's different colored peppers, even though it's a pepper. Can you also is that also diversifying the different colors, even though it's the same vegetable? Or is like a carrot? No.
No, absolutely. They are different. And so they even taste differently if you really, think about it. But no, the changing of the color does change the nutrient content and density, which is why you want to change it up and get a whole bunch of different ones. The peppers are definitely it's a whole different nutrient thing. And they taste vastly different, and so forth. So yeah, you can get the same thing, only go a different color. And if that's your sort of entry point in diversity, that would be great. But there's so many things out there that aren't in season or we just don't like. Beets are a big one. People either like beets or they don't. They taste like dirt. And find a way to get some beets. Because they are so profound in what they do. They help our body make glutathione, which is one of the biggest antioxidants our body produce. Arugula is one of the most powerful in helping our body produce glutathione, our microbiome produce glutathione as well. And people talk about beets, but no one talks about arugula, and it's probably even more powerful than a beet. So you want these phytonutrients, right? It's the phytonutrients that are the chemical signals and that diversity that the body wants. And we get those phytonutrients through a diverse group of veggies. And it's the ones you don't eat all the time.
All right. And you guys, you cannot go through a drive-through and get those phytonutrients. Let's just say it, right? You cannot go through a drive-through and get phytonutrients. So hopefully you guys are doing most of your shopping and cooking for yourself at home, which is great. So you guys, please interrupt me at any time. I've been watching the chat, so please like throw questions over there in the chat. But Heidi, the next question is about the supplementation. If people know they need gut support and they're like, well, how would I know if I need a prebiotic, a probiotic, a digestive enzyme? And maybe you could talk briefly about a brand new product that's kind of covering the spectrum of many things for people.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have any issues at all, and you think, okay, I'm going to start with the gut, I'm going to think about this, you may want to get a digestive enzyme, right? A lot of people do a digestive enzyme. So something easy. Again, you want to buy it from a reputable place. And not just anything off the block. Really do your research. And maybe start with just a digestive enzyme to see if that's better. There is a product out that I'm really excited about. It's Phytonutrients 1 and 2. So it's a powder drink of veggies, fruits and veggies, organic, clean, nothing, no creepy stuff added at all. It's just an abundance of fruits and veggies, anything you can have. And it's in a powder. You just pop it in. The effects of getting this powder with all of those nutrients in it all at once really increases, as in showing, increases the peptides of the body. So it increases the peptides that keep those tight junctions tight. It increases peptides to produce GLP-1. It increases the peptides for healing the tissues, the mucosal linings. So everything you need to feed those bugs, it is proving over and over to do. So I'm pretty excited about this because it's so easy and it's effective. And where do we get that these days, right? So
yeah. And I will make sure that everyone, when the summit is over, gets the list of some of the things we're talking about. And if anybody's like, hey, what about this another speaker talked about? Like, please add in. And so I make sure to cover as much as I possibly can, because otherwise I know we're going to get all of those questions. So,
yeah.
keep asking. And if you don't have a chance to ask right now today, feel free over in the Facebook group. If you haven't joined, join. Make sure to drop questions in there as well, and we can either answer them inside there or we'll answer them live tomorrow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. What else? So supplements are hard. It's hard to recommend. I think always less is more. A lot of people, because there can be overkill with supplements. Remember that most supplements are going to have excipients in it, so carriers. So they allow your body to go through that whole bile, get into your gut and survive. And so if you're taking a bunch of supplements, you're getting a bunch of excipients. And so that can end up being toxic for the microbiome as well. So you really want to be targeted. Less is more. Yeah, I mean, I can go into some companies that I really like, LifeVantage, et cetera. Their products are really clean. There's not excipients in it, and they work. But we have to, like Dr. Jill was talking about, we have to kind of meet you where you are in the phase. There isn't a blanket, oh, this is what you need. This is what you need. Do consult with somebody and go through your issues. What I encourage you to do is not to ignore them. right? If you have gut issues, if you have a stool that won't flush, if you don't have regular bowel movements, and believe me, people wonder, well, what do you mean is a regular bowel movement? I go like every, couple of days. No, 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 no. We need to go every day and really twice a day. So we're should be like the dogs. They eat, they poop. We eat, we poop. We eat, we poop. Ours is a little bit longer transit time. And remember, your blood sugar is dependent on the meal before the last meal. So think about that long-term fueling of your body and your cells as you go into night through the fasting, et cetera. And that could be a whole different talk. Um, but yeah, think about these things. Don't ignore them and start with the gut. Really start with the gut.
Yeah. So a couple questions that people are putting in here. Is phylum husk a good source of fiber to add to the mix? And we'll start one at a time. That's the first one.
Yeah. Psyllium husk is not it's not bad. You definitely want a clean source, organic source, but it does have dextrin. It is derived from dextrin. So for people who are very gluten sensitive, it's probably not your best choice. You can have a reaction because it looks so much like gluten. That dextrin molecule looks so much like gluten. But I prefer a fiber called sun fiber. It's more of a plant-based. If you do have gut issues, say if you've been diagnosed with SIBO or something like that, usually a fiber will make you more gassy. So that's one clue, like, oh, I increased my fiber and I look like I was pregnant after I eat. Now it doesn't matter what I eat. Looks like I swallowed a basketball, that kind of thing. That's probably, you might have SIBO, and so the fiber you're having is feeding that. Sun fiber doesn't really do that, so it's a safer one to choose.
Perfect. Okay, so the next question is, does arugula help your body the same as beets? I can eat a plate of arugula, but not a plate of beets. And you don't need to eat a full plate of beets. Like, just eat like a beet a day, or depending on how huge they are, like even a half a beet a day. But Heidi, you speak to that.
Yeah, yes, arugula can actually works even better. And I love that Kellie says, you don't have to eat it a day. I think the powers that be that created us didn't expect us to land in a beet farm and consume a bunch of beets. But eating would be ongoing, and you have the touch points all the time. So if you have beets here and, it's a serving. It doesn't have to be a whole beet. It's a serving of food, and it should all be synergistically work together as long as it's a rainbow.
As long as it's a rainbow. Okay, so next question. Do you mind please saying again the name of the veggie powder? I think she was talking about the P84.
Yeah. Yeah, it's called P84 by LifeVantage. Love Biome was also a name of that, but those companies have merged. So I'm not sure what it'll be. P84. Just look for that. I think it's fabulous.
I'm gonna put the link, you guys, here. And if you go to that site and then Heidi, just double check I spelled that right. If you go to that site and just click on products, click gut health products, you'll see it there, P84, and it's a Phytopower 1, Phytopower 2, like Heidi was talking about. So it's like 2 bags. You just pour these mixes into 8 ounces of water and down the hatch. It's pretty simple. Very simple.
And it tastes good. Everyone always says, well, how does it taste? No, it doesn't taste like you just, a bitter plant farm. It tastes really yummy.
Yeah, and what's interesting is as you drink it, I think your taste buds will change also, which has been interesting. And then the people that have been on it, the number one by far thing people are saying is their bloating is gone. The inflammation and bloating is gone. And without even needing to, they're down 3 or 4 pounds and a size in a belt. Like, just it's so profound how it is healing the gut so fast.
Yeah, you get these microbes and you feed the microbiome. You feed these guys and they will do the work for you. We already have it in here. We don't need some outside source. but we do need to eat well, and that's harder and harder to do with our busy schedules and stressful lifestyles. And it's about the balance, so we have to eat well enough to counter the stress that we have. And that's where we miss that gap. And this powder is so complete that I believe that that's a big bridge to that gap and can get us more into balance.
Awesome. Any other last questions, you guys? I love it. Thank you. Thank you for asking all the questions. This is, why we have all of this. So at this point, we are pivoting a little bit. I just, in the midst of everything else, I just sent an email out to everybody just so that you guys know. And those of you that are here, we should have another regular topic right now. Some of you are already VIP, some of you are not VIP, but everybody that's here, you're going to get VIP because we're jumping to VIP at the top of the hour. So we will take a 5-minute break here. We're going to jump to Q&A. This is any question goes, you guys, from today, from before. This is so you guys are getting like special. And then instead of the hour of VIP, Diane Flores is coming back. She had a little bit of a brain fart of time zone. So she thought it was 3 p.m. Pacific, not 3 p.m. Eastern. So that's why the switch around. So no big deal. So just so you know, that's what we're doing. So please be sure if you have any friends that register for the summit and they think it's going to be over, tell them, no, it's not going to be over. Come now, join VIP. It's just the same link. We're not going to go to the VIP link. We're just keeping the same link for today. And then Diane's going to come on and wrap it at the end of the day instead. So you guys will be good with that? Okay. So we're going to go off screen, Heidi and I, for a second, you guys. You've got 6-7 minutes to stretch your legs, get a snack if you need to, and we'll see you back in just a few minutes. Hi, everyone. We are back. Heidi will be back any second. If anybody at all, you guys can do two things. One, you can throw questions in the chat, of course, but two, VIP is like intimate family. So many of you that are on here are already VIP. There may be, I don't know exactly, but there's, I think, a couple of you that maybe aren't VIP. So you get a beautiful gift of spending time with Heidi and myself. And just to let you guys know, Heidi and I together, this is what we do, meaning Heidi and I run a women's membership for women, gosh, anywhere from like 40 to 70, 40 plus, right? There's no age limit. And it's all about how to live your best life, how to implement anything from the basics, because we got to make sure we're nailing all the basics, up to how to optimize and tweak my blood and live optimally and do all the extra stuff. I think you got to see a wide variety from some of the speakers today. Heidi and I have two levels of the membership that we run. So some of it you get not completely comprehensive blood work, and then monthly we spend time like undigging in. How are you doing with that? Are we moving the needle with that? And a lot of these guest experts come in. But in the future, we'd love for you guys to be part of the membership if you're finding value to this and want to spend time. Because what I've learned is twofold. One, you become most like the people you hang around with. So if you want to hang around with people that want longevity, health, wellness, and they're really like happy and have the energy like we started the day with, then that will help you as well. And two, really needing data to invest in yourself, right? And like what is happening in my body, how to start improving my body. And if you don't have somebody to hold your hand, then that's really difficult. And if those of you that are here, some of you I know Heidi well, some know Heidi a little bit, some don't know Heidi at all. I'm just going to toot Heidi's horn that just like all water's not water, all cell phones don't have the same function. All functional medicine practitioners and naturopaths aren't the same. Heidi is in the upper echelon of anyone who will help you figure out what the heck is going on and has the biggest heart in the whole entire world. So, those of you that know what it costs to go to functional medicine, it's a pretty penny, and you're into it for a lot of money once you start doing all the things. And we want to be able to have a place that's affordable for all if you want just a small introduction and more community, or if you want all of it in a deep dive. I'm just singing Heidi's praises because I've met a lot of clinicians, doctors, mentors, and friends, and Heidi's at the top. So
She's
spend
so
more
sweet.
time with us in the membership. But
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to let you guys know for that you didn't know what Heidi and I do. And at the end, we will have anybody that wants to join. There is special offers and bonuses and all the things. But for today, any question, nothing is off. I don't know. It's fair game. Nothing is, So if you want to come pay an hour to go see somebody, right now is your hour for free. So take advantage of it like, oh my gosh, and I know we put you guys on the spot and you're like, I don't even know what to ask. Um, anything at all. And I'm just going to change my view so it's a full gallery to see all of your beautiful faces. And I know a lot of you are in places that you just cannot either unmute or come on camera. If you can come on camera, that would be lovely. And if you can't, you can't. Um, so we're going to start there. And if no questions are arising, then I think this would be a great opportunity to talk about maybe why blood work matters, like why data even matters, because most of us get our blood work from our doctor and they're like, oh, it looks good. You're like, really? I feel like shit. What's the problem? There's a disconnect. Hello. Anyways, so we will go down that route if you guys, but I really want this is your time for integration based on anything you heard today or anything in the future that you're like, I've been really dying to know this, or I feel like this is weird. But if it's happening to you and you have the question, it's happening for somebody else as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Kelly and I love our group, and want more members because it just creates a community that we talked about before. And if you look at all the research with blue zones and things like that, it's community that makes the difference between longevity and not, right? With disease progression and not. And you think, what do you mean? How can that be? But there's definite evidence to prove community, that kind of being able to talk things out, get some quick answers, really generates more healthful responses in the body. And when Kelly talks about blood work, one of the things we do in our women's group is offer a blood work, and much more comprehensive than you would get at your regular doctor. And not because your doctor doesn't want to do them, because the insurance doesn't want to pay for them. So they're usually cash pay, but these are the same, all the things we include, and it's very comprehensive, are what we would do, what your regular doctor would have done, say in the 1960s, 70s, but insurance has gradually chiseled away, like, we don't want to pay for that, we don't want to pay for that, even though the doctors may come back and say, and the doctors AMA and group and say, but this is an early sign of maybe cancer progression or a pattern of this or that. And the insurance says no, because they know it's a 10-year lead up to a cancer diagnosis, right? Or diabetes. There's always this 10-year window or more. It can be a 20-year window before it shows up as a disease. But they can't treat you until you get a disease diagnosis. So they're not really in the arena of wellness. They're in health. So after you get sick, they're there for you. But there's nothing to show you, wait a minute, this is a pattern. This is a pattern that could lead to this. And these are known, researched patterns. And if you're into any geeky, it's pattern recognition, biochemistry, even with talking with Chloe, I wish she could be on, to say, look, don't you look at pattern recognition to find how do we change that pattern to get a different outcome, right? And that's what we do with the blood work in the women's group, is we talk about patterns. This is what we see. And this is where it's not about if you're out of range or not, because if you're out of range, you probably feel like crud and you feel like shit anyway, right? You don't need a blood test to tell you, hey, my white blood cell count is through the roof, or my white blood cell count is so tired it can't even mount a defense because I'm sick all the time and it's down to 3, right? So these kind of patterns can give us a real insight on your microbiome. Are you making enough nutrients? Are you absorbing those nutrients? All the great food you're taking that effort to eat, is it actually translating into good health? And where that gap might be, or what might be missing that we need to just clean up, shear up, and change. So many things we get uncovered that, because they don't do these tests anymore in standard yearly blood draws, we get snippets. We get a snippet of that blood test. Oh, your cholesterol's high. Well, why? Why would the body respond with high cholesterol? It makes cholesterol because it needs to protect our brain. It makes cholesterol because they use it for energy. We make cholesterol to protect our organs. But when it goes really high, well, what's happening? What is happening in the body that it feels like increasing cholesterol levels is the answer? They wanted to blame it on eggs. Well, we found out that's not true, right? So it's these little patterns that we can point out to say, well, no, but wait a minute. Okay, yeah, your cholesterol's high, but before we go on a pharmaceutical, let's find out why. Let's look at root cause. And that's why I love blood tests, because they are something we can really tangibly look at from a different perspective to get even a bigger view and see what we can change, and then redo the test and see if those changes have changed the results.
It's exactly it. It's really interesting. I'll be probably another 6 weeks for me. I'm going to be doing another blood test, and it was really interesting because without it, like, I feel fine, but it was Heidi and I found something that was missing. It's like, well, that's really interesting, but actually your body's not even utilizing, like, absorbing any of that either. So there's something else missing. But you have to kind of follow these dots. And it was really like, oh, then this probably will happen. And at another something that's really, really low, and for what I'm taking and doing, it should not be low at all. So then it's like, huh, it's a mystery. Let's try to do XYZ and see if that, so it's a big puzzle, so it's not easy. That's the thing. But if you don't know the puzzle and the pieces to even start with, you're literally guessing in your health. You are playing Russian roulette.
Yeah. And if you're just doing the standard CBC, CMP, a comprehensive metabolic, and a CBC, while you can glean tremendous amount of information from those, we need more numbers to see what the body's doing. Is it making hormones? Is it making neurotransmitters? Are the receptors online? And these kinds of things. So there's so much information, so much more information than what we get from, nope, all your numbers are normal. But as Kellie said, yeah, but I still feel like shit. If my numbers are normal, why do I still have horrible skin? Why is my hair falling out? And why can't I lose weight? And why do I have brain fog? And most of the time they'll go back to just your age. Baloney. We are meant to do well through our whole life. So we have the capacity, we have the tools. We just need to find out what tools aren't being used and get the body to uptake them.
Absolutely. There was a question. Thank you, Erica, for popping it in the chat. What is your take on herbs, homeopathy, and TCM? Sorry, I'm new here. I'm basically wondering if those modalities are considered when working with patients or discussing issues with group members. And oh, well, Heidi is the right person to ask that question.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you for the question, because I love bringing up these subjects. I love herbs. I love homeopathy. I love traditional Chinese medicine. In fact, I started out as an acupuncturist when I came back from Europe. Acupuncture over there had changed my life, changed my physical fitness level, etc. Homeopathy was also a great introduction to modality that I encountered there, and a tool that I just absolutely love in my pocket to have on hand, because it can change the frequency so quickly. Use it with my children as a first line of defense, because it is so gentle and it works. But so I'm a trained acupuncturist, and I did that for about 5 or 6 years. And then just felt like I needed more in my toolkit and went back to functional medicine, or to naturopathic school, and then certified in functional medicine, and yada, yada, stacking it from there. So I think foundationally, traditional Chinese medicine, homeopathy, profound, and should be utilized absolutely in someone's health journey. I encourage it. Herbs are a different thing. So you really want to, the training of herbs is a different education than just traditional Chinese medicine. It's a whole different branch. And so if you are going to do herbs, there's some basic herbs that we know are safe and pretty easy. Ashwagandha and rhodiola and things like, some of these herbals are really good. But if you really want to dive into herbal teas and things like that, you want to go with someone who really does that all the time and really knows these things and can dial it in for you. But I think they're very powerful. Thank you for bringing that up.
Erica, did that answer everything for you? Please feel free to ask more on the topic.
Good questions.
Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Okay, awesome.
Got a thumbs up. All right.
Awesome. And maybe while we're on that topic, only because it's new, but it goes along with the question of herbs a little bit, homeopathy a little bit, but this whole thing of the world of supplements, because everybody asks what supplement, where should I get the supplement, all those sorts of questions. And even for me, I didn't know something existed until I stumbled across it. For Heidi, both her studying the genes, and then myself when I did all the studying to be able to run genetics for people, I learned it as well. But Heidi knew this before, that herbs or supplements can be used in some places, like doctors in Western medicine are using pharmaceutical drugs, right? We're still using something for a pill for an ill, whether it be a drug or a supplement. And there is a brand new category of supplements. And it's not even a category of supplements, a category in and of itself now called activation. And instead of filling in, for something's missing, I say now that I'm in Indiana and I can look at our streets and they're full of potholes from last winter, they kind of come through and they try to just fill the potholes, but they're not even sticking. They're already falling out before winter's even upon us again. So a lot of times some supplements might be like filling the holes, but aren't fixing the root cause versus coming in and repaving the whole street, getting rid of all of those holes and starting from scratch and getting it clean and smooth. And so in activation, it's flipping the switches on inside the body at the level of our genes. And, Heidi, maybe you can talk a little bit about the human genome was not even mapped very long ago. It's all very recent history, everybody, just so that you know. And now we understand through food, lifestyle, diet, we can manipulate our genes. They're hardwired in of what we have, but the expression of them, what they represent, turning on or off, is due to your lifestyle choices. And we never knew that there's actually products that help flip some of those switches, which can give you a bigger impact than maybe just some supplements or, homeopathy. So I don't know if you're going to just touch on that, Heidi.
Yeah. Yeah, so just like I said in the microbiome talk, is that we have our blueprint, our genes, and we have everything we need, right? There's all these genes set up to do things. And what we never realized until we mapped out the genome, the original intent of mapping out the genome, I like fun facts.
It's
interesting.
It's interesting history because what they thought would happen didn't happen.
Didn't happen, right? The intent was we're going to find the gene that causes this cancer. We're going to find the gene that shuts that cancer down. And we're going to have all this healing and all this discovery. And that didn't happen, right? Yes, we have made progress in some nutrients and therapies to turn off a cancer through gene therapy and things like that. But that's after the fact again, right? And we have everything we need to turn on those genes before it happens, right? So what they found out with the mapping out the genome and having this expectation of discovery of cures and things like that is they kind of went, oh, shoot, all those crazy people that were saying there's a leaky gut and diet and lifestyle make a difference. We don't want to admit it, but they're right. Because what they found was that you can turn on and off genes with diet and lifestyle. How is that possible? Because of the second genome of your microbiome. They also help turn on and off those powerful genes. You have just waiting for the signal. They're just waiting for the signal. Okay, I got the signal. I can do it. I can fight that cancer. I can reduce that oxidative stress. But you got to flip the right gene. And so that's where activation comes in, where supplementation can't do. Supplementation helps support the machine, right? If you look at a conveyor belt, and supplementation adds components onto the conveyor belt. But what turns on the conveyor belt? The master switch, the master gene. And that's one of the ones that activation is activating our NRF2 gene. When you activate that gene, that's like pulling that pull lever so that the conveyor belt can work, and can send the signals. Without that switch, you're just putting stuff on the conveyor belt and it's not going anywhere, right? That's supplementation. It can help a little bit, but we have to have the master switch to turn on that power and to get it activated to go. So that's the difference between supplementation and activation. And the research is fairly recent, I would say, the last 20 years, that there's been proven activation support with a synergy of certain nutraceuticals or certain herbs and supplement or vitamins rather, that the synergy of them actually have proven to turn on those genes. And so if we can activate the power gene called NRF2 and the power gene called NRF1, the production of antioxidants, the production of anti-cancer, the production of anti-blood clogging things, it all goes into play. And so our microbiome works really efficiently when we activate those genes.
Yeah, I love that. It's just we now know that we can take more control of our health than ever before.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's easier than we think. And so oftentimes people go, oh, that no. And I was one of them. I was one of them. Ah, come on. That really turns that on? I don't know. But it's been proven over and over. And it's mostly been proven by independent studies, by other universities, et cetera, that said the same thing. Ah, no, that can't be true. And yet their studies prove that, well, gosh darn, that's true.
Yeah.
So pretty powerful stuff. Activation versus supplementation. I say go spend your money on activation every time.
Okay, so next question. What would be your approach to addressing disease states that have known correlation in studies? For instance, autoimmune disease that has been shown to have a correlation with high levels of certain bacteria in the gut microbiome is seen in one of your patients or group members. Would that be something you would recommend addressing in addition to traditional treatments, or maybe even addressing that first before going with hardcore meds? And do you find that there are alternatives to hardcore meds for autoimmune issues?
Yes. There are times where those meds are just absolutely like, again, it's where you catch it, right? If we catch it early, just like cancer and like that, if we catch it when that switch got turned on for autoimmune, we can really wind it down. There has been no real proof, although people have said it, they stopped my autoimmune, et cetera, et cetera. We cannot stop autoimmune. Those powered meds suppress it, but they also suppress the rest of your immune system. So then you become a little bit naked in the wind for every other disease, right? So in a word, yes, there are other ways you can address autoimmune. Again, it depends on when you catch it. But at any point that you catch it, you can help your body regain its footing, regain its balance, turn on the mechanisms that are supposed to recognize self and non-self. What's autoimmune is the body's lost its ability, it's lost its tolerance to all things, and so it loses its ability to recognize self tissue and non-self tissue. And there are very proven ways to reestablish that tolerance. It takes time, but you can reestablish that tolerance. So you put the glasses back on and they go, oh, my eyesight was just bad. That's a joint tissue and that's a food tissue. They looked so much alike. Every time you ate that, I thought it was a joint. And then when I saw the joint, I attacked that. And so it lost its lens to be able to recognize self tissue and non-self tissue. So every time something that looked like it would attack it, and then it would just keep attacking it. So autoimmune can be, it's a long answer to a question, but it can definitely be improved by very specific diet and lifestyle strategies. It depends on what's happening there, and where your immune system is shifted, and we want to bring that back up to balance. So many options. So many options.
If I could just add is, when somebody's on a pharmaceutical and like you said, it just shuts off the system, right? So you may feel better right away. When you're using a more natural approach, right, in addressing autoimmune, depending on how severe, how long you've had something, it's like the body's working at it and it's working at it and it's working at it. So it might not be as overnight or as quick because it's getting to your body to turn back on the healing mechanisms and to make the scale start tipping again, which for some people could take a couple weeks. Some people could take a month. a couple months and maybe even a year, like depending on what's really going on in the body. So I think we all have to recognize the body is a miracle, but it's not an overnight miracle. If we keep giving it the right things and the right signals and the right messages, give it time, give it time, give it time, because the body will do what it needs first, and then it will go do the rest of maybe what we want.
Right, exactly.
Really great question. Thank you for asking that. There's, I think, another one. Okay. This is from Bree. What is the best thing to start your day on what's the best thing to start your day on an empty stomach to improve digestion, microbiome, like lemon water, apple cider vinegar, fiber, protein, and then thoughts on caffeine, and does it disrupt the biome or increase adrenal or cortisol? So maybe let's start with the best thing to start. If you have an empty stomach, what's the first thing that you should put in it, I guess, to improve digestion in the microbiome? That was the question. Lemon water, apple cider vinegar, fiber, protein.
Listen, water. You've just been fasting all night. Your body has, your lymphatic system has taken all the debris of cleaning up those cells and the brushing, cleaning out all that stuff. And so we want to drink plenty of water to get that lymphatic system, really draining out all that debris so it doesn't, again, clog the tissue, cause lymphatic issues. I don't mind the lemon water. There's a lot of good results with lemon water because it does bring the body back to a more alkaline level, even though it tastes very acidic. Lemon is one of the most alkalizing things we can do. It's really hard on the teeth, though, and I wish, again, we had Jill here. We could ask that question about what if she likes lemon water thing. But it does help with digestion. It sort of just alkalizes the body, and that's, as Dr. Jill brilliantly said, that it's that pH that balance that creates a better bowel movement, better digestion, better movement. Once you get that going, then yeah, you want to start your day with protein, fat. The fibers are if you do a fiber drink, I really encourage people to bookend the day with it. So the last thing you have before you go to bed really feeds those bugs at the night when you're repairing and doing all that, and it attracts all the debris and helps join it to the stool, so it's eliminated out. And then if it's included with the first meal as well, you really start that process again of feeding those good bugs with your food, and off goes all the great things that happen from that. But we want to have plenty of protein because what you do in the morning, as Kellie talked about and Chloe talked about, as how it starts our day. And you want to set your mindset, you want to set your circadian rhythm, you want to set your insulin level. So doing that means providing it with a long burning fuel, fat, good fats, avocado, nuts and seeds, that kind of thing, and protein.
And then the second part of the question, or a different question, is thoughts on caffeine, and does it disrupt, I'm sure it's the microbiome, or increase adrenal or cortisol. So I'm sure probably adrenal fatigue, I'm assuming, and or cortisol.
Yeah. Caffeine's a tricky one. Mostly because I love it. But if you drink your caffeine in the morning, we should only be drinking caffeine in the morning, because the morning is when our adrenals are on. They want that stimulation. They want a fire. Let's go. Let's do this. And so it's not going to really interfere with that process of waking up in the morning. Let's get going. If you need a caffeine in the afternoon, you're really messing up the whole circadian rhythm and the adrenal function, and you spike that cortisol. If you spike cortisol, you're going to spike insulin, you're going to have more anxiety, sugar cravings, weight gain, etc. So great idea to have it in the morning, not in the afternoon. And even if people say, well, it doesn't keep me awake, it doesn't bug me, it's still dysregulating your cortisol, your circadian rhythm. So we can't get around that fact. It just is what it is.
Caffeine has a long half-life of like,
Yeah.
so it will stay in your body for a long, many hours. So that's why people say like, make sure you have a caffeine curfew at like 2 o'clock. Like,
Mhm.
and depending on when you go to bed, it could even be earlier.
Yeah. And when we go back to the genes, knowing your genome is really important because we have slow processors and fast, rapid processors. And there's a gene that lets us know, like, okay, you you may be able to have caffeine a little more than the average Joe, but then there can be the gene set that says, oh, no, 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 no. You want your 1 cup in the morning, and that it's going to last you the whole day because it's going to stay in your system the whole day. And kind of knowing that is important because that's how pharmaceuticals are processed too. So you may need to change the quote unquote standard pharmaceutical dose because you're a rapid processor or a slow processor because they go the same way as caffeine. If you're a slow processor, it's probably way more than you want to know. If you're a slow processor in caffeine, then that also means chemicals that you get exposed to are going to hang out in your system a lot longer. Because if you process slowly, it just sort of hangs out there, right? And so your chance from a genetic point of view of risking toxicities from a chemical that no one else can smell, or anything like that, someone else wouldn't be bothered by, is much higher because it's hanging out in your body. And that toxicity, as longer it hangs out especially with a chemical or a mold exposure, you're again higher risk for a cancer, for a cell to go awry because the body doesn't know what to do. What's this thing hanging out here? And it's attacking my cell. So that's a big one to know your genetic. Are you NAT slow or NAT not rapid?
Yeah. And in case you guys are asking, we do both Heidi and I do genetic testing outside the membership, but inside the membership we do as well. And of course, all of the members get a little better pricing on all the stuff with testing and everything. It's quite fascinating. If you've had a genetics test before, chances are they're like, oh, you have this gene, or this gene. But the clinician maybe didn't say, oh, this is the bucket of genes. These are the pathways. These are how we're going to support everything. And it looks a very different picture than just like, oh, you have these genes. So again, we're trying to help people actually make actionable changes to support what their genes say.
Yeah.
Next question. Chloe had talked about creatine, tyrosine, and L-theanine. Even with a good diet or rainbow foods, as we age, do we need to supplement?
That's a good question. I really think because creatine and the L-tyrosine, L-theanine, they're all amino acids. Where do we get amino acids?
Protein.
Protein. Protein. We eat the protein in order to make the amino acids. The amino acids make our hormones. They signal neurotransmitters. They help us sleep, help us stay awake, help us make dopamine, serotonin, acetylcholine, all of these things. So it's really, if you're having a good diet and you really take that time to count your macros, if you will. Like, I am getting 30 grams of protein per meal. I am getting 30 grams of fiber a day or more. I am eating the rainbow. If you're sleeping, if you're getting good sound sleep, you wake up rested, there's no bloating, there's no gas, you have regular bowel movements and energy when you want, how you want, you don't need to supplement.
Is that helpful, Vicky? Hopefully. I love the fact, you guys, that we go back to the point of we don't actually have a protein requirement. Like our body, we have an amino acid requirement, right? So we eat to fuel the body. And we just get stuck in seeing all of these supplements everywhere because it's advertisement, advertisement, advertisement. And there are some things that sometimes we do need. But in terms of amino acids, it's like eat, get it through food, everybody.
Yeah. And here's, a fun fact is our body likes to do what it's designed to do. And when we don't allow it to do it because we jump ahead of the process and, oh, I'm just going to take a bunch of supplements instead of wait for my microbiome to make them, there's a disconnect. The efficiency of that production isn't quite as great. So yes, I mean, this is functional medicine. I deal in supplements all the time, but I really think supplements should be used as a means to an end. Like, we're going to have you this supplement until we can get your microbiome back in check, take the crutches away from all those good bacteria that can't quite do it, and we heal the gut. We heal the process so that it can do the process. And then we start to take away some of the supplementation. But I think as a rule of thinking, oh, I have to supplement because everyone on every podcast says you need to, and it'll prevent Alzheimer's and all that. No, we have absolutely everything we need to prevent those things, but it takes work. And to jumpstart it, I don't know, Kellie, you stop me if you want, but a good example of this is the melatonin story, right? We make 5-HTP that, according to the circadian rhythm, right, starts to go down to prepare us for sleep at night. Our body starts to produce 5-HTP, and then that makes serotonin so we can go to sleep and relax. And then the body converts it to melatonin, and melatonin keeps us asleep. And the key thing about melatonin is it primes our immune system, meaning it goes in there with a bullhorn like a coach and say, all right, you guys are not resting. We are going to work. You, IgA, get strong. You, IgG, build up, right? IgE, quiet, So it goes in there like a coach and starts training the immune system to start doing what it's going to do the next day. So when you wake up, the armed forces are ready to fight anything that should happen, no matter what, come what may, right? If we take melatonin before the body has a chance to process it, yes, we get to go to sleep, but we kind of muck up the whole system of, hey, I converted this serotonin into melatonin, and then I started yelling at the immune system and priming it and getting it ready, like, let's do this. The melatonin goes in at a higher level than our physiology, than we normally make, physiological levels that we make during the night. And it messes up that adrenal cortisol pattern, if you will. So short term, it might be really helpful. If you're dealing with cancer, melatonin is super important. But short of that, if someone's going to do melatonin, they have to do very low dose. We only make 3 milligrams of melatonin every night. So taking a melatonin at 10 milligrams or 5 milligrams or 20, I had a client with 20 the other day. I was like, oh my God, it's going to dysregulate your cortisol, melatonin signaling profoundly. So all that to say is the body likes to do what it's designed to do. And if we throw in this or that at the wrong time, it can really mess it up.
And that's a perfect example because I don't see it advertised right now as much, but I would say a year or two ago, probably COVID and more, right? When everybody was online and so many advertisements. I mean, my God, my kids was like, I need melatonin, I'm not sleeping, melatonin, melatonin. I was like, well, you're not sleeping because you guys are doing nothing all day. No one's exercising and getting their sunshine. Like, oh my gosh, but everybody thought just a supplement of melatonin was the answer. Oh, you're so welcome, you guys. I know this is a long day, so we appreciate all of you and whatever time you have. Yeah, and so whether it's melatonin, whether it's creatine, whether it's any other amino acid, like we just have to ask ourselves, could I do something in my own body to get my body to do it? That's activation. How do I make it? Breath work, sleeping well, exercising hard, maybe taking some activation products to turn processes back on. That we are designed this way. I mean, this human person, meat suit we're all in, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. And that, to your point, Kellie, activation. So when someone asks about supplementation, I say a means to an end, and maybe some key ones like, vitamin D, omega-3s, these supplementation, these are important. But as we age, these production of these things, natural production of these things decline because our gene set tells it to. Like, oh, we should be dead by now. And so that's where activation is different, because activation turns back on the genes that give us health. And that's where it's safer, it's more needed, and more effective.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, so great. I'm pulling over to other questions, you guys. I know so many people, it's kind of like this should be like winding down to the end of the day, the end of the summit. I know lots of people have things to go, but we have a whole nother hour, which I'm exciting. So, you guys, we have about 10 more minutes. So these were such great conversations and really deep. We don't get to talk deep like this very often. So this is what gets just so fired up. So yeah, please, any more questions? Dun dun dun. And Heidi, honestly, anything you want to share at all? Kind of floor is you, me. If there's anything you're like, you know what, I'd love to just share this, can be something completely different. I don't know.
Um, yeah, I do want to emphasize, like, the reason I love Dr. Ombrello, Dr. Jill, is actually I just had two clients in the last 2 weeks that one came in very young, struggling, headaches, yada yada. And I said, "How's the mouth? Any teeth bothering you?" "Oh, yeah, they say my wisdom teeth are kind of, but I don't know that I want to do that surgery." And I said, "Okay, you need this x-ray," what she talked about, that 3D x-ray, because you may have an infection underneath them if they're not growing right, or and it's not a question of space, etc. And so I said, "Please, I encourage you to dig deeper into that, get a biological dentist or someone that really knows this." And she went for the visit, ended up having her wisdom teeth removed, and found a pustule in there, causing all kinds of infection and problem. And she'd been to so many doctors, and they did all the tests saying, "But you're fine, okay, your white blood cell count's a little high," and but no answers. And this young girl is suffering, and she already feels better taking out that pustule of infection. So the teeth are profound. Again, don't ignore them. It's really important. I just can't emphasize that enough. And then I had another one who did not expect it. She was, again, having struggle in losing weight. She's doing the GLP-1 injections, and she really pays attention to her exercise routine. She did everything we asked her to do. And I finally said, have we talked about your teeth? Anything going on?" "Oh, I mean, I think I have something little, but I don't know. I'm supposed to have this root canal." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, I need you to go see Dr. Jill." And she just went to see Dr. Jill last week, or the end of last week, and they did the 3D, and yeah, absolutely found an infection, a little pocket of pustule deep down in that root canal, just like she was talking about. And I know this is going to make a big difference in getting that cleaned out, because it's constantly circulating. And this goes right to our heart. So an infection here goes right to our heart. So please don't ignore your mouth. Pay attention and go get it checked out. It's expensive. Dental stuff is like crazy expensive, but your life's worth it. You're worth it.
Yeah, yeah. And you guys, I mean, honestly, for her giving 10 people free that 3D for free, I would fly to Dallas and pay the cost to fly
I
there.
was going to say, Kelly, fly here and do
I'm
it.
gonna fly, like I would do that for free. So if any of you guys are like, but I don't live in Dallas, Southwest has amazing tickets. Fly into Dallas, be in and out in a day, and go get it done. Like that's incredible. So I would take you guys up on that offer any day. Vicky, thank you so much, you guys, just reading out loud. Vicky was just saying, um, Kellie, when you said give yourself permission to come home to yourself, created a lot of emotion within. Thank you. You guys, with all of this, we've got to let go of whatever has happened and stop beating us up and forgive ourselves and have permission. Come home to yourself. Who are we? What would we be here? We're not designed to be great. We're designed as great. We are greatness. We are the masterpiece. We are phenomenal, but we've got to pull that out of us. It's been hidden. It's been buried. We've been said to like be little. Don't shine your light. Quiet up, ladies. Like girls are to be seen, not heard. So we've got to unleash this beautifulness inside every single one of us. I feel so strongly on that. And too many of us women have just not been out there like banging, beating the drum per se, but in a positive light. And I know, and that's what Heidi and I together talk about, is how can we create a stronger force, a bigger message. That's one of the reasons we do these summits, to have a bigger message out there that women, it's for all human beings. But let's be real, ladies, right? Like it's all about us right now. To say, oh my gosh, I just thought every doctor says I'm normal. I just thought all my friends said they're going through it too. I just thought this is the way it is. No, let's take control. No one wants early Alzheimer's, but we're going to head that way if we don't do something about it, right? No one wants aches and pains, weight gain, but if toxicities are in our body, or we just can't lose weight because we've got toxicities in our body, or we're just stuck in cortisol fight or flight, it doesn't have to be that way. And we as human beings were designed to regulate it and get us back into balance, back into homeostasis, from an overall standpoint all the way down to a cellular standpoint, which is just so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, our body is constantly making a decision about survival, right? That's its program. It's innate in that, right? And so it will always make the best decision for you. Our bodies just don't fall apart. That's not what it's doing, even though it feels like it at times. The body is waving a flag saying, I need help over here, or I need some help over here. But it is constantly making a decision that is enabling you to stay upright and run from that proverbial tiger. If at any point your body says, I don't have enough blood flow, I don't have enough oxygen, I don't have enough nutrients, my muscles have wasted away, I can't run from this tiger, I'll play dead. You can't get out of bed. It will put you down. You'll say, I can't get out of bed. I'm so tired all the time. All you want to do is lie down. It's because your body is saying, let's play dead, and maybe the tiger will run right by us and think we're not good meat, right? So the body is constantly letting us know what's happening, how it perceives the world. And I love Chloe's point about if we fix our eyes on things, it can help calm our nervous system. I give people a video all the time about how to sync up their eyes so that they can focus on the target at the same time. We don't know that we're not doing that because you can see it. Well, I see the target right there. Yes, but did those eyes get to that target at the very same moment? Because if it doesn't, even the minute delay of the other eye hitting and getting onto the target causes the nervous system to be anxious. And so people will have just a bump on the head or a concussion maybe in their youth. And Kellie can talk, volumes on this, but the inflammatory process could just become a slow burn and not show up until you're really, really stressed in life. And then you can't focus. And then everything's about, oh, the tiger's coming this way. No, the tiger's coming this way. And so we lose that focus. And just getting your eyes to focus on one thing, train it to stay on that target, calms our nervous system. And we actually see better, feel better. Our posture becomes better. It's pretty amazing. But our whole body works in sync. So talk to it in sync. Don't isolate it. Standard medicine isolates things like go see a gastroenterologist, go see the cardiologist, but those two aren't talking to each other. Spoiler alert, our body is talking to all of it all at the same time. They're having a huge conversation in there. So treat them like they're all having a conversation.
We've heard many times through different speakers at different, books, podcasts, people that, we regulate at the speed of safety. So part of it is understanding what we are doing through old patterns and habits, and whether it's our eyes, whether it's something that we're doing, we're just like, oh, I didn't know drinking caffeine late in the day. I sleep fine. I didn't know it was disrupting my whole melatonin, serotonin, sleep. That's why, like, if we don't start really realizing what our body needs and how it lived years ago and how we were designed, right? Like we can't, it's kind of like you can't drive a car and rev the engine harder than the car is designed to go. But we are all revving that engine way harder than it was designed to go. And unlike a car that you can replace and get a new one, we cannot replace this beautiful being and get a new one, right? If you are, you might have a new one in another, universe, but right here on your time on Earth, you don't get another one. So just the other day, just this morning, I was talking to this girl. She's got autoimmune stuff, and we're supposed to be talking. She goes, "I'm just so sorry, but just been so busy." And I said, "What is your health and life worth that we can't have a 15-minute conversation? Do you understand what you just told me?" She's like, "Well, the kids have been busy." And I'm like, oh my God, this goes back to a whole initial conversation that we started the summit on, that you're giving everything else to everybody else. You're going to deplete the crap out of yourself. Then when you get really sick, we'll try to fix it. Ladies, we're done with those days. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Erica was just saying, I missed that, but I'm interested. I'm not exactly sure because now I think we've gone off topic just a little bit, Erica. But any questions?
She meant Dr. Jill's, maybe.
Oh, yes, Dr. Jill's. Yes. Oh my gosh. So you'll have the recording. Just so all of you guys know, right? We will have, we're going to have one more speaker coming in. So if you can still stay with us, I'd absolutely love you to, because Diane is going to knock your socks off, this woman. But I wanted to say is we will have the recording, and for now it is a whole 6-hour recording when it goes in tonight, right? Way down the line, I'll segment stuff. Sorry, those words. But for now, so you can just fast forward knowing, oh, this was at 12, this was at 1, you can kind of just scrub the video to get to what you missed. So that will go in a little bit later this evening so that you'll have it. Tomorrow we're going to have another full day. Again, that will be in the Facebook group all the way through Sunday night, that you'll have time to make up time. And if you want the recordings for life, then just upgrade to VIP at any time. So any other last questions that we can answer before we take our second break? Yes, the dental scan. I'll listen to the recording, signed up for VIP. Okay, great. Excellent. Yeah, so we'll make sure to get you guys Jill's information for those people that she's literally offering to the first 10 people. Free, I forget what that's called, but the free 3D scan,
3D
which,
scan, yeah.
I mean, Heidi, that's a lot. I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing a minimum of $500.
It's $7.
It's $700.
I know she'd offer a free one to our summit. I would have waited to have mine because I have one every year just because I want to catch anything early, and I'm obsessive about that. I just had mine done.
$700, ladies.
$700.
You came to this free summit to get a $700 3D printing view of what's going on in your, teeth, jaw, gums, the whole kit and caboodle. You just, jump on Southwest for $49 and fly to Dallas. Like,
I think it's like a no-brainer.
That's a no-brainer. Oh my goodness.
Where's the skeleton, right?
Right? Holy cow. Okay. Ladies, we are going to take a break. Thank you so much for our beautiful Q&A, and thanks for being flexible. Some of us for just moving a couple things around today. We're going to take a 5-minute break. For those of you, please go to the bathroom, get your glass of water, do a little walk, maybe get some last little bit of sunshine out wherever you are. Take some nice deep breaths out there. And we will be right back on with beautiful Diane in 5 minutes, you guys. Yeah, Heidi, I have been trying to remove that, and I can't seem to. Oh wait, maybe now. Let's see. Okay, I think I could do it. Now it wants me to make a report. I don't want to report to anybody. Don't report. I was trying to do it somewhere else, and then thank you for that. So thank you for that. Oh my gosh, Diane, yay, yay, yay. I'm so glad it's all good. Like you breathe, girl. We're good. Not a big deal. I myself, I'm gonna take a quick pit stop, but before I do, I'm gonna give you co-hosting so I don't forget that. I'm gonna do that and confirm. And when I come back, I'm also just so it's there as well. I'm gonna add a pin to you. I'll add a pin to
I'm
me.
gonna run to the restroom too.
Yeah, you go do that, Heidi.
I'll be
You
right
got
back.
it. I'm gonna remove Heidi's pin. Perfect. And I'm gonna pull up your bio too. So I've got it here. Everything's been great and we've moved things around, so it's all good and perfect. It's so funny. One of the speakers today was talking about how we react to things, right? Everything's just neutral, but it's how we associate things to make it a big deal or negative or positive. I'm like, yeah, it's just neutral. It's no big deal. I'm sure you were like, what? Anyways, I'm glad it's all good.
Yeah, we made it work. My apologies. That was such a rookie mistake.
Not, it's all good. I have done that in the past, and now once I've done it once, I was like, oh gosh, now I'm like a crazy time zone person because once it happens, I'm like, ah.
Yeah, definitely won't happen again.
I am pulling up your, okay, I have your bio here, so that's great. And I'm just gonna take off my video and run to the restroom myself, and we'll be right back on in 2 minutes. How's your day been, Diane? Hopefully it's a beautiful day, right? Should be sunny, gorgeous weather, probably just perfect weather actually out in the West Coast right now. So I'm sure in Vegas it's like amazing.
It's like, and it should be illegal. It's so wonderful outside right now.
This
If
is
I could
why
take
people
this
live out there.
office
Yes.
outside, I would. It's fantastic. How
Yep.
is it where you're at?
Yeah, not so great. It's really windy. I mean, we've been having our mornings down into the 30s already. I'm like, oh,
Mm.
damn, it's cold. We're like, can we speed this next 2 years up a little bit? I'm not sure. So, oh my gosh.
Yeah, exactly. The winter months, I'm sure, not as fun as the summer and the fall for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, growing up in Arizona, we'd hear like, oh, all the snowbirds would come in the winter, and but I didn't really get it. And now, like living out here, I'm like, well, no wonder everyone gets out of here in the winter.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
Florida's probably popping right now, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. All right. Well, it's been great that we've had all sorts of people popping in and out all day long, some lots, some few, but we still have a good group here. It's supposed to be VIP this last hour, so I'm glad everybody's like, yes, plugging back in. So you guys, we are going to kick our last session off with my incredible friend Diane, who Diane and I just met like 6 weeks ago. It's not that 8 weeks ago. It's not very long ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And as I say, nothing happens by chance. Like we talked about this morning, how we're showing up and bringing energy pairs people together. And not only were we at the same retreat together, we got to actually stay together. And when you're staying with strangers, sometimes you're like, oh, I hope this really works out. But
Yeah.
I just knew it was going to be perfect. And honestly, we're just like, yes, oh, your vibe, my vibe. I got it. Oh my God. Like we had so much in common. She is such a powerhouse. I'm going to read you her bio, but I want you guys to know that in the world of women and really owning ourselves, and specifically over years through fitness originally, this woman was like where I started to where I became. Anyone can transform into anything, and you can do anything. And I think your story is so beautiful. Hopefully, you'll share just a little bit of that with the ladies. But you guys, so Diane Flores is the unapologetic voice behind Boss Bitch Radio. She helps women ditch diet culture, reclaim their confidence, and build a body that they love. She didn't say a body that's skinny or this or that, a body that they love. A powerhouse coach, entrepreneur, and speaker, Diane bends no BS truth telling with compassion, empowering women to live authentically and boldly in their own skin. And maybe if she would have wrote this today, it might even be a little different with some of her pivoting that she's going through. But it's absolutely a pleasure to have you. It is a privilege. You're going to bless the lives of all of these amazing women. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it all over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Kelly and Dr. Heidi, for having me. I know I was in speaking with your group, and that was wonderful. It was a lot of engagement, and everybody was just excited to, find out more about hormones and fat loss and muscle and metabolism. And a little bit of my story. I know Kelly shared sort of the highlight reel, but I wasn't always into health and fitness. I didn't grow up in a very healthy family. My dad still to this day will eat a sleeve of Oreos and a Pepsi for breakfast. It's just like the norm. And I wasn't really taught anything about maintaining this one vessel we get to move through the world, right? Our body. And so at a very early age, I started to become fascinated with health and fitness magazines. And that's really where a lot of my passion stemmed from, was really learning and taking in as much information as I could. And through the years of going through all the group fitness classes, the body pumps, the jazzercise, anybody here a jazzerciser? I know we don't have many videos on, but if you are, please drop it in the chat. Step aerobics, all those fun things. I really started to notice how impactful movement and nutrition were on my mental health. And so at the time when I became really passionate about health and fitness, I was in the medical field and worked in an infectious disease physician as a medical assistant. And I saw the effects of our nutrition, our movement, our lack thereof on our bodies and our healing and our mental health. And so through that journey of working in the medical field and still being really interested in fitness, I started sort of testing out my own things and getting in the gym and ripping out the pages of magazines and doing the workouts and saving all the recipes and making my own binders. I was just collecting data because we didn't have ChatGPT back then, right? So fast forward, and my business story is kind of crazy. It didn't start as personal training. It started as a pole dancing studio for women to come and learn how to pole dance and express their feminine side. And through that journey of almost 20 years now that I've had this business, it's evolved, and it's evolved as I've evolved and really noticing the needs of women. So through that journey, I noticed that women were struggling with strength, and pole dancing is great. It's fun. It's a great novelty. It can be incredibly rigorous and athletic. But most of the women that I was kind of calling into my space were, just average everyday moms. They weren't trying to climb to the 13-foot pole and flip themselves upside down. They were just trying to find a different way to get in shape and be healthy and do all these things. And through this journey and me trying to uncover how I could sort of help this community of women, I picked up bodybuilding. And bodybuilding is really where I started to notice how impactful our nutrition really was, because you can say you eat good all day long, but when you have a meal plan that says you're only eating these things here, you can eat nothing else, it's incredible how fast your body will change because you're not guesstimating and, kind of just throwing caution to the wind. So 16 shows later, I ended up coaching. At this point, myself and my team, we've coached, over 20 years, thousands of women, but about 100 women to stage at this point, and seen the drastic transformations. I picked up a thing or two and I started to become very curious about the different stages of women's lives, right? The things that I was doing in my 20s and my 30s, I can't really get away with now that I'm approaching 50. And as I started to look into the research and dive into how things are so different once our hormones start changing and the types of exercise that we need, I started bringing that more to my community. And so through my journey, through my evolution with bodybuilding and studying this, I've really developed a program that I feel is a lifestyle program, right? You come in and I'm teaching you how to nourish your body, because when we get into midlife, perimenopause, menopause, which if you are in that phase, I would love for you to drop it in the chat. I just want to test the temperature of who's here today, because I feel like the conversation is best when I know really where you guys are at. So if you wouldn't mind taking 2 seconds to let me know, where are you at in your midlife or not midlife journey? But what I started noticing is with hormones, the things that we need to do just in general, if we're excluding the hormone conversation, to be healthy, oftentimes reverse a lot of the symptoms with menopause, right? Getting in your sleep, making sure you're getting in and getting your movement, right? Training for longevity with the longevity organ of muscle, and making sure that you're eating appropriately, right? We're not trying to fast like we did in our 20s and our 30s and do these crazy fasts and then go do these crazy boot camps and throw our body up and down and off the floor and just drilling ourselves down to get this result. When we're getting into the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, those same things don't work like they used to, right? We're working with declining hormones, and we have to, I tell my clients, you got to make your hormones your homegirls, right? You can't fight them. You can't constantly do things that are going to make them worse. But what's really, really difficult is that we have been taught, especially those of us in our 40s, the days of, Jane Fonda and Buns of Steel and Abs of Steel and, 75 hard and all these things. And we oftentimes will try to do them in our 40s and 50s and beyond and wonder why they aren't working. Well, it's working for these girls and they look great and these influencers are doing all these things. But you have to really consider the phase of life that you're in. And so when it comes to your training, I like to steer the conversation with my clients about that really being the foundation of your movement. Your strength training needs to be the foundation, right? I get a lot of questions. I actually had somebody ask me, would you say that, weight training, resistance training is like the end all be all? It's the only, like, if you could only do one thing, it's the one thing that you should do. And, I'm not going to be certain on any way, shape, or form in one direction, but I will tell you this. When you are strength training, you are also getting cardiovascular benefits to that. If you are working in a manner that you're not taking like 5 minutes of rest on your cell phone and updating your tweets or whatever it is now, X, you're getting through your workout. So you're getting some cardiovascular components, right? By the nature of strength training and having, weight on your body and moving through ranges of motion, against gravity, you're going to improve your range of motion. So you're going to have more mobility and more flexibility. So I like to say that weight training should serve as a foundation as you're moving into your later years, not only from a hormonal perspective, because it's going to help us keep on our muscle mass, which is going to help with metabolism and keeping lower body fat, but it's also going to help you as you are going through the later stages of your life where quality of life is super important, right? I don't know about you. Anybody else have grandkids here? But I've got the littlest one. Today is actually her birthday. Today she's turning 4, but I have a 4-year-old granddaughter and a 6-year-old granddaughter. Those girls can run ragged. Okay. I thought like, I'm healthy, I'm fit. Oh no, grandma, come up down the slide. Oh no, grandma, come over here on the monkey bars. Right. And I cherish that so much because I just want to be able to do those things with them. Like it makes me emotional for as long as I can. And one of the ways that I can guarantee that is by getting in the gym and strength training and making sure that my program actually mimics real life movements, right? Like lunges. If you can do lunges, then you can get down on the floor and up and off the floor with these little kids who are running around and wanting to go up the slide and down the slide and the stairs and all that, right? Hanging from a pull-up bar, practicing pull-ups or assisted pull-ups, right? Just things that we're going to need eventually as we age and will help us age gracefully are really my primary focus when it comes to my programs, my membership, and the way that I create my training programs. So I came from a heavily dieted culture, right? I would tell people that I'm a professional dieter. They're like, oh, you're a professional bodybuilder? Yes, but I'm also a professional dieter because I feel like that's just really what I'm doing. It makes for 80 to 90% of your results, your nutrition. So when I look back at those days, oftentimes my message now to women is when you see things on Instagram or social media and you see these women who are like, oh, flat bellies, and you're just like, oh my gosh, right? What a lot of times you're not seeing is they're really, I was going to use a bad word here, but we're going to keep it PG. They're really freaking miserable. Okay. They're really miserable. They're hungry. They're tired. They're cold. And they usually don't want to go and do anything, especially anything that's social or involves food, because they're going to have to make decisions and it's going to test their willpower. And so when it comes to nutrition, especially in midlife, I really want women to keep it simple, right? When you wake up, you aren't fasting until 2:00 and living on coffee. Okay. You're getting in whatever, if you take supplements or whatever, you're taking those things, you're hydrating because you've been fasting. And so you want to hydrate immediately. You want to hydrate your cells. You want to get some water in your body. And you want to then think about what your meal is going to be, right? And get some breakfast in. And I can hear it already because I was one of these where I'm like, I'm not hungry in the morning, right? It doesn't have to be something incredibly elaborate. It doesn't have to be, a plate of eggs and, all these things. Would that be beneficial? Sure. But we just need to get something in your system because you've been fasting and we're working with cortisol and other hormones. And we want to just make sure that we're getting straight to the point. So it could be something as simple as a protein shake or a Greek yogurt, something protein based you want to get in immediately. And from there, your day should really be focused on how much do I move today? How much am I moving? Am I training? Am I strength training with weights? Am I going for, a walk maybe with a weighted vest? Am I going for a run? Am I taking Pilates? Am I taking yoga? They all have different demands, right? Like if you're weight training, you want to get in some carbohydrates and you want to get in some protein about an hour before your training. Give yourself some time to digest. And then when you're done, you want to eat within about a 90-minute window. And this is just based on, if anybody here is familiar with Dr. Stacy Sims, a lot of her research when it comes to working with women, especially as they're advancing in age, is that men can go up to 10 hours before it starts to affect, their muscle and catabolizing and things of that nature. Women, 90 minutes. So you want to get in a good source of protein post-training, and you want to get in some carbohydrates. One of the biggest struggles I see for women is they want to just snack. They want to just snack on things all day. And I'm like, okay, You're not a toddler. Okay. So we gotta change our mindset around our food. And if you're always tired, or you're like, oh, I do well until at, nighttime, I'm standing in there and I'm just like eating the pantry. Right. Oftentimes I'll ask, well, let's reverse engineer your day. If you've been snacking all day, your body's trying to tell you something. It's a check engine light. So all these signals that you get from your body when you're, that you're coming towards the end of an evening and you just can't control your cravings. I will oftentimes sit with somebody and say, well, let's look at what your food looks like. And then we sort of build around that. You reverse engineer it and set strategic sort of times that you're eating. And for just simple sake of rule of thumb, I tell my clients between 3 to 4 hours, not because there's any like detriment that's going to happen to you, like your muscles are going to fall off, but it's really to keep your hunger hormones stable for as long as you can, right? Throughout the day. That's really what my goal is throughout the day. It's like, I don't want to go too long between meals, because then what happens? We get into situations and we overeat, and then we're like, oh, I'm stuffed. I ate so much. And we think we ate 700 calories, but we probably ate 2,000 calories, right? So it's just having this self-awareness around how much am I moving? What type of movement am I doing today? And what does that movement require? Something like Pilates and yoga, really light, even if it's a power yoga, you're not leg pressing 300 pounds, or you're not doing lunges with, 25-pound dumbbells. That's going to be more rigorous and intense. It's going to require a bit more nourishment for your muscles and, your body to kind of get through that workout. So it's custom tailoring it to that. And I know women like to have a checklist, right? We like to know, tell me what to do. Tell me how many grams, tell me. And I say, this is a process of unlearning diet culture, because diet culture makes us stupid. If I have to just be the expert who's been a diet expert, diet culture makes us stupid. It outsources our thinking to whatever this particular person is saying you need to do and stick to, when it's not really a one size fits approach, or one size fits all approach. It really is, I feel, more person specific and figuring out what feels good for where you're at in your life. How am I doing? How's everybody here? I see you guys are engaged. Brenda's nodding at me. Heidi's giving me like, how's Kellie? Yeah. Okay.
No, you guys, this is just so good. Sometime, whether it's at the end, I don't know if you have a photo to pull up. I would love the ladies just to get this visual of, this is what my life was like. And when you talk about diet culture was your life, ladies, for 16 shows to look like this was her life. So there's a lot of undoing, but I want you to understand that we were all there once too, just in a different way. We were all there once too. And now it is so true for all of us. This comparison is the thief of life, right? We're constantly, everywhere we go, what do they look like? They've gained weight, they've lost weight, what does their hair look like? Oh, swipe, swipe, swipe. You're making a decision. Compare. And it's just like, you have to tune in with your body. And by Diane, you saying, getting rid of the checklist or compare. Do this. Like, it's like, what feels good in my body today? It's the only way we're going to drop into ourselves. Vicky, like I said, right? Come home to ourselves, listen to ourselves, is being able to get rid of the stringentness, the strictness, and feel how good we can feel.
Yes. So good. Yes. And I dropped my Instagram handle there because it has a picture of me basically talking about this as one of my more popular posts. But so if you want to check out what I was often referred to as a human anatomy chart when I go in the gym, and people would just be staring and they're just like, oh my gosh, you look like a science project, right? They'd never seen like separation between muscles and things like that. But, that served the purpose. It was the goal. My goal was to become a bodybuilding professional. And, through that journey, I was inspiring women, right? Women were just like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. How did you do this? And it started in probably 2013 when women were coming to me and they really wanted me to be their coach. And I was always of the mindset of, I'd seen, and this was, well over 10 years ago at this point, but I had seen other girls who had done like 1 or 2 shows and then all of a sudden they became a coach. And I don't think that gives you enough credibility and experience to take somebody through a contest prep. I actually think it's very irresponsible. And so for me, I waited until I did 6 shows and I took a few women under my wing and I said, look, we're working on this together. I have some experience. I've worked with coaches, whatnot, and got them incredible results. And then it just kind of took off and we were busy. I mean, we had a lot of competitors, and I say were because I've since stopped working with competitors because it's not in alignment for me. I don't think it's a healthy thing. I think I can't stop people from doing it, but oftentimes, if you listen to my podcast, I feel like 99.9% of the time, I'm trying to talk people out of it, right? Because I know what happens on the flip side, which is a whole nother probably topic for conversation. But the flip side of extreme dieting, when you swing the pendulum so hard one way, the only natural recourse is it's going to go the other way. And that oftentimes ends in binging. And I've seen women completely destroyed from doing things like bodybuilding diets or these kind of like extreme challenges like 12-week this or 75 hard that, or I'm going to go keto just because I need to lose that first like 10 pounds, and all these things. It's just recurring. It's the same things I hear for 20 years is that women are just trying to find a lot of times that quick solution because they think that's just going to be the answer to the long-term result, right? It's going to be this silver bullet, and it never works that way. And finding something that's balanced isn't sexy, right? It's not sexy and fun and like, oh yeah, I'm doing this balanced approach. Like no one's excited to talk about that, right? They're excited to talk about, oh, I'm doing this 75 hard. It's so aggressive and like, I can't do this. And there's all these things that you can't do. And I don't know about you, but when somebody tells me I can't do something, I just immediately want to do it. Okay. So I feel like our brains are oftentimes wired for that. And we can be stuck in this, what I call the perpetual sort of diet cycle, where it's you're on a diet and you're following it and you're saying no to things, or I can't have that, or I can't do this, to screw it. I can't stick to this. It's too hard. And then you're doing nothing, right? You're just so far the other way. And then it just repeats. Oftentimes we see it and we're coming up on the perfect time for this, right? January is right around the corner. If you tap one single solitary thing on Instagram that has anything to do with fat loss, your algorithm is going to pick up everything and you're going to be seeing everything and anything under the sun. So one thing I really, just if I've lost you, come back to me. If there's anything that I would urge you to do is to start curating your social media feed. If you're following a bunch of fitness accounts that make you feel like, I don't know, when you follow those accounts, you're just like, oh, you feel this sort of like comparisonitis, I guess. Start muting them, start engaging with things that are healthy and sustainable and that you can be excited to open up your Instagram and see, things that are encouraging more of that lifestyle than the girl I used to be. Does that make sense? Yeah. I see a lot of women in perimenopause here, menopause. So I would love to know, I know I just kind of dumped a lot here. Where are you guys at with your health and fitness? Are you stuck somewhere? Is there something that you feel like you need clarity on? Something you might be struggling with? Because this is the time, right? You have not only myself, but you have Kellie and Dr. Heidi here. We're all experts in really this whole health and wellness field. And this is your time to really, utilize that and just soak it all in, right? I think it's important to have community. That's another really big piece of what I'm passionate about right now. And I know Dr. Heidi and Kellie have their own group as well. But having a place where you can come to and ask questions and not feel like you got to go to Chat GPT and it's just going to give you some AI response, or you're going to ask your friend over here who's doing this thing, right? You could be living two totally different lifestyles. And so your approach may need to look different. But my goal is that there's no woman left behind, right? We're all here as a collective group of people who want to improve our lives in a sustainable way, in a healthy way, so that way we can all be here for as long as we possibly can, but not only with that goal in mind, but to actually be here and enjoying our lives in the process, right? Like my grandmother, 97, bless her heart, just passed 2 months ago. And she was very active. She was the one person in my entire family, both sides, who actually valued eating healthy and taking care of her body. And I remember distinctly her reasoning for this was because my grandfather died when he was in his early 40s of pancreatic cancer. And so my grandmother had to be a very strong woman. She had to take care of 4 kids by herself. She had to take care of a dairy farm, like all these things. And she would always tell me, like, this is the only thing you have control over, Diana. My name's Diane, by the way, but my whole family, we're all Portuguese. Call me Diana. I don't know what it is, but here we are. And she'd be like, this is the only thing you can take care of, Diana. And so I'd watch my grandma and how she ate. And I was like, okay, I couldn't acclimate to a lot of the things that she ate. She was eating like raw broccoli. Like, this woman was crazy. But as she aged, she was single until she was 80. And she decided, okay, she found this nice gentleman. They would go to the casino together. And her health steadily declined after that. And the reason why I share this story with you is because I think it's important to surround yourself with people who are also on board with wanting to be here and live a healthy lifestyle. She probably put on about 50 pounds. She stopped walking. I remember visiting and I was like, oh my gosh, this is not the same grandmother. I mean, packaged foods everywhere. He was a diabetic, but he loved sweets. And so there was sugar-free and sugar-laden foods everywhere. And I thought to myself, okay, this is because this is, her companion, and this is how he eats, and this is what he likes. So I think when we're looking at the closest people in our family, it can be very difficult, especially if it's within your household, your partner, whatever. And I get a lot of resistance from the kids of the family. But being the advocate for everybody in your household is going to pay in dividends. Okay. I can't impress this upon you enough. From my own story, I have 3 children. My son's about to be 30. I have a 28-year-old and a 19, about to be 20-year-old. And when I went to the Institute of Integrative Nutrition to really get my hands on just understanding nutrition more, I came in like a bull in a china shop, you guys. I was like, we aren't drinking milk. We aren't eating bread. Like, everything has to go. And my then husband he's a foodie. He's, we're divorced now, but he's a foodie on a whole nother level. Wasn't having it. And so there was a lot of friction. But with time, my kids started to feel better, and they were in sports, and my daughter was in cheerleading and dance and tumbling and all these things. And they started to notice that as they were eating better, their digestion was better because they weren't drinking in tons of milk and eating pounds of cheese and eating a ton of gluten and all these things. It's not to say that they can't enjoy those things occasionally, but my mission was to just start to shift what was in our household to be like 90% really good foods, like whole, clean foods. And then if they wanted to have those things, then we made it something that was like, okay, we're going to go out and enjoy these things. We're going to go have pizza. We're going to, or they would go to their friend's house and then they'd come home and guess what they'd say? Oh, my stomach hurts. Right. And so I think a lot of times, because this is just the norm, right? We're basically repeating what we saw our parents do, or, wherever we were raised, we're just sort of like, oh, this is just how it's always been. Eating healthy can feel very intrusive on the taste buds. Anyone here want to admit that, right? If you've come from a highly processed diet, which I did, right? It was frozen bean burritos and fish sticks and mac and cheese and whole cow's milk. My digestion was terrible. I had really bad acne. I was over 200 pounds. I ended up with a gallbladder on the brink of explosion that ended me in the hospital for 7 days because I was living on, at that point, McDonald's because I could drive. And so it's really just, it's so important to start making those changes. And it doesn't need to be an overnight overhaul, but I think small gradual changes to start bringing in more fruits and, more veggies, leaner proteins, less packaged things is so, so key. So, so key.
You know what? You guys, please put questions. I've been looking for questions. Will you share a little bit? You were talking about Dr. Stacy Sims. Will you,
Yes.
her and obviously Dr. Gabriella Lyons, they're really the two out there like talking about women and strength training. Maybe you could share a little bit more from the physiological side with the women of like, they say that muscle is currency. Muscle is the organ of longevity, right? Just a little bit more in terms of muscle health, because obviously it's also for bone health and so much. And then maybe move into if you're new, because I think a lot of these women at this age, if they've not been to the gym, if they're not going to the gym right now, chances are these women have not been to the gym in maybe a long time, and it can be intimidating. We talked a little bit about this before. Just getting started, how to get started for women in this stage of life. And before you get started, there is a quick question.
Yeah, I've got some questions.
Yeah, especially regarding to what you were just talking about. Do you use a tool or tracker to help you stay organized with your food and exercise schedule?
Okay. So good question, Lev. Thank you for dropping in that question. When it comes to nutrition, here, I'm going to give you a couple things to consider. If you like to have an app, if you feel that that's going to help you start to understand things and get really on track with your nutrition, I would say starting to track your food is important, right? You can't measure what you can't track, especially if you're really if you have some body fat that you're trying to bring down, right? Because again, while I'm not into diet culture, the reality of it is that sometimes you're just trying to get to a healthy body fat, right? You're not like trying to be in a bikini and like do all these things like in 12 weeks. You just like need to get an understanding of, where you need to be for your body fat. So I think things like app trackers like MyFitnessPal are great, where you can start tracking and seeing, oh, okay, well, I didn't realize how much I'm really eating. And they'll walk you through some structured guidelines based on, several factors, usually like your age, your height, and all those fun things of what they think you should start at. I think that can serve as a really good learning tool for you to understand where you're at. Some women use apps and things like that for years, right? I used an app for probably 10 years. I was everything that went into my mouth that had calories was going into this app. And then I had to realize, like, I need to trust myself. I've been doing this for long enough. I know when I'm not eating well or I'm snacking too much or whatever. And so now it's more intuitive for me because I just know I need to eat every few hours, and then I kind of focus it around my training. So hopefully that answers your question. And then with my exercise schedule, the way that I do this now, the way that I teach women now is way different than I would have when I was in like hardcore bodybuilding diet culture days. Now I look at a client, or I'll ask the client, what do you need, right? What are you currently doing? And a lot of times I get met with, well, I'm just a yoga girl, right? I had an interview with another girl for her podcast, and she's like, well, I just really love yoga. And I'm like, you can love yoga. You can do yoga. I'm not saying don't. In fact, I love yoga. I usually do it 2 times a week. But you want to look at your strength training, and much to what Kellie was saying, as that foundation, and try to get that in 2 to 3 times per week would be my suggestion. 2, if you're really, really new and you're like, oh, that's, I'm not going at all. I would say, okay, start with 2, right? Give yourself a few days in between. Maybe like a Monday and a Thursday, or a Saturday and a Wednesday. So you have some time to recover, and you're not drilling your body 2 days back to back, because then you will be sore and you won't want to go back. Okay. So I like to say a good foundation of 2 days. Once you get a rhythm in that, after a couple months and you're like, okay, I kind of want to like speed this up a little bit, right? Get in a third day. And my biggest focus for women is that we are really training the muscles of the lower half, especially as we're getting into perimenopause and menopause, because, as we're aging, our muscle tissue, our muscle mass is naturally declining. And when our hormones are declining, our muscle mass is declining. And so our ally against that is to be in the gym, to be strength training, to get enough of a response for your muscles to say, oh, hey, okay, we're not going anywhere. We need to stay here, or we need to adapt and we need to grow a little bit. But the only way to do that is to get uncomfortable. You have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, right? It's called resistance training for a reason, because one, you're probably going to resist it a little bit going in. And two, you want to give your muscles something to resist up against. So that way, when you're sleeping and your body's recovering, it's going into repair mode, and it's going, okay, we tore all these little muscle fibers, and now our job is here while we're sleeping is to repair that, to come back stronger for the next workout. That's just like the super, basic way to bring it to you. And so when you're in the gym, your focus is getting really good at the basics that are going to make the biggest impact. Okay. So things like lunges, right? Squats. If the gym is intimidating, and the weight room is intimidating, more specifically so, because, I've been doing this for 20 years and I can walk into most gyms and the weight room is like 98.999% men and like 2% female. And that can be intimidating. So I always say, start with machines. Machines are great because they are going to support your body. So if you're not sure about form and it makes you uneasy and you're like, ooh, I don't want to hurt myself, machines are an easy way to get started and to start challenging those big muscles of your legs, your thighs, the front, the back, your quads, your hamstrings, and really getting in some resistance there. Now, when it comes to creatine, yes, I'm a huge advocate of creatine. Dr. Stacy Sims talks about it a lot in her book as well, as to why it's so beneficial for us, not only from the muscle growth perspective and like sustaining what muscle you do have, but also for for brain health. It's fantastic for brain health. So if nothing else, take it for brain health. It doesn't matter what time of the day. I would just take it with water. Sometimes people like to add stuff to their coffee. Sometimes it denatures products. So I would just take it with water. It's tasteless, and make sure you're taking it daily, because it is one of those supplements that you can't take it every once in a while. You need to take it consistently. So that's my take on creatine. Oh, Stacy, great question. I didn't even talk to you about the cardio conversation. So this is perfect. Do you only lift, or do you also do cardio? So when it comes to cardio in midlife, a lot of times we think more is better. Let's just keep doing more. Let's keep making it harder. Let's add more time. Let's do it 6 days a week because more must be better. Not the case. According to Dr. Stacy Sims, when it comes to women in perimenopause and beyond, you want to focus more on sprint training. Okay. Now don't let that freak you out for like, I'm not sprinting because I'm the same way. Cardio is not the top of my favorite list. Okay. I'm just going to be real honest, but it gets done. It gets done, and I do it, and I have my own resistance against it, and we just knock it out. But sprint interval training is key. And so what they're finding is that sprint interval training works for that deep belly fat that a lot of us struggle with in perimenopause. And I will say, since I've been doing sprint interval training, probably for the last 4 to 5 months consistently, I have noticed a pretty significant reduction in my menopause belly, if you will. Like I'm kind of floating in between perimenopause and whatnot. And that's really the only thing that I have changed. I still train 2 to 3 times a week and sprint interval training. And what that looks like is you want to do this in the way that's the safest for your body. I'm worried about getting injured. I don't want to have to be nursing some kind of injury and then it lay me out from getting in the gym, and then also just regular life, right? We want to just continue to do our things. So for me, and this is the suggestions that she makes too, is something that you can, log your time on and really kind of keep an eye on. So spin bike is my one of my choices. And what I will do is I will do intervals of 30 to 40 seconds as hard as I can, like the Wicked Witch of the West. I don't know. We're going crazy on this thing. And then I sit back on the bike and then I just coast and I let my heart rate come down for a minute. And then I do it again. And I just ping pong between those for 15 to 20 minutes. And that's usually 2 times a week. Now, if the spin bike isn't your thing, you could do this with a rower. You could do this with an elliptical. You can do this with a treadmill too. So you just have to know your body and sort of what's going to make sense for, where you're at in your fitness journey. So hopefully that was helpful.
I love that. And I'll just pipe in because I know there's a lot of walkers and there's a lot of weighted vest walkers out there.
Yeah.
So you guys, I mean, that walking is great and the weighted vest walking is great. But if you can add a component of twice a week to that sprinting, so just even with your weighted vest, you are going to walk until you are out of breath, right? I don't mean distance, but I mean as hard as you possibly can for 1 minute. And you're just like, oh my God, I'm exhausted. And then you cool down for 1 minute and then you are back on it and you are walking as hard as you possibly can for 1 minute. I do the same thing, but instead of, I use my weighted vest just for walking, and I do my sprints in running because most of you, if you know me, you know I love running. So I sprint for a minute and then jog for a minute, sprint for a minute, jog for a minute. Where before I used to just go run 6 miles, right? No, now it's 20 to 30 minutes max. And if it's 20 to 30, 10 of it's just lightly cool down or warm up. And then I've got my 20 minutes of that interval training. So you pick your love. I'm not going to say your poison because I don't want you guys to think about it negatively, of what is that for you and what does it look like for you and what machine for you. And if you're traveling, it might be in the gym. If you're home, it might be in your neighborhood or your own piece of equipment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And that's actually a really great point when it comes to, aside from sprinting, the research is showing also adding in some zone 2 cardio. So finding what your heart rate needs to be, which varies, depends on your age, and getting in some cardio based on that heart rate and staying within that for, 20 to 30 minutes as well. But I also want to make sure that we know how important it is just to move more in general, right? So just to get in, if you're in a spot where it's too much, or, you're just not ready to start there, then what I often encourage women is to see what your day-to-day activity is right now, right? How many steps are you getting on the daily? Is it 3,000? Is it 4,000? If it's in those low numbers, we really need to focus on increasing that for overall health and longevity, right? And also it's great because it helps with recovery. It helps with stress reduction. My walking is like, I don't do it just because I'm like 10,000 steps. I'm like, I need to get out of the house, right? I need to see green things and I need to get some fresh air. And this is when I have my most, my best thinking time. And I cherish that as just a part of my mental health, quite frankly. But when you're looking at your step count, one easy thing I'll give you in terms of a target is look at what your steps have been. If you're not getting in the 8,000 to 10,000 steps per day range, then how can you improve that? Can you maybe add 500 steps this week as a new target to try to get, right? If you're getting 3,000 maybe this week, you try to get 3,500. See how that feels. And easy, simple ways to do that is like parking further at the grocery store, taking the stairs instead of the elevator, right? Pacing while you're on a call. Getting one of those little walking pads, little ways to sort of inject more movement. I saw you unmuted, Dr. Heidi. I didn't know if you had a question.
Oh, no, I had a question, but then you answered it as you were talking. Oh. So we're good. Okay, you're like, okay. I'm like, yeah, she said it.
Okay, good. Stacy says, so you made changes little by little with your family. Did your kids eventually get on board? I turned 2 of them into bodybuilders, unfortunately. Yes. My oldest son, he actually went off to the Army for 8 years. And what I did with my kids, and people talk to me a lot, I talk with women a lot about this, especially if they have kids at home still, is I made movement a part of my children's chores. They did not get paid for their chores if they did not include some kind of movement activity, right? The boys, well, my daughter too, oftentimes that was handled with their sports, but my youngest son loves to play video games. And so there was a period of time where he wasn't in sports. And so I was homeschooling him and I was his PE teacher. And let me tell you how much he loved that. He didn't. And so what I encourage moms, parents to do with their kids, if they're just like, there's no way my kids are going to eat healthy, involve them in the process. Involve them in the process. I cannot scream for the mountaintops loud enough because I had a child who would not eat a vegetable to save his life. We called him Taco Tyson, okay, because he would eat tacos and chicken nuggets, and that was it. And he was significantly overweight. And so when I started making those changes, he was very, very resistant. And so what I did was I made my meal prep a part of his chores. And I said, okay, you're going to help me with dinner. You're going to help me cook these meats, these veggies, or whatever. And I kind of stepped away. I had to let the control freaks step out of the kitchen because I like things done my way. And, he made his mistakes. We went through this whole learning process, and then he became a champ at it. And he would start tasting it to see what the seasonings tasted like. Oh yeah, that tastes pretty good. Actually, that's really good, Mom. He's like, you eat this in prep? I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh, okay, well, can I have some? No, of course, right? And so this is how it kind of started. And guess what he does now for a living? He works at the biggest food prep company in our city, and he's the manager. Okay, so it's kind of funny how it worked out. And now he's into bodybuilding. He lost 40 pounds. He looks amazing. My daughter's a bodybuilder. And my son, he had a lot of discipline from the Army, but all three of them know the importance of how it makes them feel and also how it affects their performance just in life and their mental health. So it's a priority for them so much that, we're all kind of spread apart. We don't live near each other anymore. But when I came out to California for my birthday, the only thing I wanted was to work out with my kids for my birthday. And they were so thrilled. And that's what we did. On my 47th birthday, we went to the gym and we had the best time. And it was just, ingraining that in them at a very early age was definitely helpful for sure.
Dan, I'll just piggyback on you a little bit for Stacy's question because I think this is so important. So, Stacy, I have 4 kids. My youngest will be 21 next month, which I cannot even believe. But I ended up now almost 6 years ago discovering that I had the genes for celiac disease, and on a dime, even though we were eating healthy-ish, we still had way too much pasta and carbs and like all that stuff in our household for sure. Like, oh my gosh. We lived in Orange County, California that had amazing food and bagel shops on every corner and, all the things. But at that moment, we already did a lot of cooking at home. But at that moment, it was like, time out, all cooking at home, for me at least, right? Because I went gluten and dairy free overnight. Thank you, Dr. Heidi, who probably saved my life. But I say that because I had to start involving them in the cooking. And in the beginning, they didn't like any of the substitutions. And I made some big mistakes, right? Like, oh, this is just rice. It's cauliflower rice, right? And they're like, this is the most disgusting thing ever. I'm like, okay, note to self, don't lie to the kids. Like, just tell them what it really is, right? But what came out of all of that, I'm saying that is now that none of them are at home, they all live out on their own, have their own apartments, and every single one of them cooks for themselves to this day. Where 90% of all their friends go out to eat or eating fast foods or bringing prep mealed, all 4 of them actually meal plan, go buy, prep, and cook. And I was like, oh my gosh, I really showed them the way. I had no idea, but I think as long as, they'll figure it out on their own. But whether it's our kids, our spouses, our community, people do what you do, not what we say. And so we just have to be the best role models and let them slowly come along, at least for me,
That is 100% facts. That is facts because, as I stated at the top of the hour, none of this was modeled for me, right? None of this. This was all, I had to figure it out on my own. And my kids, again, when I started getting into it and really, learning more about nutrition, I had already taught them about chicken nuggets and fish sticks and mac and cheese. And I had to go and change all of that. And listen, for anyone who has kids, you can imagine the upheaval that was going on in my home, right? It was not a pretty sight. But I stayed committed to the process. First of all, I was going through bodybuilding prep and competition, so I kind of had to, but I was the one that was going and buying the groceries. I was the one that was going to the store. And so I had to check myself a little bit. Like, okay, you're saying you don't want them to have this, but you're still buying soda. Because there was a period of time I was like really afraid to just like rip the Band-Aid and say like, listen, we're not doing this anymore. Because I feel, for me as a parent, it's super important for me to have my kids' health and wellness top of mind, right? Like that's what I always have to come to. And if I'm a person, if I say that that's what's important, then I need to behave in that way. I need to shop that way. I need to impose upon them the importance of movement, right? Not because you need to lose weight or you're looking chubby or you're going through this awkward teen phase. Like we all like, I don't know if all, but I went through it. Like it just happens. It's like, no, we need to eat healthy. Right. And much to what Kellie was saying, getting them in this routine and seeing it now is so, so rewarding as a parent. So it really, really starts with us and knowing that it's going to be uncomfortable. If you come in and you're like, listen, I need to get serious about my health. If you have a partner, you guys talk about it. You got to be a team. You got to be on the same page. And that will make the transition so much easier, but making it less about, I need to go on a diet. So the whole family is going on a diet, right? It's like, no, we need to start eating better. And here's what I want to do. And you will need to get buy-in, right? You'll need to get buy-in from your kids in some way, shape, or form. And for me, it was trying to make dinner a little bit more fun by having them help out in the kitchen and like have conversation and just make it engaging. And then one rule we always had in the house is there were no phones at the table. And my kids hated that. Let me just tell you, they hated it. And then they got so used to it that they still do it now when we're all together. There's no phones at the table. But I noticed that they would come home from staying at friends. And the first thing that they would tell me is like, oh my gosh, Mom, they're all on their phones at dinner. Isn't that weird? And so we just started becoming more present during dinner time and having conversations that are just like, how was school today? Right. And like getting to know what they're into and just making it this like enrichment experience so that they actually looked forward to having dinner at home. And, when they went to their friend's house, they were just like, oh, my stomach hurts. I ate crap all weekend. And like, I don't miss eating like that. Right. And then they just carried that on with them. And it's just such a great feeling for sure.
Oh my gosh, this has been so fantastic. Of course, my dogs are going to bark right when I.
It's okay. My cat's been meowing out here. I'm surprised you guys can't hear him. He's
Yes.
like, let me.
Ladies, I had asked if you have any other last questions as we're wrapping up, you guys. It is almost the top of the hour. Diane, we appreciate you so much. Ladies, I hope this is just inspirational, right? That honestly, we just need to lock arms together and support each other and move our bodies and start lifting some weights. Like it's really not hard. We need to lose the word hard and lose the word fine and just say, I'm going to step forward in my health and let's go, right? Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know we didn't really get into a ton of, where beginners should start and whatnot. I have a few resources on my website too, for those of you that maybe are ready to venture into the gym, kind of see what it would look like, right? Even if you just download it and you just kind of watch the videos, I'll plant it in the chat. It's my lower body blueprint. If you go on my site, I have a full body one as well. I have a bunch of free resources you can check out, but just start getting curious. And maybe if you're not ready to do that full workout, maybe you just pick one of the exercises. That would be my challenge for you today is just pick one. What looks like something you've seen in your gym and you're like, okay, I think I've seen that, haven't used it. I'm willing to be new and curious and feel maybe, you feel stupid. Nobody in the gym is paying attention. I promise they're all doing their own thing. And just go for it. Like, what's the worst that could happen? You look silly for 2 minutes and then do you remember who you saw at Starbucks earlier? Probably not. So they're not going to remember is what I'm saying. Like, you just got to get through that awkwardness, and I promise you will be really, really happy with the results on the other end for sure, with consistency. So yeah, this was great. Thank you so much for having me.
I'm going to jump in real quick and just say, if you start with her program and you just get consistent with it, pretty soon you're going to be the one in the gym looking at the guys going, that's not the right technique. What's he doing over there? Right? You're going to start
there's a lot of that.
Going, oh, I'm so glad I have a guy that, told me how to do it right. And it changes so much faster than you think. And the confidence comes so much faster than you think. But start with a guide like that, a guideline and, visuals of what to do and things like that. I really encourage you guys to do it. Take up that offer.
Yeah, exactly. And, like I said, don't download it and just let it rot in your email inbox, right? Like, open it up, take a look at it, get actionable, right? Like, if it's not on your schedule, I tell my clients, if it's not on your schedule, it doesn't exist. So look at your calendar, look over the next week and say, okay, where can I get into the gym? If you have a gym membership, if not, if you have weights at home, you can definitely modify some of this stuff and just switch it for, body weighted or dumbbell stuff, and make a commitment to yourself to just 20 minutes, because I have clients that have such resistance and they're like, oh, is this going to be a whole hour workout? Just go in for 20 minutes. And if you hate it still and you're just like frustrated, then try again the next day, right? Like, try again another day. But the act of showing up for yourself and committing to just doing something new and being new, like we tell our kids, like, it's okay, you'll get good at it. You just got to keep practicing. We're just big kids. And a lot of times we just don't want to do it because new things can be scary. And I totally get it, but I'm here to make it feel like it's not so scary, hopefully.
Yeah,
this was amazing. Absolutely amazing. So ladies, as we close today, we had incredible speakers. Like I said, I will have the entire day's recording up in probably about 90 minutes or so. So you'll be able to binge whatever you missed, or if you want to rewatch something. And then tomorrow we are back at it with another whole group of incredible new speakers. So we will see you. We will see you all tomorrow. So thank you all. Diana, thank you again so much. And
thank you.
We'll be on for day 2 of the summit tomorrow.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Bye, you guys. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Bye.